What up? What up? What up, though? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? You back in the lab with your man Marq Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Wow. What a fight. What a night. Wow, we had a great day of boxing, man. Chris Colbert. Chris Colbert got humbled today, y'all. Got humbled. Ended up with his leg on his back, legs up in the air. Got humbled. Got dropped. Lost damn near every round on this card. Last couple rounds, from the 10th round on, he barely even threw a punch. Congratulations to Hector, Luis Garcia. We're going to talk about all of that at the 30 seconds. Let's run a 30-second intro.
This that squad sound.
Oh my God, what a fight, what a night. Congratulations to Hector Garcia. Oh, before I start, what's popping, man? You already know what it is. It's your man Marq Nash. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. He is I am he, man. This gonna be man, we gotta talk about this. What went wrong with Chris Colbert? Damn near anything and everything that could go wrong went wrong. He said, how can I be the only one here? Right. Who knows? It's all good. I appreciate you, though. You're not alone. I'm here with you, bro. Hey, look, man. That was crazy. Now, very early on, Chris Colbert. Oh, that's the wrong fight. Very early on, Chris Colbert was doing a lot of stuff backstage. Like he was doing the electric slide. He was back there chilling, not sitting down and relaxing. Might have came back to haunt him. He had no legs in this fight. He went in there and stood toe to toe with this dude like he was trying to say, hey, you can't hurt me. I'm stronger than you. It did not work. He tried to go to another game plan, but it was too little too late. This guy had his number. This guy had
You can't hurt me. I'm stronger than
my
you.
bad. Homie had an answer for any and everything Chris Colbert was doing today. You talking about somebody humbled? That's the look that you seeing. That's the look you seeing on his face right there. Homie got humbled, got embarrassed, and respectfully, he got his ass kicked the whole fight. According to what I'm looking at right here, the judges all gave him round 3, and two out of 3 gave him round 9. Other than that, Chris Colbert, it was a shutout. Chris Colbert is doing an interview afterwards talking about he want to do a rematch. Rematch for what? Chris Colbert, respectfully, homie, rematch for what? Matter of fact, I shouldn't even slap Chris Colbert. He got slapped enough tonight. Damn, Chris Colbert, that was bad. Josh Taylor was hoping Chris Colbert gets the win to steal headliner of robbery of the year. HLD. Humbled. Got humbled. Look, defense was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I was not that familiar with this guy coming in on last minute notice. And I just figured Chris Colbert was gonna win a unanimous decision. I was wrong. But I was happy to be wrong. Oh my God. This was entertaining to watch. And Chris Colbert barely even threw any punches. Like after he got hurt in round 10, the kid didn't even really throw no more punches. I remember when I used to see these guys standing up to him before these ring and during the fights and stuff. And I was like, when you finally need to take a rest and you sit down, that's going to be a mental edge for your opponent. Your opponent is going to be like, oh, now he's tired, so let me jump on him. Sure enough, Chris Colbert was standing up all night. As soon as he got right there to the end, he needed to take a rest. He said, I was on your other channel. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what's up. It's still just getting started. Appreciate everybody who's pulling up. Wow, Chris Colbert gets upset. Phone lines open 470-705-9507. 470-705-9507. Call in now. Tell me what you think of this fight. What is next for Chris Colbert? I remember Chris Colbert was out here talking to him like he wanted that Shakur Stevenson smoke. Hell no. Chris Colbert, you ain't ready for no Shakur Stevenson. Everybody hates Chris. Shoot. Not everybody. I'm gonna tell you what, his opponent definitely didn't show him no love. He said, appreciate it. Happy birthday, Big 4-0. I'll be there soon too. Damn, man, you ain't 40 yet? You got more gray hair than me. But respect, though. Thank you so much, Taylor Bell. Let me give him the drop. Thank you so much for the birthday donation. Yep, it's the birthday. It's the birthday. It's the birthday boy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let me give him the drop.
I got 5 on it, 5 on it.
They said he quit. He said, thank you again, Taylor Bell, for the birthday donation. League to League Sports. He said he quit 5 rounds and he needs to go see the Wizard. Who's the Wizard? Who's the Wizard? Shout out to League to League, though. What up, though? It's a dope channel name. League to League Sports. I like that. He said, damn, so many upset. Suave. Or Mr. Lindsay. I don't know how to say that. Is that Sauve? He said, too many upsets. Man, Josh Taylor should have got upset earlier, too. Wow, Chris Colbert got dropped. Look, now I remember when he fought King Tut. King Tut was giving him some word, too. King Tut had him hurt a couple times. But this guy right here, this guy was kind of basic, too. But everything he did, Chris Colbert had no answer for it. He was just walking down Chris Colbert, throwing whatever he wanted to throw, whenever he wanted to throw it. Let me drop the link out there, too, if anybody wants to pop up. Crazy night of boxing. Crazy day of boxing. Yo, he said, damn, so many upset. He said this was a dangerous fight because he really didn't prepare for this guy. Yeah, man, you got to beat the guy in front of you whenever he get there, though. I feel you, though. He took this guy a little lightly, I thought. He backstage not twerking, but doing electric slide and shit with his homeboy. And I was like, why he ain't just sitting down relaxing and resting his legs? Why he doing all that electric slide shit? Like it was a coronation. He was partying and celebrating before the win. It be like that sometimes, man. He went in there and got upset, got sat down on his keister, got dropped down, ended up back on his back, legs up in the air. Nice outfit, though. He spent more time on the uniform than he did training, it looked like. Took this guy lightly, and he paid for it. Got his first loss, and he got dropped. Let me see what they talking about. Damn, you 39. Okay. When your birthday, Taylor? When your birthday? Last minute thing, this guy Garcia, man, Nick Castellano, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe it. It's truly remarkable, though. And I'm happy for Garcia. I'm not one of those dudes like, man, that's fucked up. The black dude lost. Man, the best man won the fight. Period. The best man won the fight, period. All that, brother, we got to stick together. Man, I'm Don King. I'm leaving with the winner, bro. This kid got humbled tonight. Humbled. And I enjoyed it. Look at him swinging with his eyes closed. What are you looking at? He about to eat that left hand and go right down. A lot of high guard too. What's up with these dudes, these new boxers, these kids coming in here with these damn high guards? Absolutely. HLD. He did not make any excuses, but I mean, what are you gonna say? He just said, I didn't feel like myself. You feeling like yourself when you came out there with all that rap? Had that Lil Tay or Lil K, whoever the rapper was coming out with you. Got your arm around homie like he little bro. No, he little bro Jew that tonight. Truly. Yeah, he definitely didn't make no excuses. He just said I wasn't feeling like myself. He said Marq Nash boxing talk is something you have to deal with. No matter how many other bloggers try, they can't equal up to this real shit. Exactly, my brother. Thank you so much. That was funny. Jonathan Richards, what you know about that battle rap talk, man? What you know about that battle rap talk? I'm impressed. Yeah, man. Oh, my God. That was crazy. Shout out to Taylor Bell. He doubled back. He said, everyone throw in birthday money. Let's go. I appreciate it, Taylor Bell. Thank you so much, bro. It is my birthday. Started at midnight. Thank you so much. Let me give him the drop.
I got 5 on it.
Appreciate it, Taylor Bell. Thank you so much. Yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie. I am pleasantly surprised. I'm sorry. I like to see upsets. I like to see guys go in there and just change their life forever, change their family's life forever. And I don't know if this changes his life forever, but it does put him in very rare air. Like he gave Chris Colbert, this highly touted upstart of the fight of his life. Chris Colbert, man, barely even threw punches in round 11 and 12. Barely threw any punches. And I ain't mad, bro. I like to see a good fight. This dude got humbled. This kid was not in there to play with him. He came in there to bang. Chris Colbert thought he could bang with him, and he just couldn't bang. It was a lot of times too. I was noticing Chris Colbert, his foot position. It just, when they was like, southpaw versus conventional stand, he just didn't have his foot on the outside. He was flat-footed. He just doing that basic high guard stuff. That basic high guard did not do nothing for him. Overrated. Easy Work Boxing said overrated. What up though? Jonathan Richards, he said, this hurt my heart. He was checked out mentally and emotionally, beefing with his corner. Oh, Chris Colbert? I missed that part. I was sitting there watching, but I was listening to Reggie show do the commentary. So I wasn't really listening to them. I was just listening to Reggie watching this shit, and I was listening to the chat. Say this hurt my heart. What happened with his corner? I heard his corner say, look, we're gonna stop it if you don't get in there and show us something. What happened? Like I missed that, Jonathan Richard. The link out there too. If anybody want to pull up, talk to me about this fight. The link is out there, or you can call the number on the screen, 470-705-9507, 470-705-9507. He said it was a dangerous fight for Hector Garcia. He had 2 weeks notice. He wasn't even preparing for a fight. Come on, bro. HLD, let me give you the drop for that. That's a big fact. That's a big fact. He wasn't preparing for this guy. Got off the couch. So what does that say about Chris Colbert? Somebody can get off the couch and beat him. Got to put a case on him. Was Chris Colbert overrated? Was he never as good as advertised? Matter of fact, I'm gonna put a survey in the chat real quick. Let me ask y'all that. Put a survey in the chat. Was Chris Colbert overrated? Was he overrated, or was he just met his match tonight? Let me put it in here. Was Chris Colbert overrated? Yes, no, simple as that. Was Chris Colbert overrated? I'd say is he. I don't want to put him in past tense. He's still alive. How about that? Is Chris Colbert overrated? Yes or no? You see what y'all talking about? Let me put that in the chat right there. Got a survey in the chat. Man, we got a survey in the chat. Smash the like button on the way in the room. I really appreciate it. Helps the visibility of the show. Easy Work Boxing said he was overrated. Shout out to my guy Easy Work Boxing. What up, my G? What's popping? What up, though?
What up?
How you feel? What's the deal, homie? Got humbled. Hey, look, low key, easy. Hey, look, Chris Colbert kind of look like my boy Bushido Boxing a little bit in the face right here. Bushido Boxing, this you, bro. Shout out to Bushido. Damn, but Bushido, you kind of look like Chris Colbert on this picture right here, bro. Damn, man, got humbled. There was times where he was doing this high guard and the dude was just peppering off shots. Not nothing super hard and crazy, but he was effective. Okay, August the 9th. What you gonna do for your birthday, man? You doing anything special? For the big 4-0? Man, I ain't doing nothing. I'm going to get me some Japanese food probably tomorrow. Get my steak, chicken, and shrimp, fried rice probably from Benihana's or Kiku's, one of those little Japanese spots, and that's all I'm gonna do, bro. And I'm gonna edit some videos. I'm gonna pull up and chop it up with y'all. Shout out to President Jafar. What up, King? How you feel? What up, though? What's popping?
What up?
Yo, Chris Colbert got humbled, bro. Got set on his ass. Look at his face. He's shocked. He looked like he just woke up, too. Oh, my God. I ain't even mad at it, bro. I like to see a little upset, especially after we seen old boy get robbed earlier. Right side, he said, on his back legs, in the air like a cockroach. Hell yeah. You know cockroaches can live 9 days without their head. Did you know that? Fun fact. I just found that out. Random. Yeah, man, got humbled. Like it was. What that picture? Let me bring this shot up. Where's that one shot at? Where it was a time where the dude was just got tired of chasing Chris Colbert, and he just stopped and like put his hands up, like, bro, what's up, man? We're gonna fight or what? And he put his hands up. Chris Colbert put his hands up. He's like, nah, we're gonna fight or what, bro? Let me see if I got that. It was just weird. He just stopped and I got it. He just got tired of chasing him. Referee like, man, y'all gonna fight or what? Referee gave Chris Colbert a hard warning too, because Chris Colbert kept holding, trying to survive. Old boy was not trying to let him off the hook. And he won't playing with Chris Colbert. He gave Chris Colbert everything he wanted. and everything was asked for. You get it because you asked for it. President, he said all day. I need to watch the battles. Oh, okay, all day. He said I need to watch the battles from URL event today. Holla better have beat DNA. Wow, I didn't even know they was battling today. Was that on caffeine or what? What was that on? It's on the URL YouTube channel. Let me know. He said something psychological with Colbert. This fight made no sense. Nah, he just lost to the better man, in my opinion. Lost to the better man. He said all day. I know. Okay, I write that one. He said keep Deontay Wilder. Come on, Kyle. Deontay had nothing to do with this. He had nothing to do with this. I mean, he lost his fights, and that's a fact. Respectfully, Wilder did lose. Chris Colbert lost too, but he didn't lose because he was talking about Wilder. Two things ain't even got one thing ain't got nothing to do with the other, bro. Jonathan Richards, he reacted to one of the coaches, rolled his eyes and shrugged them off early rounds. He ain't listening. Sometimes these guys get in there, they think they got all the answers, man. They got to listen to the coaches. Hopefully he doesn't take the path of Broner. Bro, he did take the path of Broner. Got hit with a shot and shelled up for the rest of the fight. Let me see who this is. Go ahead. Is this UK Cassidy? What's up?
What's up, man? What's up, Martin? What's up, man? You good?
I'm always good, even when it's bad. It's my birthday, man. What's on your mind?
It was your birthday?
I just said that, yeah. What's on your mind?
Swear down. Nothing, man. If it's your birthday, man, happy birthday, innit? If it's your birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, it is. It's February 27th. Talk to me, man. I'm cooking right now. Talk to me. What you got on your mind?
Yeah, fam, man. Well, there's a couple of things that's on my mind, man, today. It was a good night of boxing, though, man. Good night. There's some good fights. Obviously, let's get to the point of the Josh Taylor fight, man.
I went on to Chris Colbert. I already did a reaction to the Josh Taylor.
Okay.
Chris Colbert.
Okay,
we're talking about Chris Colbert just got in the fight, got dropped, first time dropped, and he just got shot. He shocked the world with his first loss. Did you see the fight?
Yeah. Fuck Chris Colbert, man. It doesn't make sense what he's doing. What the fuck are you doing, man? Why was he running the last 2 rounds of the fight? That proves that you ain't got no fucking heart. You ain't there to fight. That doesn't even make any sense. Why was he not trying to win the fight? I don't understand. That's just what I don't understand.
Did you hear what he said? He answered it at the end of the fight. He said, I didn't want to get caught with nothing crazy. I just didn't feel like myself. But basically, he was in survival mode, bro. That's called survival mode. I can't stop this guy. I can't hurt this guy. And if I keep standing there, he's gonna hurt me. Or if I try to trade with him, he's gonna hurt me bad or get me out of here. I mean, it's called boxing, man. It's survival. He ain't had nothing for him.
Well, that's some bullshit. Because we don't hear that from the greats. Like Guy Russell Jr. said, this is the fight business. What are you talking about? I didn't want to get caught with nothing crazy. This is the fight business. You got to take some risk. You got to roll the dice.
He already lost the fight.
But there's a chance that he could have knocked him out. He had a whole 2 rounds.
No, it wasn't, bro. He wasn't hurting the guy with no shots. He was hitting the guy clean. The guy was. Did you watch the fight for real, bro, or you just talking? Tell the truth.
Of course I was.
Nobody who saw this fight thought Chris Colbert was about to knock this dude out.
No, I'm not saying that he's gonna knock him out. I'm saying to you that you don't run, innit? You don't run. You actually stand there and trade or try and fight. I'm saying to you that he had at least had a chance of trying to knock him out or do something. He ran for the last 2 rounds. He ran.
Fair enough.
That's just not a heart of it. That's not that your his ceiling of a fighter. I could see it there. He ain't going any higher than that. And that Hector Garcia guy is not a slouch either. I saw him knock out. No, did he knock him out? No, I see that. I see him fight this Avalar guy, this Isaac Avalar guy. I see him fight him because that guy fought Fulton. That guy fought Stephen Fulton, and that guy was a rat. So that's the only time I say that Hector Garcia guy fight.
Okay. Clips. He got dropped one time. It was in the 7th round. It went the distance, but he lost every round on the cards. Only round he won on all 3 cards was the round 3, and he won 2 out of the 3 rounds. 2 out of 3 judges on round 9. Other than that, he lost every round. It was a one way ass whipping. Cassidy, you my man, 50 grand, but you out your damn mind, bro. That's what happens in boxing. Sometimes people just gonna run and survive, so they don't get killed in there. Like, yeah, man, he gonna get out the way. It ain't no, well, yo, stand there and trade. Stand there and trade for what? I've been standing there trading all night. I'm gonna get my ass kicked. I'm gonna try to survive, and we'll come back, regroup, and try to win the next one. But no way he was knocking that guy out in the last 2 rounds. He ain't got enough power. The dude was walking through clean shots. Chris Colbert didn't have his legs. Chris Colbert wasn't on balance. Chris Colbert tried to turn it up a little bit in round 10, but right there in round 10, he got hit on the side of the head with a good left hand shot, and he shelled up for the rest of round 10 because round 10 came out like he was trying to do it. Got hit with a shot and was like, nah, I can't do nothing. I can't do it. And he just kept it moving. But go ahead. You got anything else?
Yeah, man, I understand, man. You get me? It's your health and safety first, to be honest. But in this game, yeah, you have to go into the line of fire, man. I didn't see it. Like, there was no heart. There was nothing. And they would go out on your shield. Look at Wilder. Wilder said, fuck this, I'm going out on my shield. And he got knocked out and landed on his face. But we all know that he put in a bit of work. What's this running around? Like, even before the fight, I could already see what was going on. I could already see the guy's hitting up the pads like he's going to take his soul from his chest. That guy's all dancing around and his friends are there just chatting shit. He's listening to R&B and that. What are you doing? That's not preparation for a fight. That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. Someone needs to explain that. You are getting ready to go into war. What the hell are you doing? That guy's hitting up the pads. He's from Dominican Republic. He doesn't give a shit. He's got nothing to lose. Well, it is what it is, man. That's what I'm saying. It is what it is. Now he's been elevated into a position. That Chris Colbert guy needs to go, like you said, go back to the drawing board. Try and figure out what he needs to do next, because he better shut his mouth up about Shakur Stevenson. He better shut the hell up. I don't want to hear him talk about that nonsense. And yeah, man, well done to Hector Garcia. The better man won the fight today. He came in 3 weeks' notice. No excuse. You got the job done.
Yeah. He said, Mr. AR said Colbert didn't want to exchange, especially at the end. Yeah, he had nothing for that dude. He had nothing for him. Master Yoda said, I can't respect a fighter that dyes his hair blue. Bruh. Bruh, I ain't mad at you.
Bruh.
Cassiano said, salute to my man Clips. Clips said, happy birthday to me. I appreciate that. Connor Nickelman, he said, trade what? You box and move. Right. Yeah, he couldn't keep up with the dude. He had nothing for the dude. He said they jacked 25 people in a storage facility 3-day thing. Hold on, they jacked 25 people in a storage facility 3-day thing. I never heard of that. What's going on with that? Let me see what he's talking about here. He said, never heard of Garcia prior to prior but 300 amateur fights, Olympian, undefeated. That's real pedigree. Yo, I seen Chris Colbert get hurt when he was fighting King Tut. Let me do this super chat real quick, and I'll let right side get his bars off. Here to there said, happy birthday to my brother Marq, and congrats on your second kid on the way. Thank you, man. God is good, man. Damn, bro, why you say that part, man? You about to make me cry and shit. No, man, damn.
We call this here a little twin. Wow. Nigga.
That was one of my favorite drops. Appreciate you, though, man. Thank you so much, bro. You almost made me cry with that, man. The baby is on the way. September the 15th. Right side, what's up, my G? Talk to me.
Man, salute Marq Nash, salute UK Cassidy, man. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday. You go show out, man. And I don't mean do nothing crazy, but salute to you, bro.
I'm gonna be right on YouTube. I'm gonna go get some Japanese food. I'm gonna come in here, do some editing videos, and I'm gonna be on YouTube chopping it up with y'all. I'm gonna watch Billions, probably watch the Power show with my wife. I ain't doing nothing. I'm going
That's a good way to enjoy it, man. As long as you enjoying, bro. Hey, man, happy birthday, bro. Much love.
Talk to me, man. What you think about this fight? Chris Colbert got humbled tonight, yeah?
You know what, man? I'm going to tell you. From the beginning of the fight, first off, I didn't really like I didn't like how, of course, the dancing in the locker room, all that. He does that. What I didn't like before this, man, during the press conference, he called himself a clown. That's what he said. He said, yeah, I wear my hair. I'm a clown. And I'm going to come in and juggle my opponents, this, that, whatever. And so for the fight to go the way that it did, in the early rounds, you know what I'm saying? I was kind of skeptical. I was like, okay, maybe he's trying to get Garcia to wear himself down. You know what I'm saying? Punch himself out, something like that. Maybe he don't think he has the stamina to go the distance. But then as the fight continued to go, bro, it was like, bro, you're not letting your hands go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure what your game plan is right now. You allowing him to get you on the ropes, keep you in the corner. You kind of sort of attempting to fight off the ropes, kind of, but he letting his hands go while you on the ropes. He hit you with pity pats hard. Then he hit you with 3-4 pity pat shots. Then he hit you with the hard shots. You know what I'm saying? Going around the guard, going through the guard. That high guard that he was wearing wasn't worth a damn. Then he was going to the body as well. And I'm sitting here like, bro, you can't just keep allowing yourself to get hit. In my opinion, I think one of Chris Colbert's strengths would be keeping the fight in the middle of the ring. You know what I'm saying? Using his mobility and his ability to slip punches, those type of things. Man, he didn't do any of that. So I was just kind of confused as to what the game plan was going into the fight. And then, you know, I understand in the later rounds, you know, he didn't feel like he had a chance, so he just didn't want to get knocked out. But for the man to stand in the middle of the ring, put his hands up and be like, come on and fight, let's fight, bro. We gonna fight or not? I think that was just in the little chat I was in, bro, I was like, man, this man literally is calling you a bitch in the middle of the ring right now. He's saying you not trying to fight. And I don't know, man. I was really disappointed. I thought that Colbert would come out and especially with his opponent taking the fight in such short notice, I thought that it was going to be a better fight with Gutierrez versus Garcia. But now I was like, hell, Gutierrez might have stopped his ass. You know what I'm saying? If he would have brought this same stuff. And I know Colbert, he always says he don't watch film on the opponent. So I don't know. I don't think it being a different opponent meant too much because you're not watching film on your opponents anyways. You know what I'm saying? So I just thought it was a bad look the way he kind of ended the fight on his bike and not really engaging. I understand why he did it. And I know I was listening to Garcia after the fight, and Garcia, he was like, after I knocked him down, there was another punch in like the 9th round or something where I caught him to the body. And when I caught him to the body then, I knew he didn't want no more. You know what I'm saying? And it's tough for somebody to come in on short notice and take your fighting spirit away the way Garcia did. So I question. I'm not going to question the man as a fighter, but just I question the heart. I question the dog in you. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of that, there's going to always be you're going to always find yourself having some type of opposition or find yourself having some type of struggle in the ring. And boxing is all about how you come back from that struggle or how you react to it and how you move forward after you fall into that struggle. You know what I'm saying? And I think he didn't put on a good look for himself tonight. And I will see what happens with him. I've seen a lot of people talking about retire and shit like that. Nah, come on, bro. It's one loss. And so I think he still has a good career ahead of him. But I do think he needs to take boxing more serious because I think he's been able to get away with just strictly fighting off of talent and not necessarily training as hard as necessary and pushing himself to those levels. And the other thing, and then I'm gonna cut myself short, but the other thing he said was, I need to be in there with better competition to see how good I can really be so they can push me to be as good as I can be. And then you get in there with better competition tonight and you fold. And I just it's not a good look, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You finished?
I can keep going. I keep rocking now. I'm trying to pass it along. You can bring it back to me now, but I can keep going.
No, I'm never passing you the mic again. Look, 2 minutes stops, bro. Next time you get the mic, look at the time when you start talking and just be cognizant of that. I'm like, this nigga just ain't gonna stop.
Oh, I didn't even see the timer, bro.
No, it's a timer somewhere. You gotta watch. You got a cell phone?
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna time myself from now on. My bad. I time myself.
This motherfucker, right? He's like, I'm on the panel by myself. Fuck it, it's my show. I'm like, bro, you got to wrap it up. Like that's, golly. That shit right there was kind of long, man. Shout out to Ken S. He said, "Happy birthday, boy." Let me give it a drop. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much.
I got 5 on it.
Yeah,
I got.
we was cracking jokes on you in the chat. We was like, "Is he ever gonna stop?" Hey, look, he was answering his own question, like I said before, I gotta agree with myself. Chris Colbert. Right side, I'm teasing you. But I was like, yeah, look at the chat. We was roasting you for a little bit. We was like, this nigga ain't gonna stop talking. Hey, look, we started at about what? At that point, it was 106. Shout out to John Smith. You didn't stop till about right side. I ain't make you mad, are you? Cool, right?
Bro, I'm from, man, you good, bro. It ain't never nothing. You know, this all good.
All right, because if you was mad, I was gonna start even more. Since shit ain't bother you, I can quit.
No, bro.
Bother you, I was gonna go a little bit longer. Pause. Let me go through a couple of these chats. Eclipse hit it there. He said, well stated, hard for Colbert to live this one down. Absolutely. That was wrap it up, bro. Somebody said, at least it's not me this time. Nah, Eclipse, you good. Nah, you don't go as long as right side. Pause. Right side to be up here. And you know what? Like I said before, I got to agree with myself, like I said last time, but I could be wrong. Somebody was like, yo, wrap it up. Where's the wrap it up? But yeah, they was laughing. I was like, dude, it's cool, but this is one flaw on the mic. That's it. He just be long. Somebody was like, oh, I got the wrap it up button here to there. I just didn't want to push the button on it because I like right side. It was like this. Yeah, but that's the wrap it up button right there. Normally I hit the wrap it up button on people, but you cool right side. Go ahead, Cassidy. You got the floor.
Yeah, man. Yeah, sorry, Mark, man. I didn't actually think it was. I thought you was joking when you said it was your birthday, innit? But I forgot that you reminded that like a last week ago, I think, man. You reminded the panel or whatnot. So yeah, happy birthday to you, man. For real, innit? Happy birthday to you. You get me?
Absolutely. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. And what's up, right side, man? Are you good, fam? What's good, man?
Man, come on, man. I ain't gonna be here all day, man. Forget all the pleasantries. Let's get back on this Chris Colbert. Let's pick on Chris Colbert a little bit more. Hey, look, was Chris Colbert overrated?
Yes, 100%. I wasn't really impressed with him anyway. If right side is correct, yeah, he needed better competition, man. I wasn't really impressed with his. Who did he really stop? Like, no one cares about no Obaleda. No one cares about Beltran and that. No one cares about those guys, like, and Nayamba. Like, we don't care about those guys.
King Tut was somebody special though, man. He was pretty good.
Yeah, 100%. But it's all right. It's a competition. You need better and this is what happens when you get put up with the real competition. That's why I speak on Boots, Ennis, and all these guys. When you get put in there with a real lion, somebody that's going to drag you out into the deep waters, you're going to find out what it's all about. And we found out today that Chris Colbert is a fucking, what is he? I don't even know what to call him. He's a Mary Poppins. I don't know what to call him. Like, how you getting on your bike like that? That's what I'm saying. I don't care what anyone says. To me, this is a lion sport. You need to be a warrior. You're not running around in there talking about, oh yeah, I didn't want to get caught with it. This. No, man. No. You was talking all that shit at the press conference. Like right side said, he said, oh yeah, I'm good. I'm a clown, so I'm going to juggle around. What are you talking about? So then, where's the? We want to see combinations. What are you talking about, man? I had hope in Chris Colbert, man, but after what I saw today, man, the ceiling is there, man. He ain't going any further. He needs to take boxing seriously. If he doesn't, then he's just going to be another Adrian Broner, one of those fighters, man. We don't care about no Jesse Corrales. We don't care about those guys, man. He was impressive though, but those guys they're tin cans. You got put in there with a real lion today, and we saw what happened.
Hey, look, Cass, like I said, I can't disagree with you more. I gotta disagree with you on that. At that point, the guy knows he's outmatched. So you just want to see him running there and just get knocked out.
No, I want you to be a lion. I want you to stand on your word.
Stand on your word. Listen, at this point, the fight is damn near over. It's only one way he can win this fight, and that's with a bullet. That's the only way he's gonna win that fight.
All right, Mark,
let me say this. So my whole point to this, I was quiet while you was talking. Please let me say this. I get it. We want these guys to be warriors and all of that. It sounds good, but it's a point in a fight where you realize you lost, and you got to live the fight the next day. Now he could go in there and do something wild and go in there and take some chances like you wanted to do, get caught with a shot, and he could end his career. He could die. He could just never come back. He survived and he lived to fight another day. He can go back and learn from it. I saw somebody in the chat say he ain't got no dog in him. Maybe that's the case. But he tried that early on in the fight. He just can't. He didn't have enough firepower for this guy. He had questionable defense. He couldn't make the adjustments. His legs wasn't there. These ain't excuses. These are things that happen throughout the fight. And the kid just got his ass kicked, and it happened. But go ahead. He got exposed, right, BD, big dog, yeah, B dog. He got exposed. But what you want to do? Go in there and get knocked out like Wilder did? Go for it. Go ahead, Cassie. I'll mute your mic. Go ahead.
Oh, no, of course not, man. You're right in a sense, but I'm saying to you that, listen, Mark, man, this is the real world of boxing. We don't like this is warrior stuff. You can't Hagler, all the greats. We're not hearing that shit. You come out and you fight on your shield. You're not going to be a world champion in that sort of mentality. You're not going to see Shakur Stevenson do that. If Oscar Valdez fucks up Shakur Stevenson for the whole fucking 10 rounds, there's no way in hell that he's just going to jump on his back. No way. Terence Crawford? No way. Who else? Even Stephen Fulton? No way. Who else? Gary Russell? No way. Gary Russell was fighting with one arm. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could have just packed it in and folded for the whole fight.
Hold up. Different fighter, different defense. You can't compare what he did in this fight and what Chris Colbert did. But go ahead.
I'm just saying there's levels to this. And Chris Colbert, he was built up to be this, this net 130, him and Shakur Stevenson. No, man. No. He's cut. He's not cut. I thought he would have been cut from a different type of cloth, but obviously not. But like you said, it's one fact. He can fight for another day. He gets to go back to his family. So that's the upside to this. So yeah.
Let me take this call. 707. What up, homie? It's rolling. Rollins. What up?
All right. How you doing, man? Just the birthday guy?
Yes, sir. How you doing, my brother?
Happy birthday to you, young buck.
Yeah, man. God is good, man. I'm so blessed to be here, man.
All the
man.
time.
I don't deserve it, man,
yes,
but I'm gonna receive it though. How about that?
That's right. Now you giving it, man. This Roosevelt. I called you last a couple of weeks, about a week or so ago. Yeah. I'm out here in California. I ain't forget to Gmail you. I just been busy, man.
It's okay, my brother. I'm still here though.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit you up, but I've been celebrating, man. Something happened, big dog, and it happened for the better. I was exonerated. For that murder, man.
Yo, we was talking about that.
Yeah, for sure.
You beat it?
Yes, sir.
They wiped it off your paperwork?
Really, what it was, man, I never went to jail. I never got handcuffed or anything for it because the whole thing was a self-defense against my racist neighbor.
Man, yeah, I remember you now, man, bro. You never called me about that. I remember we supposed to do an episode about it.
I'm going to get you. Yeah, because it came out in the newspaper, and I wasn't expecting it to come out in the newspaper how they bought it out, and which was a total surprise. So I've been celebrating and been doing a couple of things, and yeah. And I said, nah, man, I told my son this morning, I said, son, I got to tap in with this young buck right here, man. He's doing good things, and he got a cool channel.
Thank you,
and my son was like, okay, yeah, that's right. So, all right. I can hear myself on the TV now, man. I couldn't hear myself.
No, you good. Just make sure you turn the TV down so we don't hear it on the show.
I got you, big dog.
Talk to me.
I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you,
sir.
You
know what I'm saying?
Thank you, sir.
I'm definitely going to tap in with you.
I look forward to hearing it, man. So we can tell the whole story, man. You can tell the whole story and let everybody hear it, and so we can congratulate you and celebrate with you, man. Please try to email me, man, this weekend, bro. Don't forget, man. Please,
man.
Please.
I'm not, man. God bless you. I'm tapped in. I got you saved in, and yeah, man. I'm definitely gonna hit you up, my brother. I'm in this kitchen cooking now, man.
How did you celebrate, man? How did you celebrate getting exonerated off that murder, man? Off that self-defense?
Well, basically, man, just tapping in with the people who I really love and care about, and just really thanking God, because if there was anything that was out of place, meaning any wrong thing that was dead on my behalf, man, I wouldn't be on this phone talking to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Somebody asked, what are you cooking? Before I let you go, they was like, man, what are you in there cooking?
Oh, man, I'm from New Orleans. You heard me? So right quick, I'm about to fry some of this Southern style chicken. I'm making some potato salad, some homemade potato salad, and a little shrimp pasta right quick. You heard me?
All right, man. Enjoy your meal, man. Enjoy your meal. It tastes. I bet it tastes a little different without this cloud hanging over your head. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, man. I feel so good, man. And I'm definitely, like I said, I'm definitely going to tap back in with you because I appreciate what you're doing. And my hats off to everybody on your team out there. You feel me? God bless you and keep up the good work.
Man, you on the team too if you're on this phone call. So I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
God bless.
All righty. Until next time, I'll hit you.
I'm looking forward to it, man. Sooner than later. God bless.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. Shout out to Roosevelt. Yeah. I remember he called in a couple weeks ago. He was telling us this story, man. But we was in the middle of another conversation. And I didn't want to cut him short, but I wanted to enjoy the conversation. He was telling us how he got into it with his neighbor, his racist neighbor. And the neighbor lost his life. And they was, it was self-defense. But, it's still a process you got to go through. Yeah, you're going to go, you might beat it, but it was still a process. So congratulations on him of getting that murder off his, that cloud of murder from over his head. Truly remarkable. And hey, look, man, racism don't pay, man. Leave that shit alone. Let me go back to the chat and I'll go back to the panel after matter of fact, the panel was talking before the phone run. Who had the mic? All right, well, I'll go back to the chat. Clip said, he was on his back with his legs up in the air looking moist. Yeah, he was. Looking like he wants somebody to bust him down. Clip said he got his legs up in the air looking moist. Yeah, man. Look at his face. He's shocked. He's shocked. He's shocked. Didn't expect that to happen. And that's what happens. It's my guy, Brandon Boxing Scholar. What up, Brando?
What's up, Mark? Man, y'all, we gotta stop this, boxing fans. We gotta stop being hard on our fighters, man. UFC don't do this to their fighters. We gotta. This is why fighters be ducking fighters because they don't want this type of reaction. He held his head high after the fight. He paid respect to his opponent. He did. Everybody know going in, he don't got like knockout power, one shot knockout power. You know what I mean? Like most of his, I think he only has 6 knockouts out of 14 fights. So if his legs is gone in the fight, and what other option does he have to win? If the body shot has took it a toll on him, and he doesn't have one shot knockout power, what other option does he have but to survive and live to fight another day? That's the only option that he has. We gotta stop. We gotta stop doing this. Somebody said he don't got dog in him. Let me tell you guys something. Fighters, in order to be fighters, that's why they 1% of the population. Their job is to take punches upside the head. Part of a qualification of being a fighter is having dog in you. Yeah, there's different amounts of dog, but most fighters got dog. If somebody hit you in let's say, hey, let's play around, and they hit you really hard, you gonna get serious. Like, man, I don't want to do this for a living. Like, man, what the hell is that?
Hold on, you said they're gonna do what?
Hey,
look, all you gonna hear is this. Bang, bang. Somebody come up. I ain't no boxer, homie. The Army didn't teach me how to box. They taught me how to do something else, homie. I'm a click pow.
You John Wick with it. But what
click
I'm saying,
pow,
man, is
hey, look. Straight like that. Off gate, nigga. Bang, bang. I'm going out like Taxstone with it, nigga. I'm shooting everybody in this motherfucking club.
Hey, Mark, you so calm, bro. If you got into it with somebody, bro, you probably like respectfully, sir, suck my.
No. I ain't even about to do all that, bro. Cause when it's on, less is more. I'm gonna be out there screaming. I'm gonna be like, I'm scared. He trying to kill me. Man, I'm gonna make a scene. I'm gonna be out there screaming like a bitch. I'm like, ah. Hey, look, I'm so real that I pop him. I'll probably try to do CPR on his ass, so that'll look good on the camera.
Oh man, but yeah, man. Back to what I said. Being a fighter, man, the qualification, you gotta have a certain level of toughness. You're not gonna make it to an elite level if you can't hide from being hurt from a body shot. Fighters are actors. So to say a person don't got no dog, man, is insulting. Especially coming from somebody who ain't in the sport, man. That's really, really insulting. But yeah, man, we gotta stop doing it to our fighters, man. I felt like, the fight was a good fight. You know what I mean? Even though he survived, he did what he had to do. Like you said, he could. If he would have went in there and took the punishment, they would have been saying why he didn't stop the fight, like they did with Wilder. Well, you didn't have anything left. It's like a lose-lose situation. Mm-hmm. No matter what he did, they would have had something bad to say. So we got to stop doing this as boxing fans, man.
Hey, look, they said somebody said, nah, bro, he was talking all that shit and got his ass beat, and he's humbled. Like it's part of it.
But in his humbleness, when he was humble, he went and he was gracious in his defeat. He didn't say, man, forget him. I choked on myself. He didn't make no excuses. He didn't do nothing. Heavy costumes. He handled it with grace. And one thing you got to remember about these fighters like him is Muhammad Ali had tassels on his shoes. Mike Tyson didn't. You know why? We know what Mike Tyson was about. Most of the fighters that do all that showman stuff, it's because they don't got the power to put asses in the seat. You know what I mean? Deontay Wilder comes out all black. He ain't gotta dye his hair or do what Paulie's a perfect example.
Nah, come on, stop right there. Stop right there. Wilder came out there with a whole 10 man from the Wizard of Oz suit on, my nigga. Come on, bro.
Yeah. Let's take Wilder out. Let's
he had all kind of wild. He was doing.
You're right. I had to think about that.
Yeah,
the heavy costume. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. I think about the heavy costume. But going back like Paulie, a perfect example of that. Everybody know Paulie was world class championship level, right? But Paulie didn't have power. Paulie used to come out. I remember one press conference. He had like a Speedo on with like an elephant in the front.
I never want you to say that again. I don't want to hear about that no more.
But
man, join the panel, man. Why you don't join the panel before we end this shit?
I didn't see the link.
Oh, just all you gotta do is ask if you don't see it. 9 times out of 10, it probably just got slid all the way up to the top. Pause. But the link is out there now. Click the link, join the panel.
All right.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to talk. Cassidy, he was talking to you. He wanted that smoke with you, Cassidy. He said you need to stop this shit. Go ahead, Cass. Right side.
Yeah, go on, right side.
Well, I'll be the one. I know I said that I ain't see the dog in Colbert tonight. I didn't see it. So, yeah, he right. I ain't in the sport, but I watch the sport. I love the sport. So I think that for me saying I didn't see the dog in him, it's just a honest observation that I'm making. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to say the man a sucker, nothing like that. I'm just saying tonight I ain't see no dog in him. And that comes from not even the rounds where he was trying to survive. After he got knocked down, I thought the fight was over anyways because he had lost so many rounds and all that. But in the early rounds is where I didn't see no dog in him as well. And so, you know, I understand where the brother coming from, but I disagree. I think that we are allowed to sit up here and speak on what we observe in the ring and be very honest about it. It is what it is.
Okay, Cassidy, you want to reply before we let you want to reply to anything the Boston Scholar said or Right Side said?
Yeah, man. No. I agree with Boxing Scholar to an extent, but when we're paying our hard-earned money to watch these kind of fights, we do expect for these fighters to put their all in. Do you know what I'm saying? And I wanted to ask you a question, Marq. Why couldn't Colbert pull off a Julio Cesar Chavez against Mildred Taylor? Why couldn't he do that?
He didn't have it in him. And plus, hold on, slow down. Did you see that Chavez and Mildred Taylor fight? Or you just thinking about the way it ended? Because Chavez was landing punches all night long. Colbert wasn't.
Well, he got his fair share in the fight. He had bright spots.
No. He landed some touch shots. And Chris Colbert ain't no Julio Cesar Chavez type puncher. He's not that type of puncher. He's not that type of fighter. He's not that. He just don't have that type of pop. He don't have that championship experience. No, bro. No, he can't. He's not gonna pull off a Julio Cesar Chavez. But you know what? At least he didn't do a Roberto Duran. He didn't just say no mas and walk off. People still love him and respect him as a champion, as a fighter, and as a warrior. Somebody got dog in him, but he quit. Guys, sometimes you get sometimes you meet your match, bro. And you meet your match right here, right now, in front of God and country. Ain't nothing you can do, bro. Dude got your number. I think I don't want to put words, I don't want to put nothing in your mouth, respectfully. But I'll let you speak for yourself. But it seems like you keep bringing up the fact that he just didn't go out there and put it all on the line in the last 2 rounds to try to win. But I'm telling you, it's called surviving, bro. You survive this one and you come back and try to fight the next day. But he could have took some serious punishment that could have ruined the rest of his career or the rest of his life. And he had no way of beating this guy. He don't have the power to get him off of him. He don't have the power to stop him. Like, what do you want from him other than you want to just see him, like, you just want to see a devastating knockout for the other guy? Like, I don't get it. Chris Colbert's not a power puncher, though. He's not a knockout artist. He had no way to win the fight. If he can't outbox you, can't hurt you, can't finesse you, he hit the guy with his best shots all night. The guy walked through it. What you want Chris Colbert to do? Every time he got in exchange, he got popped. He got hurt. But I digress. But go ahead.
Well, to me, man, I'm just saying, like, it's just, to me, man, he backed a whole lot of shit in it. You get me? He was talking a whole lot of shit. So you back what you're saying. He was saying, yeah, coming to fight, I'm a clown, juggle, this, that. So then back what you're saying. We don't want to see. I'm not saying you go out there and take the shots and be some punching bag and all this stuff. I'm not saying that. I'm saying fight with a purpose. Fight with a purpose. That's what I'm saying to you. The greats. He in this game, Marq. I'm in this game, Marq, and Boxing Scholar and Right Side. Is Chris Colbert or these boxers, are they trying to become the best? Are they trying to be great? If you're trying to be great, then yes, you don't survive and do this other stuff. If you're trying to be great, you risk it and you roll the dice. Who knows? He could have caught him with a shot. We don't know. We
know he don't have it.
No, we don't know.
He don't have it. He been hit on the. Look, if you can't hit the guy when you can't hurt the guy when you fresh and you at your strongest, how you gonna hurt him after you been dropped and getting your ass beat for the last 30 minutes?
But you don't run. You don't run though. He's running around. You don't run. You don't run.
Yes,
you stick out a jab at least.
Yes, you do. Sometimes bro, that's what fighters do. They get hurt. They try to survive. That's part of boxing. It's called lateral movement. It's called holding on. It's called surviving. He lost the fight already at this point.
Well,
which you just wish he would have quit. If he would have quit in the corner, y'all would have been happy. If he would have just said no mas.
He wasn't getting beaten enough to say no mas.
You won't take none of them punches, nigga. Don't tell me he won't get beat up. Look at his face.
He wasn't getting beaten enough to say no mas. Come on.
And old boy wasn't getting Roberto Duran wasn't getting beat up like that all night to say no mas, but he said no mas because he was getting frustrated. He couldn't do nothing with him. This guy, Chris Colbert, is no Julio Cesar Chavez. He don't have that in him. He don't have that power. And you want him to go out there and try to pull a Julio Cesar Chavez was landing some good blows throughout that whole fight. Chris Colbert wasn't. Chris Colbert just wasn't. He didn't. You gotta soften your man up some. I'm just telling you. You and I, we can agree about that to the end of the time, homie. But at the end of the day, Chris Colbert had nothing for this dude. He knew he didn't have nothing for him, and he decided to play it safe. I'll come back and fight another day. But go ahead. Let me pass around a little bit. Go ahead, Boston Scholar.
You made a great point, man, when you brought up Roberto Duran. He wasn't taking no punishment. All Sugar Ray was doing was taunting him. He turned and quit, and people still consider him great. Like you said, man, I don't know. Y'all say he didn't have any dog. So I seen him get knocked down and get up, and he's not you, not the birthday boy. I don't know who specifically said. I think it was
somebody in the chat that said that earlier. But
okay. So part of the dog is not he when he got knocked down, he got up and still tried to win the fight. He didn't go immediately into survival mode. That's dog to me, in my opinion, because he could have easily got up and just started running from that round into the 12th round, but he didn't. He still was trying to win. It was even times where he was letting Furies off the rope. Like he was still trying to win the fight, even though he didn't have anything left. Like to me, he showed the opposite. He showed me heart. See, like I always say, I want to see a fighter under pressure because pressure make diamonds. I want to see adversity. Because it's easy to you look like a champion whenever your competition is taxi cab drivers or etc. Or they ain't on your level. You outskill them with what God gave you naturally. But when you get in there and you're somebody that's even skill wise, or they can outwill you, that's when it's a fight. That's when it's pressure. And to me, he made a good account of himself. He went 12 rounds, even though the fight should have been finished like maybe in the 5th or 6th round, in my opinion. Just based on he started the fight off with taking heavy. He didn't look good in the first round. He didn't throw a lot of punches. He was taking a whole bunch of body shots. And I don't know if anybody on the panel ever been hit with body shots, but I'd rather take a clean headshot any day than a body shot.
Man, Montre Bellamy hit me in my stomach at church when we was little kids, yo. Man, hey, look, he be trying to be my friend on Facebook now. I'm like, nigga, you punched me in my stomach, made me cry at church when we was kids. I ain't even pray for him. No, I'm joking. But nah, yeah, go ahead.
That's real talk. Like he if you go back and look at that fight, he was people is crazy, man. So they mad at this dude for talking stuff before the fight. So they feel like he's not worthy of respect because of the stuff that he talked before the fight. Conor McGregor talk a lot of shit before his fights, and he's quit it in a couple. UFC fans still support Conor McGregor. We got to stop doing this to our sport, guys.
Go ahead, Cassidy. Reply.
Can I tap into that real quick?
I want Cassidy to reply. 'Cause I believe he's talking to him direct. I want him to be able to reply first. Go ahead.
See, now you pick and choose when you're going to mention these guys. You're talking about Roberto Durant. Chris Colbert is not Roberto Durant. Roberto Durant is a former world champion. Chris Colbert is not no former world champion of nothing. Conor McGregor is a former world champion. He was stopping, destroying guys before he started his tapping out shit. So if you want to, like Chris Colbert, he was a young 25-year-old. He thought that he was going to run through this guy. That guy came here. He wasn't say. Why wasn't he talking shit? He just said, "I'm coming here to fight. I'm ready to fight," and that's it. And Chris Colbert did a bit off more than he could chew. So I don't understand why he was running in the last whatever bit of the fight. It's not making sense to me. You want to become great, so you have to do. You're gonna have to sacrifice something. This is what happens. All the greats have to sacrifice something. There's no survival and all this stuff. You're not trying to be great then. You're not trying to become world champion. You're not trying to become certain things then. That's how I see it. I'm not getting no slack. None. And people want to say, "Oh, you want to get in there and fight?" Yeah, that's fine. I don't come in here to speak about my personal life, but yeah, I've had experiences of fights and all that stuff. But I'm not talking shit and then going to run around in the last end of the fight. It's not making sense.
Okay. Right side, go ahead. But bro, you did bring it up comparing him to Julio Cesar Chavez. So that's why we brought up the Roberto Duran thing, because Roberto Duran quit. At least Chris Colbert didn't quit. That's why we brought that up. And he wasn't even, and Roberto Duran didn't take this type of beating, and he quit. Chavez landed punches and was hurting Mildred Taylor. Chris Colbert wasn't. So you did bring up some guys and compare Chris Colbert to him first, to be fair, Cassidy.
Yes, I was wrong. Correct. I was wrong. Correct.
Fair enough. Right side, you got the floor. Then we're gonna let that guy Eclipse, and then Lance Meyer.
So one thing the Boston Scholar said.
Right side, get time to right side, respectfully.
I got you. The one thing that he said that I agree with is we can't toss these fighters out, and I said that from the beginning. Just because this man took a loss,
hey, can you give me a phone check?
Say it again.
No, that was Lance Meyer. He didn't have his mic muted. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I was saying that just because this man took a loss, we can't necessarily. I don't think he should be counted out. I don't think anything less of him. You know what I'm saying? I think that he went into a fight. He was overmatched. It is what it is. I think he could have did some things better in the earlier rounds, but I will say as well though, if you're gonna talk the game that you talk, come put up or and show out. You feel me? If you're gonna talk that outside the ring. And the same way with any fighter, if they're talking like that and they don't come show up, then I'm gonna call them on it. You feel me? Just because that's what they're saying. I'm the same way Gary Antoine Russell said he was gonna stop Victor Postol in the 5th, 6th round. He didn't get that done. I understand why it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say, bro, you said this was gonna happen, so I'm not gonna give you as much credit, but I'm gonna give you a hell of a lot of credit for that fight. And so all I'm saying is regardless, and no, I hadn't took the body shots that Chris Colbert took tonight. I have not. So I ain't even trying to say I did. All I'm saying is just being a fan of the sport, that I think I can be objective about it and say, you know, hey, bro, if you're going to say this, we need you to come show up and show out the way you done told us you're going to show out.
Yeah, go ahead, Clips. Hey, look, Clips. Every fighter go there and say they going to win. Somebody got to lose every time. Like, it just happened. That's part of the game. Go ahead, Clips, and then we're gonna. Okay, Lance Meyer dropped off. Go ahead, Clips.
Yeah, but to piggyback on that point, yeah, every fighter in the build up to the fight, you talk your shit. You say, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna moit him. He's got nothing for me. Watch. You know what I'm saying? Don't go get your drinks. Don't go get no popcorn. This is gonna be quick. Watch. Everybody says that shit, and I get it. But when you go in there and you lay an egg, and from what I'm seeing, while I was listening, that's why I was in the chat, because I didn't watch the fight, so I was going through the highlights while I was listening to y'all. I saw an egg get laid. I saw a dude who either didn't take himself seriously, didn't take the opponent seriously, or probably shouldn't have been in there. And I'm not saying in general, probably shouldn't have been in there that night. Okay, I'm gonna shoot him that bell. Maybe maybe some shit was crazy. I wanted to join the panel because I'm with you, bro. Don't bring up the Chavez Meldrick Taylor shit. Those are apples and goddamn bullets. They ain't got nothing to do with each other. Like, man, this was a dude who went in there and saw, oh, Garcia, yeah, you taking this on short notice. Like I said in the chat, I'm not a big Garcia fan, but he's one of them people that I paid attention to because, you know, when you see somebody on undercards and like somebody else stated, I had saw in a previous fight of his where he was fighting on some little bullshit undercard where it was like 300 amateur fights. Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying?
Seen a lot with that.
Right. Like, I don't even care if he didn't win all 300 amateur fights. Like, people, while everybody sits there and eats up on Lomachenko, that's why Lomachenko is Lomachenko. Look at his amateur resume. This ain't a dude that Colbert should have just came into that fight talking about, oh, yeah, I'm going to do my job. I'm just going to go in there, and yeah, I'm a clown. I'm going to go ahead and juggle him. I don't watch film. Nigga, you need to watch some film on this dude because this dude obviously knows what he's doing. Just because you ain't heard of his name or, you know, he's not some attractive, shiny object in the sport of boxing. Like, so that's why I'm talking the shit I'm talking, because it's like, from what I saw of them highlights, nah, you did not go in there like you had a quality opponent in front of you. And therefore you made yourself Meals on Wheels. You know what I'm saying? You were like meal for that boy. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. And that just goes back to Colbert being a clown. And yes, zero dog.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Y'all niggas be.
No, I'm done. No, that was it. He a clown.
Pass the mic around a little bit. Let somebody reply today. Anybody want to reply? Go for it. No order. Anybody? Just please don't talk over each other. Go ahead, Boxing Scholar. I see you queued up. Go for
it. One thing you got to remember is taking a fight at the last second is always going to be dangerous. Do you remember when Anthony Joshua did that, where Andy Ruiz was knocked out? Every time the fighter does it, it's dangerous. So you prepare for this guy and you watch film on this guy, and then you all of a sudden get a last minute replacement. It's always going to throw you off a little bit mentally. So he probably was talking extra shit because he didn't want to look like he had give the fighter the mental edge. I don't think he took him lightly at all. I think he just wasn't prepared. He didn't have enough time to prepare for this fighter. Like, it was too short notice.
Go ahead. Anybody, go ahead.
But my problem is he already tell you he don't prepare for an individual fighter. Maybe he let his coaches look at the film, you know what I'm saying? But in the 2-week notice, they would have looked at the film and prepared him just as much as Garcia would have been prepared for that fight. So at the end of the day, I think that Garcia is just a better boxer. And you know what I mean? I think he was overlooked. And mind you, the man is 14-0 with more knockouts than Colbert. So he carries power better than Colbert. And so I think Colbert would have been wise to understand how dangerous of a fight this was going to be for him. And to go and get washed like you did, bro, like, it is what it is. It was a bad performance. So let's just call it a bad performance and see what he go back to the drawing board and come back with. But yeah, I ain't saying the man is a scrub or nothing like that. I'm just saying that in this fight, he didn't show the dog in him. He didn't show any maturity, as John Smith, or one John Smith, somebody in the chat said. And it was just certain things going on in this fight, or not even just. I think it's certain ways that Colbert carries himself and looks at the sport of boxing that is a detriment to him becoming the greatest he can be. I think he has very great potential. And because he didn't, I don't think he utilized any of his strengths in this fight as well, especially leaning up on the ropes and shit. So I can't give him credit just because he took a week on short notice, or he took a fight on short notice and ended up getting washed in the fight. I'm not giving him credit for that.
Go ahead, Cassie.
Yeah, man. Just to bounce back off what Right Side said, man. I'm not giving him any.
Up, man. Come on, man. Give me some energy, bro. Come on, man. Put me down with that shit.
No, I'm just making sure you can hear me, innit?
Nah, man. Just speak up, man. Just turn up a little bit. You boring me with that shit. Yeah, man.
No, fam. I'm good, fam. I'm good. I'm just making sure you can hear me,
go.
fam, so you can make sure the mic don't fuck up in that. You get me?
I always hear you, man. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, fam. I'm just bouncing back and forth, right side, fam. Fuck that. I'm not giving Chris Colbert no slack. You want to be world champion. You want to be the best. So this is the stuff that you have to do. Why are you not watching film? Why are you dancing around in the back, messing about? Why are you not taking stuff seriously? That guy had 300 amateur fights. Did you not know this or something? I'm confused. I'm confused. And that guy's got power. He's looking strong in there. I want to see that guy go up against a few other contenders. He said he called out Gutierrez at the end. He called out Gutierrez. So I want to see that fight. I want to see that fight.
Eliminator though.
Yeah. But still, he's a good fighter. I just like to see good. That's what I'm saying to you. I don't really fuss and carry about belts and all that stuff, to be honest, anymore. Because even the shit guys got the belts now. So you get me? I just want to see the best fight the best. And he at this point, I'm seeing with my eyes that he looks like to be one of the best in the weight class. So
y'all got it. Hey, look, if y'all want to call in 470-705-9507, 470-705-9507, you can call in, or the link is out there if you want to join the panel and get your bars off. Tell me what y'all thought of this fight. Go ahead, let's pass it around.
Yeah, I just think Colbert spent too much time trying to coordinate his hair in that outfit. And, you know, said, from what I've seen in the highlights, I get what you're saying, Mark, about, I wasn't hurting, dude. I need to be in survival mode. But I really didn't see him with an alternative game plan other than what he wanted to come in there and do. To where when he saw, like, when you're not a power puncher and you see that, he's walking through your punches, a true skilled boxer says, okay, let me use my lateral movement. Let me go to the body more, do different things to tire him out. He doesn't, a true skilled fighter who knows that his power's not affecting him doesn't do shit like lay on the ropes and allow dude to lean on you and stay in the wheelhouse or everything like that. So I'm not going to knock him for getting on his bicycle, but I will knock him for that was a survival mechanism. That was like, you wasn't showing like you had an alternative game plan. Okay, this ain't working. Go to plan B. It was like, oh shit, I'm getting my ass whooped.
I disagree, Mike. He tried something different at the beginning of round 10 and got hit with a good shot on the right side of his temple. And then in the rest of that round, he was holding and moving and holding. Like he tried, but he just didn't. He did try to go out there and step to him and try to work the body. He tried instead of trying to do the inside thing. But he just didn't have enough to keep that dude off him. That dude was strong. He went out there early trying to knock this guy out. And when he couldn't get him out of there, then he tried to go to boxing. But I think he gave that guy too much confidence and he gave away too many early rounds. Or
isn't that the reoccurring thing?
Or not giving away, the dude just took those rounds. How about that?
I was about to say, like with the first way you said, I said, hasn't that been the reoccurring theme since maybe about last summer from a lot of these major fights we're seeing where you get this motherfucker who he just gave away, like even with the Cottrell, it's like, I don't think Cottrell gave away full rounds, but I think he gave away some minutes. And, like you're saying, in between him trying to box, in between him trying to bring the fight, like what you're saying is that Colbert, just had a couple rounds in there where he's still figuring out what I'm going to do when you probably should have already had that plan and, trying to implement that plan, and he would have probably had a better showing is what you're saying, correct?
Say that again. You kind of confused me with what I said. Say that again.
You're saying that had Colbert came in there and he implemented the his alternative plans sooner instead of taking rounds saying, damn, this ain't working. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? That's what I'm getting from what you're saying.
No. I disagree. No. That's not what I meant. His first game plan was bad. First game was bad. Let's start there. The first game plan, I'm going to just come out here, high guard, let you shoot your shot, try to catch and shoot. That's not his game. He thought he could knock this dude out, and he slept on this dude and got dropped. He paid the price for it. I think he should have came out there early, try to use his lateral movement, box the guy, confuse him, frustrate him, and all of that, and just try to outpoint him. He should have been trying to do that instead of he got to the point where now he can't try to do that. He has to amount some kind of offense to win this fight. But at that point, it was too little too late. He didn't have enough power, and he was down on too many cards on the round. Down too many rounds. But that's all I got. I passed it around. Shout out to my girl Nick Rich. What up, sis? How you doing? Welcome home. Shout out to Demetri Harris. What up, family? Go ahead.
Marq Nash, I agree 100% because I think early in the round, if he would have came out changing angles, using that lateral movement like he did in the later rounds while continuing to box, I think he would have had a much better chance in this fight. And just that original game plan that he came out with, and the whole land on the ropes thing, that's what killed me. I don't know. And he was waving Garcia in while he was laying on the ropes. And I'm like, bro, get your ass off the fucking ropes and go box.
Though, you know, that's the defense. When the guy's doing that, sometimes he's taking a break.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And he's trying to take a break. He's telling you to come in because he's trying to play it up like I ain't heard and trying to play it up to the judges in the crowd. But he's hurt. He's tired. He's taking a breather. Canelo does it sometimes. St. Floyd do it. These guys taking a little break and you just waving the guy in. Now Floyd would set you up like that. Canelo would do it too. Bait you in, let you throw out some shots, then do a pull counter or catch and shoot off the rope. Chris Colbert, I didn't see none of that in his arsenal. Let me do the super chat real quick. Kevin's Brower said Colbert fought scared. Once Garcia started putting punches together, he couldn't take the onslaught. He don't not have one punch KO power, but he had enough to keep him on his bike in fear of gangster. Absolutely. Yeah. Don't have that one punch, but he definitely had respectful power. Let me give you the $10 drop. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. God bless. Let me give him the drop.
A 10, a 10, a 10, a fucking 10.
Reggie, you said Chris Colbert was gonna get knocked out. He didn't get knocked out, but damn, he did get dropped for the first time in his career, and he suffered his first pro loss. What's next for Chris Colbert? Was Chris Colbert overrated?
No, I don't think he was overrated. I think there's stuff he can work on. I just think he was smelling his shit a little bit too early. Too young, smelling his shit, and thought he was the gift of boxing. But it's always a table to go back to draw shit back up for him. And he has to be willing to go through it. He's going to go through this depression stage like all these fighters do, especially the arrogant ones, the hot-headed ones. He's going to go through a definite depression state. And this wasn't even like it was a close battle. He really went in here and got beat up. And for the second time, he has dealt with somebody with power, because even in that last fight against, I think, Tugastad, he fought.
King Tug, yeah. King Tug.
Yeah, that power. Times. Yeah, he was worried about the power. That's why he started moving a lot against King Tug. In this fight, he started off real flat-footed, very flat-footed. No movement. He was stuck in the mud, and it was looking bad. And even from the beginning, I was like, man, the dude would hit Colbert with like a jab or something. He hit him with like a straight jab, and Colbert reacted to that shit. And I said, oh my God, he ain't liking the way he that punch felt. And he got hit with another one. He kind of like will wipe at his face, like it's a sign like he's been hit with something that's affecting him and bothering him. And I said, that ain't gonna look good. Then seeing the way the guy was disguising that left hand, I said that left hand is ready for Chris. And he was throwing it all night, landing it and timing it perfectly. And then he began to just walk forward on Chris, who was still flat-footed. Then in the third round, when Chris Colbert tried to wake up, that shit standing his ground in the middle of the ring was one of the things that began to set the end for him, because he trying to stand in there to battle with a guy, knowing he doesn't have the power, trying to throw off with a lot of heavy force to the punch, because his power comes from just being fast. He throws a lot of speed on it, and it wasn't really having no effect up on this guy. And then early on, trying to see Chris Colbert make that little stance switch, it's like he's having difficulty trying to figure some shit out. This guy was just way too strong, too powerful for Chris Colbert. And if Chris could have went into being a boxer, he could have dealt with this powerful guy. But him wanting to stand in front of him, that laying on the ropes, laying in the corner, it just didn't work good for him. And it's back to the drawing board. This was an embarrassing defeat, because it was 12 straight rounds of just getting his ass whooped.
Go for it. Matter of fact, before you do that, let me do this drop real quick. Shout out to Right Side. Thanks so much. He said, happy birthday, big homie. Thank you so much, bro. God knows. It's a big one, man. It's a big birthday for me, and I was truly emotional. I ain't gonna lie. I cried and everything last night.
I got 5 on it.
Yep, old man teared up a little bit. I was like, yeah. It was a little emotional. Anybody want to react what Reggie said? Anybody agree, disagree? The floor is open. Anybody?
One of the reasons that to keep it all the way real with you, I didn't even know who Colbert was. One of the reasons I knew who he was is because that interview with Ness. The interview with Ness is what got him on the map of him talking shit about Wilder. People wasn't paying attention to him before that. So part of his getting into the limelight was talking shit. So he's going to continue to do that. Same way Adrian Bronner goes out there and gets his ass beat and still talks stuff. So I don't. That's part of the sport. I don't even know why people are so mad at him talking stuff. But like the dude just said, man, is everybody takes losses. Now let's see how he bounces back from it. If he goes on a 10 fight winning spree of beating non-champions, will people still say he's overrated? Like you could overrate anybody. So he was only overrated because people wanted to see him lose, and they thought he was, like smelling his own shit, but he was just talking shit because it brought eyeballs on him, just like he did with the Wilder stuff and that interview with Ness.
I'm not going. I didn't see the interview with Ness. I know Chris Colbert strictly from boxing. I have never really, outside of his fight, his normal press conferences, shit like that. I ain't never really looked at him like that. So I didn't know nothing about the Wilder shit until it was brought up earlier. You know what I'm saying? That's why the curse of Wilder is what I heard. I was like, bro, come on. But it go right into what Reggie said, man. It was just a badass game plan, bro. If you can get on your bike in those last rounds like you did, you should have did that early and boxed, showed your true boxing skills. And I think Chris Colbert has tremendous boxing skills. I give him. I don't think he's the most powerful fighter, but he definitely has boxing skills. So I think him on that bike boxing would have been his best option. But we never saw that tonight.
You know what else I seen? What else I seen tonight? I seen a corner that told him that the guy was scared of him. I seen him come out and he didn't have a cold sweat. He was dry in the first round. That's why he had a bad start, because he was dry. He wasn't drenched in sweat. He didn't get a good warm up. So he came out and got caught with body shots early and just never shook it off. It wasn't like he was intentionally trying to do the rope-a-dope like he was Muhammad Ali. He was put on the ropes because he was getting his body toe up and he didn't have anything left. And his corner, the whole fight, his corner was telling him, giving him bad instructions. First off, Luis Ortiz's trainer was in the corner. So he had two trainers trying to give him advice at once. I noticed that. And then I noticed that they were saying different things, different instructions to give him while he's facing this adversity. And then, like I said, one of them was telling him, like, the guy is scared of you. He's scared of you. Push him back. Push him back. What?
Bro, my problem with that is you say he didn't come out with a sweat. The man was doing the damn electric slide in the back in the locker room. That's on him. You gotta be, if you're a fighter, you know what you need to be prepared once you get in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know his trainers like that. So I can't speak on him like that. You know what I'm saying? So all I can say is, bro, at the end of the day, as a fighter, I need to come out and I need to get it cracking because I got a battle in front of me. And I don't think he had that mental mindset when he first came out. I think he thought this was going to be an easier fight. And once his first game plan, whatever the game plan was, didn't work, I didn't see a clear second game plan to go to.
Hey, man, I'm just going to put it like this, bro. Yeah, he was doing the electric slide backstage, walked to that ring, got shocked and slid. and that's what happened. Straight like that.
Smash the like button. Go ahead. Anybody want to react? Go ahead, Cassidy. Reggie, anybody?
Do y'all think he would have been doing the electric? He's 25 years old. 25-year-olds are going to do what 25-year-olds are going to do. Do you think he would have been doing the electric slide if Teddy Atlas was in his corner?
Hell no. Teddy would have told him check that clown shit in.
I don't think Teddy will work with him.
But my question is, why are we trying to make excuses for him?
He gets no bail money from me.
Yes, no excuses. None. No excuses.
He gonna hold that L with both hands.
Facts. And that's on him, bro. Once again, the man got a ton of potential, but let's call a spade a spade. He got his ass whooped tonight because he came in.
It's February. We can't say that.
Why?
February, you can't be saying call a spade a spade. Come on now, goddamn it.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying, bro. Buddy came in, got his ass whooped. It is what it is. Let's see what he does. Hopefully he goes back. He takes the sport a little more serious. And if he needs new trainers, go get him. Do whatever you got to do. But I hope to see him come back and be very dominant in his next fight. I'm rooting for the young brother, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, let's call a spade. I can't say that. Let's be straight up about it and say that, hey, the dude came in unprepared. He wasn't ready to fight, and it showed in the ring.
I disagree. I think he was ready to fight. He made weight. He came in there. He didn't have no injuries. He just lost to a better man. A guy that I can take your punch, you can't take my punch. The output. It was things that I saw in there with him. Far as his foot position was wrong all night. It was times where he switched stances where I didn't think he really needed to switch stance. But I get it. If that's not working, try something else. But nah, man, he just lost to the better man. I don't care who was training him tonight. I don't think he would have beat this guy. This guy just had. Sometimes people got your number, bro. That shit you did with somebody else, it ain't gonna work tonight. Tonight ain't gonna be your night. And tonight was clearly not Chris Colbert's night. Go ahead, I pass.
I don't disagree. Go ahead.
I ain't making excuses for him. I'm just trying to provide context. Context matters, man. And like I said, like he said the exact same thing Marq said after the fight. He said, I lost to the better man, and he wanted a grudge match. He didn't make excuses. He didn't do anything. He carried that L with grace. The same way he was talking shit before the fight, he was graceful in his loss. And he said those exact words. I got to be graceful in my defeat. So I don't understand why we've been so hard on him. He got his ass whooped.
He got to do that now, though, because he was the one who was out here talking shit when other people took their losses and say, yo, you a bitch. You ain't take your loss. Oh, yeah, he know people are watching. People are listening. So, I mean, what was he going to do? Do the AB? I beat that boy? I beat him. Come on, bro. He was talking about T.O. after his loss. You can't. I mean, he knows people are watching and they follow him on Twitter. And, I mean, he got to carry that shit. So, what do I expect him to say when he clearly was trying to avoid any confrontation those last 2 rounds and amount any kind of offense? I mean, what can he say other than I got to accept the man? Who want to see that twice? Bro, you only won 2 rounds. One judge you won 2 rounds. Two judges you won 2 rounds. The other judge you won. He only won round 3 on everybody card, and 2 out of the 3 judges gave him round 9. And he talking about a rematch for what? Showtime. Stephen Espinoza ain't putting no money for that shit. Him ain't about to put that up again. I'm sorry, but I passed the mic off.
They brought Wilder back for a 3rd fight, and he was destroyed by Fury, and people said the same thing, and that was an exciting fight.
Terrible example. Wilder was a world champion and with 10 defenses or some shit. Come on, bro. Chris Colbert was an interim champ. Wilder at least dropped this guy twice. That fight, even if you think Fury won the first fight, come on, bro. Please don't use Wilder.
The second fight. The second fight he was dominated and Mark Breland stopped the fight. He didn't win no
rematch clause. So you gotta let him fight again. They had a rematch clause. Want a rematch clause for this? People
were saying the same thing. He took a beating. We don't want to see this again, and they had an exciting fight. That's the point I'm making.
Terrible example, bro. Like this dude didn't win. This dude only won. This dude didn't drop nobody. Wilder's a puncher. He got a puncher's chance. He knocked dudes out. He dropped Fury twice. This shit right here, no, you're not about to see this again. It's not the same thing as Wilder versus Fury, bro. I'm sorry, but I passed the mic on.
And not to mention Wilder versus Fury, that was a huge spectacle. That's a huge fight. All 3 of the fights were huge. You know what I'm saying? They were money generators for different promotional companies. So Chris Colbert, he ain't doing what and I'm not he's not doing what Tyson Fury or Deontay Wilder was doing in that fight. So I just don't. You can't compare the 2.
To me, yeah. But go ahead. Explain it more, right? Explain it more, Boston Scholars, if you want to. Or we can pass the mic. You still there? Go ahead, jump in whenever. Same thing.
Adrian Broner talks a lot of shit, and he ain't fought in a long time. If he come back, all eyes gonna be on Adrian Broner just because he talks the shit that he talks. So people could say they don't want to see it, but they're going to tune in anyway. That's what boxing fans do. They say they don't want to see it just to watch it, to complain about it. It is what it is. If he fights him again, people will tune in.
How many division champion is Adrian Broner?
4. Really 3.
Are you sure? I believe he got 4. I think he got 4 divisions, bro.
That's why I said 4, really 3. The guy fought the 4th guy. We didn't even know who he was.
It don't matter. We didn't know who this dude was tonight. That's what I'm saying. We got to stop that just because you don't
He had 300 amateur fights, bro, and he was undefeated.
But people still didn't know him. People still didn't know him. It don't matter if you know him. People didn't know Jack Catterall. They say he beat old boy today. Nobody knew Jeff Horn. He beat Pacquiao. People didn't know Andy Ruiz. Just because you don't know him, don't mean they don't go in there and do their job. And we can't just take away the dude's accomplishments because you didn't know him. Respectfully, you even said yourself, you ain't know Chris Colbert until he did an interview on the Boxing Voice. Bro, just because you don't know him, don't mean they ain't who they are. This dude, Adrian Broner, is a 4-division champion. Whether you want to take one of them away or not, he's a 4-division champion. Chris Colbert is not a 1-division champion. Got an interim belt. He's not the same as AB, bro.
Yeah, I think you're missing what I'm saying, though.
No, I'm not saying what you said. You said Adrian Broner. He said because he talks shit when he come back, people gonna want to see him. Not just that, bro. He's going into the Hall of Fame probably, bro. Whether you like it or not, he's a 4-division champion. A lot of people don't do that in boxing, in the sport as a whole. So I don't know. I don't think Chris Colbert is no Adrian Broner. He ain't proven himself.
I'm not saying he's an Adrian Broner. What I'm saying is people are gonna tune in. People watch wrestling and they know the outcome and they know it's fake. When people talk shit, you're gonna get attention. That's why he talks shit about other fighters losing, because he knows it's gonna get attention on him. That's why he talks about Wilder and tell Wilder stop being a bitch and shit like that, because he knows it's gonna bring attention to him. If he fights again,
or that's what you believe.
That's what I seen. Okay. Was nobody talking about Chris Colbert before he did that interview? But once he started talking about other fighters, he blew up in popularity. And if he goes and fights again, they're gonna put eyeballs on him again, because if he loses again, they're gonna do exactly what they're doing now, judge him really harshly, et cetera, et cetera. That talking shit pushes you to the front of boxing. So this is not gonna be the first time that this has happening or happening.
Go ahead, pass it around. Reggie, you still there? Cassidy, y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, make sure I can still hear everybody. All right, go ahead. Anybody want to reply to any of this?
No, I'm still tuning in. I'm still listening in.
All right, let me do the drop. Shout out to D Bevel, the champ. He said Broner, a 3-division champion. His 4th title was a WBA regular belt against the nobody. D Bevel, you got to stop that. Yeah, nobody to you just because you didn't know him, bro. But that's on his. You got to give it to him. They counted. Hey, look, it was a time I told y'all the other day. It was a time where they didn't count junior titles. So them old heads that was out around before all of us, they don't respect that 154. They don't respect that 140. Them junior belts, and they were like, man, is he a super welterweight or is he a junior middleweight? Which one is it? They think that's bullshit too. But we respect Charlo, right? We ain't gonna take away Jamel Charlo's credit, because we grew up in this era. We in the era where they have a 154 belt. We can't just say it don't count now. But them old heads will be like, man, shit didn't count today. We didn't have that shit in my day. So the regular, the super, it's not his fault that the WBA created a super champ. But his check gonna say champion. They're gonna name a city street after him in his city at his own time. I mean, we ain't gotta like it, but we gotta respect it.
I got 5 on it.
But that's just my opinion. I could be, I'm pretty much right on that. Like, if forever he gonna be called a champion, regular or not. Mario Barrios is gonna be a former champion. He had a regular title. He's always gonna be called a former champion. Pacquiao had a regular title. Ugas had a regular title. People have them regular belts. Shit, y'all don't like that franchise shit, but they call that their super title. That's their big dog belt for those divisions that they choose. We ain't gotta like it, but that's their champion. That's their belt. It's their commission. I pass the mic though.
So Luis Ortiz does his 6 belts that he's got. Does that mean that he's the most crowned heavyweight champion of all time?
Man, look at you over here repeating.
Say that again, Cassidy.
He up here repeating other people talking points from other shows, and I watched them shows too. He ain't even been original. Go ahead, Cassidy. Say it again though.
Well, I said this some time ago. I don't know what anyone else is talking about.
I ain't heard you say it on no channel, but I heard channel say it. But go ahead, Cassidy. Reggie didn't hear you.
No, I'm saying does them belts that Luis Ortiz got, does that count then?
What belts do we got, Cassidy?
The 6 titles that he's won, innit? I don't know. The 6 he's won.
Luis Ortiz.
Yeah, this was your talking point. You heard it from you. You said it first, so you should know this. What are they, Cassidy?
I don't know all the whole 6 belts that I don't know the whole 6, but all the 6 belts that he's won.
So why did you bring it up then?
I was asking. I'm asking.
So what are they then? How do you know he got any? I thought this was your talking point. You didn't get this from somewhere else.
What do you mean? I didn't get this from no. I'm just saying to you that I know that.
What are the 6 belts he had, bro?
I don't know all of them.
Name one of them.
Well, I swear, what did he win the vacant interim? What for his country belt? His own country?
Cuba?
What did he win the interim belt there?
I'm asking you. I ain't never seen him win. I ain't know Cuba had a belt. What you talking about?
I'm asking. I don't know. I'm asking. I didn't say. I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you guys. Does those belts that he has? Because he does have.
You don't know what belts they are until you tell us.
But it's irrelevant if I do. I don't. I'm saying that he does. All right, I'm asking. Does he? I'm asking. And if he does do those count?
Anybody want to answer Cassidy's question here? Cause I don't.
I didn't know he had 6, man.
I think he got the wrong. You got the wrong champion or something, Cassie. I don't know if you mean Luis Ortiz. I mean Andy Ruiz or whatnot.
I'm talking about Luis King Kong Ortiz.
He never won a title, bro.
He has a WBA interim world heavyweight title.
I'm saying that he's got bare interim titles. That's what I'm saying to you. Innit? I don't know.
What?
I don't. He's got bare. He's had bare interim titles. I don't know all of the names of the 6 titles. I can name you about 2 of them. I don't know all 6 of them. No, I don't.
Because he didn't have 6 titles. He ain't never had no 6 world titles, bro.
He's won a continental title. He's won one of those.
That's not a world championship. You just said it. It's intercontinental. That's not a world champion. See, guys, this is the danger of repeating other people's talking points and narratives, especially on this show. It's not gonna work out for you. You got to be able to deliver that shit, because you ain't delivering it right. I know what you're trying to do and how it's done, but you're not doing it right, Cassidy. And I'm surgical with this shit, bro.
I'm surgical too, man. Right. I didn't receive that from no Watson.
I know you did. I know you did, but it's okay. Because if it was your talking point, you should be able to explain it. You can't even explain the shit you just said.
I asked you a question first of all, so don't try.
You said 6 world titles he got. What are they? We asked you what are they.
No, but it's not asking.
You said he had a Cuban belt, nigga. Fuck you mean?
No, but it's not asking me. What are they and this and that. It's like asking someone. Kobe Bryant used to play for the Lakers, right? Yeah. Or what year did he play for them? We know that he played for the Lakers. So what are you talking about? It is the same. I'm meant to know all of the 6 titles that he won.
Let's pass it around. Anybody else want to react to this?
On a lighter note, man, do y'all know how I could fight for that WBC Latino heavyweight title that Luis Ortiz had?
Oh, man, all you got to do is just send in an email, man, and they'll do a little raffle ticket.
I don't know. You lot want to discredit and credit things when you lot want to do it, innit? You get me? Adrian Broner, yeah, he won this. Yes, he did win 4 titles, 4 divisions. Okay, cool. Now King Kong Ortiz, he won these titles from somewhere. I don't know. I didn't say that, this and that. I just know that he won titles somewhere. But now it doesn't matter because, you get me? It doesn't matter for some reason. But yeah, go on.
But what's the purpose of King Kong? What's the purpose of King Kong, Cassidy?
Or something.
I don't even get it.
Someone tried to discredit Adrian Broner's defenses, or not defenses, sorry, the titles that he won. So I said, right, okay, so then the titles that Luis Ortiz won or whatever, do they count? I'm just asking. I didn't say they counted. I didn't say they didn't matter. I was just asking.
I just asked, and what titles are they?
From no stupid channel. I don't get my information from no channel. I don't do that.
Oh, I hurt your feelings. You still on it.
You must get out the stereo.
You tried to push
it happened,
though.
But it happened. You couldn't even explain the shit, bro.
You tried to push a narrative.
No 6 world titles, bro.
I think he got the info out the cereal box.
Nah, I remember Coach Malachi did an episode and he was clowning about Luis Ortiz 6 titles. And he almost did it exactly how Cassidy did, but Coach got a better delivery, respectfully. And it was a joke. It was a running joke. And he was able to deliver the joke better. Cassidy just couldn't deliver the joke as well. And I called him on it, and I hurt his feelings. It happened.
No, I knew this piece of information before Coach even ever brought it up. I wanted to know, do those titles count? That's my whole point of this. There's no joke or nothing. I just wanted to know, does that
Adrian
count?
Broner won a world title in 4 divisions. That's the difference. He won world championships. He wasn't winning the what they call it, the FICAT. What's this called? The FICAT, whatever this is. He wasn't winning the Latino belt. Bear with me, y'all. Let me get this call. 773, you on the MIC. What's your name? Where you calling from, family?
Oh, this is Dr. Marq, man. I'm calling from Chi-Town.
Dr. Marq, how you doing, my brother? Welcome home, welcome home, welcome home.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, bro. Listen, I love the show. I love the authenticity of, man, you guys just talk about it, be about it. I love it. I love it. And Reggie Owens, you know, that's my bruh. That's my nigga. That's my brother right there. So, you know, if he on, I'm trying to get on. I'm listening anyway, just cause he doing it. But let me just say this. Ortiz, see, I come from a different perspective. I come from a different generation. Ortiz is the truth. He's the truth. I don't care what nobody say. But now I understand that he tested positive and whatever the reason is. But I say this: Ortiz will fight everybody. Everybody ducks Ortiz except Wilder. Wilder is the strongest, most authentic boxer on the motherfucking planet, period. Now, I know he's looking at shit. He should be looking at it. Why I'm gonna keep fighting these motherfuckers and they ain't really real? There's no heavyweight fighter on the planet that has the mindset and the authentic belief in himself as Wilder. He is that motherfucker. Period. I don't care what nobody say. I'll get on the panel with anybody and debate that shit. Wilder is the truth. EJ is the truth. EJ is the only motherfucker in boxing. Now, I'm not saying it's not some that's coming up that's going to be that too. But EJ and Wilder are the two most authentic, 10 toes down, fight anybody, fuck anybody up motherfuckers in boxing. Period. That's my time.
Thanks for calling in, Dr. Marq.
I just needed to say that, huh?
I said, thanks for calling in, Dr. Marq. You turned up when you started to, he's the most motherfucking best motherfucking authentic. Yeah.
Listen.
Let me get the next call.
I apologize for the way that I talk.
No, I love it.
Because I am who I am, and I'm not getting ready to apologize for this, but I appreciate the platform, bro. I love you, man.
Love you more, bro.
I love everybody on the platform. I love you, but I'm going to do me.
I love it.
And
Don't
I'm
change.
not gonna apologize for doing me because this is who the fuck I am. And
hey, look.
I say now, motherfucker got a problem with it. Hey, that's your problem.
Hey,
it ain't
Dr. Marq.
mine. I got love for everybody, but that's the real shit right here.
Hey, Dr. Marq, Dr. Marq, I ain't gonna apologize neither. And Errol Spence gonna get his ass kicked when he's stepping there with Bud Crawford, and you know it. Talk about he gonna fight anybody. He out there ducking Bud Crawford. You heard me, nigga. You heard me. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Errol Spence ain't shit.
I got any amount of money that you want to bet. If you betting on Crawford, I will take all your motherfucking money. Listen,
you can't take my money, nigga. You can't take my money, nigga.
1,000 bands. You can bet any bands. I will put my money up and I'll send it to Reggie Owens. Trust him, and it'll sit in his bank. And if I lose, he'll release all the money. If anybody want to bet on Crawford against DJ,
I want that action.
Whatever amount of money you got.
Let's go then.
I want that action. Let's go, Brandon.
Listen, Terrence Crawford ain't got nothing. EJ gonna beat his motherfucking
He ain't gonna
ass.
do shit. He ain't gonna do shit. He gonna get hits on Yellow Beezy.
Well, then, let me tell you this.
Bro, what's wrong with this nigga, bro?
Hey, Marq Nash, you a good brother. Put your money up.
Man, we already said we want that action.
What's your prank details? What's your prank
You the
details?
first one I'm calling. Let's go, big nigga. Let's go. First, as soon as they make the fight, you're gonna be the first motherfucker I call. If I can't find you, I'm gonna find Reggie Owens, and it's going down.
Reggie, you keep that man's contact information. Tell him we coming. And you
Errol Spence ain't
shot
not going
down
out for 4 years.
Hey, yo, everybody trying to talk over each other, man. Let me look. I'm joking with the guests a little bit, man. Y'all, he mad as hell, but it's all good, man. Anybody got look, Dr. Marq? Let me get back to the.
Just put your money up.
Oh, I'm ready, Dr. Marq. But the problem, Dr. Marq, whenever you ready, whenever you ready.
Reggie Owens. I'll send all of it. I'll send 10 grand to Reggie today.
Don't send.
Put
Hey, look.
your money up,
Well,
nigga.
look, hold up now.
You gotta wait for him to make the
Slow
fight
down.
first.
Uncle Marq.
You believe in Terrence Crawford? Put your money up.
Hey, look, Dr. Marq.
Put your money and then I'll take you out to eat, nigga.
That sound like an Errol Spence fan too. That sound like something a fish boy would say. Sound like what you gonna be right there with Yellow Beezy, Dr. Marq. Look, I'm telling you this. He's losing. He getting put to sleep. His eyeball gonna pop out his head again. Just
I'm a smart man. Listen, how do you get to where I'm at being stupid? I'm the smartest motherfucker in this room. Now that you can take to the bank. I'm the smartest motherfucker in this room. You can think whatever the fuck you want to think. Put your money up. I'll take it. I will take it. Or I will give my money.
let me ask you something, Dr.
If
Marq.
you right, I'll give my money to you being right.
Dr. Marq, did you bet on Wilder or Fury? Did you bet on Wilder or Fury?
Your motherfucking
Dr. Marq, now, hold up, Dr. Marq. Did you bet on Fury and Wilder?
Huh?
Did you bet on Fury versus Wilder?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Just asking. Just wanted to know.
And now, I'll tell you this.
But Dr. Marq, after this, though, I got to get back to the panel, man.
Answer this question since I know why you asked it. I'll say this.
No.
I would have bet on Wilder, but here's the problem with the shit. Wilder beat Fury twice in the last fight. He knocked him out twice. They didn't give it to him. I understand the politics of boxing. They don't want Wilder to win because Wilder is the baddest motherfucker on the planet. I don't give a fuck what y'all think. I don't care why. Wilder is that nigga. I'll put my money on Wilder and lose it because I understand the racism of boxing, and they don't want Wilder to be the. Listen, at the end of the day, the Great White Hope shit is necessary because they scared as fuck of there being a black king in the ring. Wilder is the black king. I don't give a fuck what y'all think. This is my truth. And y'all need to hear my truth.
We can hear
You need
you.
to sit down and let me teach you. Because if you believe anything other than that, then you colonized.
Okay.
You're a colonized motherfucker. But that's okay. Silence. Gonna be trying to get my game. Because I'm gonna teach you how to win in life forever. But if you don't want that game, then y'all can just sit back and admire my shit and me and Reggie's shit.
All right.
We gonna win.
Well, Dr. Marq, thanks for calling in, man.
I don't know if I'm better for Earl though, Doc.
Hold on, Dr. Marq. Yeah, because this shit distorting a little bit. Every time you yelling too, it starts distorting a little bit more. You got to turn his volume down a little bit, or just move it a little bit quick because I had to turn everything down.
I'm working on my shit. I'll get it right.
No, you good. Hey, Reggie got something he wanted to say to you real quick before I let you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I was saying, Doc, I don't know if my money on Earl.
Huh?
I don't know if my money is gonna be on Earl.
You heard him? He said he ain't fucking with the fish boy, man. He said his money ain't on that damn drunk fish. Who got his
Is that
eyeball
fish
popped
even
out.
gonna get past Ugas?
I did not hear Reggie. Let him talk.
I'm trying to tell you, maybe you can't hear him. Maybe the phone is set up. Matter of fact, just come back in the chat, Dr. Marq, so you can hear him on the chat.
No, tell me what he said.
He said he don't know if he betting on Spence. His money ain't on Spence. But I gotta go, Dr. Marq. You're not Dr. Marq.
With a whole lot of people that lost money.
Dr. Marq is filler busted, bro.
Listen, I fuck with a lot of people that lost money. They come to me. That's why they need to borrow some money, because they lost money betting on some shit that I already told them. Listen, put your money on Spence. Spence is gonna knock. Listen, if Spence, not only is he gonna knock out, and I'm coming back to say this shit. He gonna knock Ugas the fuck out, and then.
Bro, what's wrong with this nigga, bro?
He said his girlfriend.
Nigga gay now.
My brother, man.
Hey.
What's gonna happen to his ass? Spence gonna knock him the fuck out. If he get in the ring with him, Spence gonna knock him the fuck out. Hey, I'll put whatever you want to put on it. I'll put my money. I'll lose my money on that shit. Peace out.
God bless Dr. Marq. Dr. Marq got all that damn money. Make a little donation for the birthday boy. Shit, putting $10,000 on an imaginary fight. Shit. That shit ain't never about to happen no time soon, and not in my opinion. We'll see though. But shout out to Dr. Marq. Hell of amount of energy right there. They said Dr. Marq is a little emotional right here. I think he violating one of the commandments, Lisa Bell. Shit. But we got my girl Lady Shannon. We got Lisa Bell. He's a little too emotional about these fighters, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Good brother.
No doubt.
I mean, he cool with me. He called on my show, so he cool with me. But damn, he was a little passionate, Reggie. He was like, he's a motherfucking God king, and he can't do no wrong. I'm drinking
crazy.
water, nigga. You better drink it too. I'm the smartest nigga in this motherfucking room. Usually the person who say that isn't the smartest person. That's not a smart thing to say. You don't even know everybody in this room, but I get it. That PhD boy, man, it went to his head. Oh man, that was hilarious. Lady Shan, Lisa Bell, y'all ladies are in the room. Go ahead, Lady Shan, what you got, sis?
What's up?
That was funny.
Happy birthday yet again.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was just wondering about. I was just listening, to what the panel was saying. I was listening to the guy at the top right, trying to make some comparisons with who was he just comparing, doing the Adrian Broner stuff and about Chris Colbert getting washed, getting wiped. I gave him 2 rounds and a pity round, so I gave him 3 rounds. I was just wondering what the comparison was when you spoke about a rematch, because he said he wants a rematch. So why are you comparing the trilogy with a rematch? That's not needed because it was a decisive win for Chris Colbert. So I just wanted to know that.
She talking.
Sorry, I don't know his name. I can't.
That was the Boston Scholar. But before you answer, I want Lisa Bell to give me her opening statement. Think of your answer, Boston Scholar. Let me get Lisa Bell's opening statement. Go ahead, Sister Lisa. How you doing?
I'm good. I just, wanted to shout you out and wish you a happy birthday. And, continue blessings to you, my good brother. And, I just got through from watching the fights not too long ago. So a day of upsets. Yeah.
What
was my take tonight? I don't know. Chris's game plan was just all wrong. It was just totally all wrong. He should have boxed him. He wasn't going to outmuscle this guy. This guy was bigger, stronger, had more pedigree, and a harder puncher. So I just don't know what Chris was doing tonight, but he just didn't look good at all. I actually thought he was going to get stopped.
Mm-hmm. I think he would have got stopped too if he didn't get on his bike at the end. And if dude knew how to that ring better, he could have cornered Chris and could have got Chris out of here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Boston Scholar, you want to answer that question? Lady Shan was like, why are you comparing a trilogy fight to this fight right here, which was pretty much a one-sided beating, respectfully?
I didn't get what she brought Adrian Broner. I didn't really understand the question. I didn't get it.
You didn't get it. All right, let's take out Adrian Broner because you was talking about him being a 4-weight or 3-weight world champ. Why did you compare this fight, a one-sided beatdown from a interim champ, to 2 heavyweight elite fighters? Yeah, just wondering.
Okay, I got you. So the comparison wasn't the actual fights, it wasn't the styles or anything. My comparison was that people say so the second fight was a whitewash with Tyson Fury just dominating them, right? But they've had a third fight, and people complained about the second fight because they said I don't want to see it again because he got dominated. But the third fight, they tuned in to see an exciting fight. What I'm saying is boxing fans will always complain just to say they're not going to watch it, just to watch it to complain. That's what I was saying.
Okay, cool. We don't want to see another Chris Colbert rematch of that. It's not a big fight. There wasn't a title on the line, so no, I don't get the comparison. But yeah, I don't personally want to see that fight ran back. There was no reason for it. There's no reason for it to be ran back. And if Garcia's crew have got any sense, they won't even bother run it back. He's an Olympian anyway. He'd beat Chris Colbert again. He just has to take his L. And can I ask one more question as well, Mark?
Go for it.
Cassidy, what up, though? London in the building. Let's have a ganders at you now. So you're comparing what was the Luis Ortiz thing about?
Oh Lord, here we go again. I thought we were past that. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to, because I was waiting for the link. So while this conversation was in process,
Go for it, sister. It's okay.
Yeah. What up? Go up, Cassidy.
Yo, what's up? What are you saying?
Hold on. Go on. I'm waiting.
She wants you to.
What's up?
What's the Luis Ortiz thing? You said that. Oh, Luis Ortiz had 6 titles. What titles did he have?
We already went through that.
And what was the relevancy of even bringing him up in the conversation that you guys were having? So I just need to know what title that he had, and what was the relevancy after that? Why you brought him up?
Okay, so I brought him up because someone was trying to say that Adrian brought, or boxing scholar said that he to his knowledge that Adrian Broner he was only 3 division world champion when he was actually a 4 division world champion. Someone tried to discredit his 4th division world championship. So I said, okay then. And then Mark said, all right then, but he won it. It doesn't matter if he's a no name. It doesn't matter. It still goes down in the history books, correct? So I said, all right then, cool. So then when everyone tries to discredit Luis Ortiz's championships, I say, all right then, does that count that he won 6 then? And then I was like, all right, cool. And Mark said, no, he didn't win 6 world titles. Them belts don't really mean nothing. So I said, okay, then fine. And I can name you 2 of the titles. The rest of the 4, I don't know.
Okay, then you shouldn't, for one, then don't bring it up. If you don't know every single, that wasn't even relevant. Because he was never a world champ. You brought up that he was an intercontinental. He's never won world titles. And yes, you got that from Coach Malachi's show, because I was been on the show. And that is the only reason why we know that he has got 6 titles. You know it. Stop coming over and capping.
Incorrect.
Yes, no, it's not incorrect. It's not incorrect. You know it. I know it. Stop coming over here chatting shit, fam, and making it look like London people just chat shit because it's annoying. If you don't know something, just be quiet. Don't talk for the sake of talking, because I hear you bare times on here talking stuff that you don't know. If you don't know something, it's cool just to say, just fall back, fam. Fall back.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Where's your receipt on that?
You got it from Malachi. So if you didn't get it from Malachi, why don't you know?
How are you trying to tell me that? How are you trying to tell me that? How are you trying to tell me that?
Let me do this.
No. How are you trying to tell me that my information that I got is from a source that you also heard it from? That doesn't make any sense. So I'm telling you that it's incorrect.
You never.
I already knew that he won.
Let's slow down. Let me take over. Let me jump in here a little bit too. Let me say this. It doesn't matter.
Oh, you telling me that something that I know? It doesn't make any sense. I'm not gonna come on here and tell you something that you don't know. No, incorrect. Sorry.
Mark, I'm not talking to you, Cassidy. Fall back. Mark, the irrelevancy when somebody just...
No. I'm not gonna allow you to come and try and
I got it.
That doesn't make...
Well, then go then. What are you gonna do? Go then.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm not gonna do anything, but you're not gonna come...
Okay, well then I am...
And let me do this. Hey, now what's gonna happen is this. If I mute your mic, bro, don't unmute your mic and keep going. When I mute your mic, it's done. It's over. We moving forward. Got to move forward, y'all. It's 2, 4, 6, 8 other people. It's 7 other people up here. I get it. She had a bone to pick. She had an Instagram. I'm cool with it. You addressed it. She addressed you. Let's move forward. It happened and it's over. You said you didn't. I say you did. She said you did. I remember watching that episode on Coach Show. But hey, you said you heard it from somewhere else. I mean, or you came up with it on your own. Have at it, bro. It is what it is. That's not even a big deal. It is what it is. We got to move forward, though, y'all. We got to move forward. We can't turn this shit into Jerry Springer. It is what it is. Fair enough? Fair enough? You good?
Yeah.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
You addressed it. He replied.
No.
And so he going to say he didn't.
No, you are a kappa. No, you are a kappa, whatever you want to call it. Fuck that shit.
Hey, come on, y'all. Mark said it's over, man. Respect the neighborhood.
It's not over, fam. It's not over. You're trying to come and tell me, man, I got my picture. It's not hard to go and find out that he won 6 titles. What are you talking about? It's not hard. Are you trying to tell me that I found that out from somewhere else? That doesn't make sense.
So my brother,
We
and I
talking
said
about
it don't
come in there with the correct information, bro.
And look, now she addressed
talking
it.
about I
addressed
heard that
it,
from somewhere else.
and
It's not
over.
hard to go and find out that you won titles.
It's over.
It's not
Cassidy.
hard. What are you talking about?
Cassidy.
It's not over, fam. Kind of come in there and disrespect me.
I just said it's
What
over.
are you talking about?
Hold
I
up,
didn't come
bro.
in there just.
I just said it's over, bro. You got to move forward. Have some discipline. Have some self-control. I said it's over. It's over. Let's move forward, all right? All right, can we move forward? Is that possible?
Just asking what's next.
I'm asking him, can he move forward?
Oh.
Can you move forward, bro? We good?
Kappa.
I'm gonna have my
You're
opinion.
good, man.
You
That's
gonna
what I'm
have
saying.
your
Don't come on your
Shut up.
replies
Come
about
back
Kappa.
on. Shut
What are you
up.
talking about? Shut
Look,
up, man.
man.
You're a female, man. Shut up, man. You're a female. Shut up.
Hey, look, and if she's a woman, she's a female, treat her like that. Ignore that shit. Move forward. Take the higher road.
Okay, then.
Have some
All right,
discipline,
cool, man. All right, cool.
self-control. Have some restraint. What you gonna do over the phone anyway? You gonna jump through the phone? Come on, man. Y'all gotta let that shit go. You gotta move forward, baby. This is why people don't like to have open panels, because people don't know how to move forward. But y'all gonna respect this show today. It's my birthday. I ain't in the mood for this shit. Y'all know what happened last year on my birthday? Motherfuckers were arguing over here, and I spilled wine on my brand new Mac. I blamed them.
Oh yeah, do you remember? Yeah,
I blamed them. Come on, man. Let's move forward. Let's move forward, man. Somebody said, yeah, it's cool, man. We got to move forward, y'all. We got to move forward. Got to move forward. Lisa Bell, the Boston Scholar.
Yeah.
Talk to me, Lisa Bell. Hey, look, man. Was Chris Colbert overrated?
No, I can't say overrated. That's what these boxing fans they do today. They say if somebody, they'll say, oh, they was exposed, they overrated, and yada 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 yada. I never bought into any of that. Do I think he had the best game plan going in there? No. He took the guy only had 2 weeks notice for the fight, right? So, it's not like he had a lot of time to really prepare for him. But I don't know. Chris was talking a lot of smack too, but no, I can't necessarily say he's overrated. He has a chance to come back and redeem himself like any other fighter. So I can't, it's too really early to say that, but just tonight he just didn't have a great performance. I'm not going to overanalyze it or you know what I mean? Overthink it. He knows what went on and what went wrong.
What about this rematch, Lisa Bell? People talking about he want a rematch. Some people on the panel saying I believe and calling in saying, yeah, he should run this back. What say you? And after that, let me get Lady Shan take on that too. Then we can go back to the fellas. Definitely want to hear the lady speak about boxing. I love hearing women speak about boxing. Go for it. Rematch, Lisa Bell, for what?
Well, his title was on the line, wasn't it? He had a WBA Super Champ title.
Who? This? Who?
Chris Colbert.
I thought it's for interim, wasn't it? It's for an interim.
No, he was the WBA Super title.
So he did.
Wasn't he?
So he's lost his belt.
Wasn't he, Mark?
No.
So, I didn't hear you, Lisa Bell. Say the question again.
Mark, didn't he lose his belt tonight?
The interim title? Yeah, he lost that interim
No.
belt.
Oh, I thought he was the WBA Super title.
No, he was
champion?
the interim, he was the interim champ. He was supposed to fight Gutierrez for the regular.
Oh, okay.
And
My bad. My
the
bad.
regular, I believe.
Okay.
And he lost that, and Gutierrez got pulled out because he got COVID.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
this ended up being an eliminator. So instead of fighting for the title, you fighting in an eliminator, and then you lose.
Yeah.
Sometimes these eliminators can go bad like this, but yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's up to the guy that fought him if he chooses to, but what's the point, when that guy can go straight into a title, he's right in line with a title shot. Yeah, I got what you're saying. I don't know why I thought he was a champion. Sheesh. I'm slipping.
Yeah,
but I'm slipping here.
I think he beat King Tut for that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I'm slipping here. Yeah.
It's okay, Lisa. Look, we all getting a little bit older today, sister. It's all good. It ain't no slip. Look, we Google it and we'll fact check and we move forward. It's all good. Before we go back to the fellas, Lady Shan, give me your take on this. You want to see a rematch with this Chris Colbert? Is it worth it to you? And was Chris Colbert overrated?
No, I don't think he was overrated, but he people think I guess people think Chris Colbert's a lot more experienced than he is. This was only his, I think, 16th or 17th fight, and this guy, because I watched Chris Colbert's interview, pre-fight interview about this guy, and I think Fight Hype, shouts out to Fight Hype, and they was like, "Yo, have you did your research on the dude?" And he was like, "Nah, I've watched no film on him. I don't need to." I was like, okay. And this is what happens. This is what happens when your arrogance and your ignorance, when you don't know something, you need to research it, don't you? This is what happens when you don't know things. Either he should have been, it was in his best interest to research. Now he looks like a dummy, amongst others, but he looks like a dummy now, doesn't he? Because now you've gone out there, you've not researched your fighter, you've not watched any tape on him, and he's an Olympian. He's from Dominican Republic, an Olympian. Way more. Chris Colbert has no pop. So at first I thought his game plan was to tire out, let Garcia punch himself out. But dude, in order for you to do that, you've got to be a power puncher, and Chris Colbert isn't a power puncher. So yeah, and it just seemed like every time he kept going back to the corner, his team were telling him, "Look, we're losing, and you've got to step it up." And he just chose not to. I don't know what. It just wasn't the regular. It just wasn't the regular Chris Colbert that I've seen. So yeah, no rematch though. Thank you.
Sir Senior, what up? He said he just got beat, and our word, he shouldn't get a chance to hold the division back. Work your way back up. Go ahead, Lance Meyer. Talk to me. What's up, Lance?
What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you feel, bro?
Shit, I'm all right. I'm chilling.
Talk to me. What's on your mind? Chris Colbert overrated? And what did you think of the fight?
Look. I don't even mean to gas anybody up off that fight, but how you feel?
For me?
Yeah.
I've been talking about how I feel for the last 2 hours. I'm asking you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to jump in and regulate the conversation, but what the fuck happened on that fight? What the fuck happened? God damn. God damn.
Turn up, Lance. Let's go, Lance.
I'm saying, I bet the underdog. I don't know what y'all bet. But I came out nice. I did all right. So
what was the odds on it?
Shit, I bet I got 3/4. I got 3/4, so it's 25%. I bet the bet.
I don't know a lot about gambling. I don't know what the 3/4 mean. Like,
what I'm saying is, if you bet $25,
okay,
you get at least 75 of that back.
Okay, cool. Okay, damn. Okay, shit. So
I didn't bet that much. Mark. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I blew a whole bunch on this fight, but I knew it. I fucking knew it. I had a feeling in my gut, and I bet it, and I feel good about it.
I'm so happy for you, man.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for you, man. So was Chris
I
Colbert?
don't win them all, Mark, but I won this one. I felt good about it.
So the question still remains: was Chris Colbert overrated, and would you like to see a rematch?
I don't think he was overrated. He's a hell of a fighter. He's a hell of a fighter. He is still a hell of a fighter. I just think that people got a little bit ahead of themselves. They saw Chris Colbert and they saw Shakur Stevenson, and they thought this is going to be a super fight. It's going to be a super fight. And I agree with people lining up along them contexts as far as like we're going to set this big fight up in the future, but it just didn't happen.
Okay, go ahead. Who's it on? Who's on? Go ahead, Cassidy. Or Cassidy, you wanted to speak? You got anything you want to say, bro? Go for it. Pass it around. Your mic muted, bro. Unmute your mic. Go for it. There you go.
Good, I'm good.
Go for it.
He's shy.
I think he said he's good.
Oh, he said I'm good. Okay, well, he was still. All right, cool. Go ahead. Anybody else got anything else they want to add? Go ahead, Boxing Scholar. I see you was unmuted. Go for it.
Yeah. So people are questioning Colbert's dog, right? And I look at the other way, and they're questioning if he was overrated. Well, if he was overrated, that guy should have finished him, and because he didn't finish him and went out on to the judges, if you know you're the underdog going into a fight and you don't go into that fight to knock him out, you're asking to get robbed. That guy that had Taylor hurt today could have finished him, but he didn't. Part of being having dog in you is being a good finisher. He should have finished Chris Colbert, but the fact that he didn't shows that Chris Colbert had dog. He showed he put up resistance.
Those are two totally different fights, though. Those are two totally different fights. So you're comparing apples to oranges.
Okay, you want me to make it apples to apples to you? If you're an underdog going into a fight,
please do, because it's seeming like apples to oranges right now. I need you to make it more comparable.
Lance, he said he's gonna explain it for him. Let him talk.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to listen. I'm trying to hear what you say.
All right, go for it.
So if you're going into a fight, and we know that boxing is corrupt, and we've seen all these bad decisions, and you're going into a fight, and you know that you're the underdog, you need to be fighting to knock the guy out. And once you have the guy hurt,
hey, Colbert didn't come in the underdog.
God damn, Lance, can he talk?
I got it. I just muted his mic. Hey, Lance, we ain't gonna cut him off, man. He ain't even get no bars off. Let him get the bars off.
I'm sorry.
I got you. Go for it, Boxing Scout, please.
So yeah, if you're the underdog and you're coming to a fight, and you know that, you're aware of that, and you're fighting, you know, like Taylor in Taylor's hometown, and you have a guy hurt, you have to finish.
Hey, Colbert didn't come in the fucking underdog.
Hey, bro, I can't. I got it. I got to put you backstage for a minute, Lance. You cutting him off. Let him talk. Then you can rebuttal, but you can't just cut him off. Even if he's wrong, write it down, put it in the private chat. Let him finish, though, please. It's 9 people up here. You can't just blurt it out like that. Let him finish. Go for it.
That doesn't even make sense. He wouldn't have won money.
Scholar, please speed it up.
Okay, I'll just finish with this. I'm already at the end. He wouldn't have won money tonight if that dude wasn't the underdog. The people in Vegas, the betting guys, believe he was an underdog, so he won money based off him being the underdog. But I'm done.
Okay, go ahead, Lance. Sorry about that, Lance, but hey, rules are the rules.
No, I'm just saying, Boxing Scholar was fucking rambling, wasn't he? God damn, I'm saying those fights are good. Those fights are good, but I knew from the beginning. I knew from the jump. Garcia had his ass from the jump. Nobody could say nothing to me different. I swear to God, when we got to about 6, 7, I knew for a fact. I said, you got this sewed up. It was sewed up. No matter what you had to say, it was sewed up.
Okay.
Can I cook on that?
Please go ahead, right, sir.
Hey, it's nice not to be the wildest one on the panel tonight, so that's all good. Hey, I'm rocking with you, Lance.
But you could be wrong.
You're right. No, so this is the thing. So we can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? We can't go out here and say that this man, because he was the underdog, he need to be trying to finish somebody, and then also say that, well, Chris Colbert, because he was losing, he need to run. You know what I'm saying? We can't have it both ways and not say that this man, or saying that this man don't have dog in him because he wasn't going out for the finish. You can't do that. And so at the end of the day, what I'm saying is respect to both fighters. But Garcia, the man was the better fighter. He showed dog tonight because he came in and he executed his game plan. He sat down, he fought. You know what I mean? even there were certain times where he's standing in the middle of the ring talking about, bro, let's fight. Stop running. Let's fight. If we're going to fight, you losing anyway, so let's fight. And Chris Colbert, he still stayed on his bike. I'm not mad at him for staying on his bike. He knew he wasn't going to win the fight. Cool. But at the end of the day, we can't say that this man didn't have dog because he didn't go in to finish something when he won so outstandingly on the scorecards. We all knew that was going to happen. So I just, you can't have it both ways.
Hey, Coach Malachi Williams in the chat. Hey, what's up, Coach? Coach, we was talking about you earlier, man. I need that episode. What episode was that when you was talking about Luis Ortiz and the 6 titles? Damn, I need that episode.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, who? Never heard of who?
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Coach, I need that episode, man. Lance, you killing me right now. Now you talking over me.
I'm sorry.
No, yeah, you good. You ain't got to apologize. Just try to relax on it a little bit.
Hey, I'm sorry for apologizing.
You're doing it now. Stop, please.
Shit, Mark, I'm sorry.
Okay, I can't with you. Now you trolling me, bro. Do y'all see that? Did that just happen? Y'all saw that happen, right? I ain't picking up
impulsive behavior, man. Can't control it.
Man, you got it. Like I'm muting him saying you cool, and he unmuting and keep cutting me off. Like I can't. I turned 40 today, y'all. I ain't got no more patience, bro. I'm running out of patience. Please. Coach, what episode is that where you did that Luis Ortiz has 6 title shit? I need to know what episode that was. Because we was talking about it today. And yeah, I need that episode. Somebody said they didn't get that from you. But it's cool. I need that information. But appreciate it. If you can let me know whenever that is, just email it to me. You got my email, just send me the link. Or whatever show it is, I'll find the timestamp. All right, let's pass it around. Look, man. Hey man, Lance, you cool, man. You my man 50 grand, man. But that's one of my pet peeves, man. Bad mics and over talking me. So that's the only thing. Did you get all your bars off? Everything you had to say about this fight or the Josh Taylor fight? Did anybody want to add anything about the Josh Taylor or anything else before this show gets even further out of hand?
I have one thing.
Go for it, my brother, please.
I mentioned it in the chat earlier. Did anybody see Eltran Ramirez in that fight in the undercard before the Taylor fight? I have never seen somebody just dominate, whooping ass like that, punch a nigga so hard in the body that he doesn't fall. He bounces off the ropes, and the ref immediately jumped in the middle like, no, this shit is over. And then while the ref's hugging the dude falls onto the ref and falls to the ground holding his stomach like, oh my God. How hard was that body punch?
That shit was
Are you talking about Robisi? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, dude, Eltran Ramirez fought.
You talking about Robisi? You talking about the guy with the double gold medals?
Yeah, I know. I know they call him Eltran Ramirez. I forget his first name, and he was fighting some white dude. Man, all I know is man, he was beating his ass.
Yeah, that was Alicia Baumgartner moment.
You said Alicia Baumgartner?
Yeah, where the lady was knocked out and just stay. It was just like one of those moments here.
You talking about the one on the on Josh Taylor them undercard?
Yeah, the one on the undercard. It was right before the two big Scottish dudes fought. Man, the shit only went like 3 rounds.
Yeah,
maybe 2.
Yeah.
He was like, as soon as the first bell went, he started beating on the boy's ass. So it was like, okay, this is going to be short.
But that was the fight after. It was the fight after, right?
Y'all doing it a little too much again, man. Please stop cutting each other off, yo. I can't stand it. I promise, yo.
Well, no, it was like 2 fights before the Taylor fight, and like it was domination from round 1, but in round 2 or 3 when it stopped, it was like dude was still on his feet. He was still trying to fight back, but then it was like a flurry of like 7 hard punches that connected, but dude was still in the fight, but then he just hit him in the body. Like they were like off center. They were near the center of the ring, but you know what I'm saying? But he hit him in the body, and dude his whole body just ran and bounced off the ropes. And then you see the Ramirez dude getting ready to hit him again, and the ref just jumped in like, I've seen enough. Stop this shit. Yeah, and then as soon as the ref stopped, and dude just fell to the ground like, oh my God, just spit out his mouthpiece like, oh my God.
Go ahead, right side.
Yeah, no, I think we talking about the same fight. I think that was the Ramirez Donovan fight. Only thing it kind of confused me when you were saying because I think that was the co-main event. You know what I'm saying? I think that happened right after the two big fellas slugged it out. But Ramirez was beating. I mean, and early in the fight, I thought that Donovan he had a good chance, but as the fight got into the mid-second round, bro, it was Ramirez started dominating, and then, like you say, those body shots really started to break him down. And when he really got caught, he kind of rolled into the ropes and kind of looked outside, and like he kind of didn't know where he was at. And then the ref was like, "Nah, bro, chill. We done with this." So, I'm with you. I'm with you. Now it was a bad.
That was a bad body shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, no. Ramirez was putting it on him, bro, and it wasn't even. I thought I've never. This was my first time seeing Eric Donovan fight, but I've never really seen him fight, so I didn't know what to really expect. But just the way he came in, bro, like Donovan was asleep and like he was looking into the ropes, kind of rolling on the ropes, leaning like, "Where am I at?" And then he kind of came through too, and the ref was like, "Nah, it's over, bro." And he was like, "Oh. Why is it over, bro? You didn't know where you was at. That's why it's over." So now I'm with you.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you real quick, and Mark, tell me if I'm long-winded. Go ahead.
Go for it, man. Go for it. Just want to make sure the ladies get a chance to speak, and everybody else on the panel get a chance to speak if they haven't had a chance in a minute, man. Just make sure you pass it around.
Absolutely. So the first fight on the Showtime card, the Colbert card, I thought that was the best fight of the night. Both of those guys, I think it was Martinez versus, I can't say, Anhio, so I can't say his last name, but Jarwin. Jarwin was his first name. That was a slugfest. They were sitting in the pocket. Neither one of them, I think there was one, maybe two clinches in the whole fight. Nobody was on the ropes. They just sat there in the middle of the ring and traded with each other. And damn it, that was a hell of a fight. I loved that fight. I thought that was the best fight of the night.
Yeah, we got to fight tomorrow, too. Who's fighting tomorrow in the zone? Forgot.
Yeah, there is some fighting.
Lawrence Okolie.
Okolie, that's what I was going to say. Okolie.
Watch that tomorrow afternoon. Go ahead. Anybody got anything? Hey man, anybody got anything else? I gotta ask Reggie about this. Got a bone to pick with Reggie about Lomachenko, man. Reggie, Reggie kind of went hard on Lomachenko, man. What's your take on Lomachenko, man?
Oh, Loma Kirk Franklinchenko?
Yeah.
He then turned into a damn biblical wizard. Then got out of that ward, turned into a biblical franchise wizard. I mean, I can't rock it. And you were making a comparison with Muhammad Ali. Those two cases are different as hell. It's no different than many Americans who avoided that draft, being America being as guilty as what Putin is sending Russia to become. So therefore, a soldier or a Russian native will have the right to be like, fuck that. I ain't fighting over here in Ukraine with people who I share similar blood to because of this old crazy motherfucker having some reason and to send us up over here to go die and shit to fight people who are virtually our brothers. They have every right. Now Lomachenko running away from a country that has made him what he is when all the other counterparts along with him are running over there and he running away, going to Greece and becoming a pastor, sending out prayer tweets. Like nobody want to hear that shit.
How do y'all agree with Reggie? Do y'all think Loma's shout out to Sir Senior too for the donation, man. Thank you so much. Let me do this real quick, y'all. Sir Senior, thanks for the cash app. 2 times.
We call this here a little twin. Wow. Nigga.
Shout out to Sir Senior one more time. Thank you, Sir Senior. Thank you so much for the birthday.
We call this here a little twin. Wow. Nigga.
Lady Shan on the Euros. Let me give her the drop.
A 10. A fucking 10.
So much. Anybody want to reply to that and react? Do y'all think Lomachenko is a coward, like Reggie Owens said?
I'll just say, well, isn't it? He was on vacation. Am I correct? Before this happened.
One at a time, Lance. So while she talking, make sure your mic muted, Lance, because you got some background noise. Reggie,
my bad.
Yeah, he was. He was on vacation, so even if he could come back, he probably can't right now.
Shit, Victor Postol on his
Because
way right now. Victor Postol.
that's right. He's Ukrainian. I forgot. I keep forgetting he's Russian. I thought he was Russian. Yeah.
Hey,
Yes.
you got it, Lisa.
Yeah, I just realized that. Today I thought he was Russian, but I found out today he was Ukrainian. Yeah. So I don't know what the issue is with Loma or whatever, but
You don't
I'm
want to
not
die.
here
That's
to.
what it is, Lisa. Shit.
Well, everybody, I mean, that's not for everybody,
The issue with Loma is the same in boxing. He reacts like a franchise champion.
Go ahead, Lance.
Hey, this is the thing, though.
Let me let Lance reply because Lance was next. Go ahead, Lance.
What's up? What's up, Mark?
Go ahead.
What you got for me? I ain't got nothing for you.
Hey, look, what you think about Loma? You think Loma is a coward?
I don't think he's a coward. No, I wouldn't say that. I definitely wouldn't say that. I'm wondering if he's going to take up arms with this country. How many people are doing that? Is Postol about to go back to crib?
Yes, he's flying out in 24 hours. He's going to fly into Poland, and either he's going to drive over or walk over. Yes.
Is that what he said?
I'm telling you, bro.
Fact?
Look, bro, I'm telling you. His wife and his twin sons are there. They with some family members and trusted people. He's flying back in 24 hours to be with his wife and his two sons.
I'm saying, hey, if he's gonna do that,
yeah, shit. Usyk over there, ain't he? The Klitschko's over there.
Great points, Mark. I was just about to say.
Lance, you got too much background noise, and you kind of wilding out tonight, man. Holler at me on the next one, Lance. I'm sorry, man. My patience is a little thin, bro. Yeah, all the background noise, cutting people off. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Try me in the chat, bro. Go ahead, Clips.
Nah, but that's a good point you brought up. Usyk fighting for his country. The Klitschko brothers, who are old now, they're in their 50s and 60s. Even though they are ex-military, what are they doing fighting for their country? President Zelensky was a fucking comedian before he entered politics. Not only did he not hide his family, that man is outside fighting for his country. You got to respect that. I don't know too many American politicians who will still stay on the front line, period, let alone the president. And so I'm not going to call Lomachenko a coward, but at some point, if he's truly a proud Ukrainian, I don't understand how somebody of his age, your country called for all men 18 through 60. Unless you are a true conscientious objector, and you don't believe in violence, and you're not on that. Like, this is one of them times where you really need to defend. You need to defend your turf. And I said it on Reggie's page a couple of days ago. You know what I'm about to say, Reg? While all these cats will slide for turf, for drugs, for colors, or for reputation, how many Americans will really slide? If we look up right now and there's Russian, Chinese, or fucking Martians on the New Jersey shore, how many motherfuckers right now is gonna jump in their whip and start heading toward the East Coast?
Exactly.
Hey, well, I just wanted to.
That's the opposite of what you're saying. It's not exactly, Reggie. People aren't going to go over there. They're going to be going to Mexico.
And those would be the cowards.
I agree with both Mark and Reggie. That was my point.
I didn't say he was a coward. I didn't say he wasn't. I'm just saying it's not easy to tell somebody to walk into certain death, because that's what's pretty much happening. These guys are walking into almost certain death, and it's easy to say somebody's a coward, but that dude, he don't have to do that. He did what he had to do. He went and fought. Hey, look, he fought for his country in the Olympics. I got 2 gold medals. I'm a millionaire. I got a wife. I got kids. I got a family. I got a future too. I don't have to walk over there and die. Maybe I can help another way, but some people do it that way. Like, I'm just saying, I don't. Look, I'm a vet, and I get it. Everybody ain't meant to do that. Some dudes, and you don't want them to do it. Some people aren't disciplined enough. I wouldn't want to see them serve a cup of coffee, let alone serving in a cup of, serving in somebody's infantry. They just ain't built for it, mentally and emotionally weak. But go ahead.
This is the thing. I've according to some of the sources I've seen and some of the things I've heard, Lomachenko, he has, and I think because I don't know the politics of the Ukraine-Russia situation directly, of course, I don't think it's ever okay for any country to invade another country. But I have heard that there are certain individuals in the Ukraine who are pro-Russia. You know what I'm saying? And I think Lomachenko kind of fell into one of those more pro-Russia individuals. So, not saying it's okay. Not saying, I'm just saying that because I don't know the politics of it, I don't want to place no judgments on him because I can never understand exactly how everybody in those situations felt just because I'm not there. And you know what one person goes through is totally different from what another person goes through. So I know that one of the Klitschko brothers, he's the mayor of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? And being the mayor, hey bro, you got to stand on yours. So I think that if the situation for Lomachenko may be different than everybody else's, and I can't judge him one way or another just because I don't know his thought process and his experience on anything that's going on in this situation. So I can't call him a coward. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, hey, it is what it is.
Anybody else want to reply to that, Cassidy? You got anything you want to say? Oh, go ahead, Rich. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like this. I wish you can pull up the prayer of Loma's channel because while all this is going on, you see Loma sitting out there showing a photo at that damn beach. Makes you wonder where's his mind state. You represent this country. You hold this flag every time people see you from this country. But you fail to respond to what's going on. And then all you release, which is like, I think today or 2 days ago, is some long drawn out ass prayer. I ain't never seen Loma post anything with prayer in the shit. And it shows the fear within this guy. And all you can offer is a prayer for peace, a peace on earth, rather than condemning those who are responsible, who excite and are the aggressors into a conflict that kills people of where you're from. So were you loyal to this land or were you just living in this land? And it makes you think where is his allegiance to? Because circumstances are different over there in Europe, and especially in that region of Europe, or whatever they call it, Asia, wherever you want to call Russia. It's different in that region and what they have been through. And it's the problem when you're dealing with with younger generations, is that sometimes they don't know the history or where they have come from and pull to gain their independence. And Ukraine has a deep history of those Ukrainian people. They have over 5,000 years of history in that damn country. And for that fool to run away, how does Loma? And the other thing would make it, I have to wonder, is because it's going to be a personal thing between Loma, Usyk, and those others who are close to him, who have been supported through his careers. Now, do they become enemies? Because friends are quick to become enemy and shit. Over shit like this, especially.
Loma 5'7", 30. What he gonna do over there? He ain't no Klitschko, man.
Don't you know most special forces type niggas would be his same size?
They are special forces. He's not special forces, Reggie. He don't know what the fuck to do over there.
Can I say this?
I mean, and look, and I ain't making excuses for him. I just think it's kind of a little extreme to just say, oh, you're a coward and all of them. Like, damn, man, that's a little hard, man. Like to just say, hey, yo, fuck your family, fuck your wife and your kids, go over here. You and you probably ain't gonna come back.
Imagine this in slavery, where you're dealing with this shit.
Totally different.
But it's not. And freedom is on the line. Freedom is on the line. You're armed with weapons. You can either fight for your freedom or lay the fuck down and run back to the plantation and just wait to shake out how everything's turned out. You had many slaves who think like that.
Nah,
can I say something?
Please, Miss Lisa, go ahead.
I was gonna say maybe he don't. I mean, I don't know what's going on there. I don't really follow them guys on social media, anything. So I don't know a lot of the things that Reggie's talking about. But like the things that he saw, on his Instagram or whatever. But
share my screen.
But what I will say is some people like don't believe in war. You know what I mean? Like it goes against their spiritual beliefs.
Oh, absolutely. Continue though, Lisa, or was
Because
that?
I don't believe in war. I don't believe in it at all. I mean, I get, people, fighting for their rights or whatever, but it's more to it than that. I feel like a lot of times people are fighting these wealthy peoples. If these people can't get together and work these things out, why should other people, have to be in the crossfire, innocent bystanders? And I've always felt like that. I've never believed in war. But that's me.
Yeah.
Fair
enough. Let me share my screen so y'all can see that. Hey, Reggie, but they did flee during slavery time. Remember that Underground Railroad people was going to Canada? Everybody wasn't just trying to stay here and say, hey, we're going to change this whole country and fight. No, you had some people that rebelled. Those shits wasn't successful. They was usually always killed. And they was usually struck on by their other people. But people fled, Reggie, because it was somewhere else for them to go. He had somewhere else to go.
But that wasn't during the Civil War, right?
What you said slavery, now you saying Civil War.
I'm talking about during war. I said if you were given the option to fight.
I thought you clearly said slavery. I thought that's documented.
I'm talking about the freedom to fight for your freedom, to break away from slavery. I'm bringing up a scenario, not the actual history. And you're armed with weapons where you have the option. You run away from it, or do you fight? Or say this has been your land and you have an option of they gonna come back and force you back into slavery. Do you run or do you stand? A lot of people will make that decision to run. But if I'm gonna take pride, this is my land, I would die on this shit. And when you look at the colors of this flag, what it's supposed to represent, or any flag, there's always a little bit of red up in the flag, and it represents something.
Go ahead. Yeah, I got you. That blood, yeah. Yeah, some people are real warriors. Some people just not built like that. I can't explain it, but some people are not willing to die. So I get everything of what you're saying, but I'm talking about like as far as what war is about, I don't believe in it. It's not that I don't believe in fighting for my rights or anything like that. I just feel like some of these things, like that's why we have diplomats and everything. Oh, okay, I see the pictures.
I got the words too. I'm gonna pull that up. Some people are diplomatic though, so it is
right. That's yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, it's just like there's like, these wealthy people. It's crazy, and I have to say, with the Klitschlos and Usyk and all, that's very commendable. I respect that, and I have the utmost respect for that.
All right, so here's Lomachenko's Instagram. It says, Lord, grant your peace to your people. Lord, grant your servants your Holy Spirit that he may warm their... Let me take that banner off. Take that off. What does that say? Take that. That he may warm their hearts with your love and instruct them in all truth and goodness. Lord, grant them your grace so they may know you in peace and love you and say, like his apostles in favor, it's all good for us and blah, 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 blah. It's a lot of praying. It's a lot of praying, basically, but you can read along. That's what's going on with Lomachenko, and the picture that he put up for this is actually... Take this off the screen right here. No, that's not the picture. The picture is, that's what this is translated to. It's the Russian, it's the hands with the looking like a dove with the Russian flag colors and the Ukrainian flag, and basically saying come together for peace. I get it, but I truly understand, man. Like it's not for everybody, man. Because But Reggie, my thing with Reggie is he said he doesn't see the correlation with Muhammad Ali. War was against him too. He didn't want to do war. And I know some people say, what, you comparing Loma to Muhammad Ali and you black? I get it, man. But some people just say, hey, look, I don't respect that war. These people ain't never did nothing to me. I'm not going over there. And this guy right here saying, hey, look, I'm not there. I'm out of it. I don't believe in wars against my religion. I don't want to do that neither. One guy is considered a cultural icon, and the other guy is considered a coward right now. I just thought it was a little odd. There's a lot
but
of
Ali didn't come from a.
I'll go for it.
Ali wasn't from a nation being attacked. Ali was from a nation going to attack for a war that made no sense.
This war don't make no sense either. But when it's on, it's on. When your country calls for you, you answer, or you don't. Whether it's to go there or whether fighting in your own backyard, the war is the war.
I agree.
Could I say something?
Go for it. It's open for everybody. And look, this is not me picking on Reggie or attacking Reggie. We just had a difference of opinion. I couldn't really express it because I was in the chat.
Man, people can't attack me. Man, you ain't gotta explain that shit.
I'll attack you, nigga, if I want to, like Dr.
I'm
Mark.
for to agree with Reggie. Because that post, man, was like Ray Lewis kneeling on both knees and saying a prayer where you don't really pick a side. And it's like, well, you say, well, everything ain't for everybody. He's in a sport that inflicts violence. So he's a boxer. He has the discipline. That's why it was so easy for Klitschko's to make that transition, because they've already to get in the ring is to take a risk to die. That's a big character flaw. That's probably why T.O. beat the shit out of him, because he wasn't willing to die. That's a huge character flaw. And to the Ali comparison, Ali's exact words was the Viet Cong ain't never called me a nigga. They was invading the Viet Cong. And he felt like we was at war over here. He can't fight two wars. So that right there is not a good comparison. Ali didn't go to war, and then he
multiple wars. What do you mean? What was World War I and II? It was a world war. It was multiple wars.
Okay, he was fighting the war against the people that wanted him to go to war. That's not the same thing that Lomachenko's doing. They still had segregated water fountains, and they wanted him to go all the way to another country to shoot somebody that ain't had no quarrel with him. He said, "Y'all oppressing me. Why would I go fight for y'all?" That's not what's happening with Loma. Lomo's saying, "Hang in there, fellas. It ain't my fight." That is cowardice, especially for a boxer.
What about my dad? My dad went over there. What about the other millions of black folks who still went over?
Some of them made that choice,
they got sent over. They was drafted.
So to that point, Muhammad Ali was drafted and he failed the test because he didn't go to school. They took him. This is in his book. If you don't believe me, they took him into a back room and they told him, Muhammad, we gonna reclassify you to send you to the army. And he said, I don't want to go. They told him he wouldn't go to war, that he would just do exhibitions like Joe Louis did. And Muhammad Ali told them that no, because y'all are using me to get other black people to go to the war. Because when I do it, it make it okay. But when y'all no longer need me, I'm gonna have to go back to those same communities and look at those same black people that y'all asking me to betray. So Ali put thought into it. It wasn't no cowardice act. It was a political stance. This guy's been a coward. If you're not gonna fight, go somewhere and just shut the fuck up. Don't post no post like hang in there, God's Lord's Prayer. He didn't even make the post specific. He didn't say, I wish Russia wouldn't invade. It was really, really bland for a reason, because he was doing that Ray Lewis kneeling on both knees at Kaepernick stuff. He didn't want to choose a side.
Damn, man, you knocked that shit right out the park, boxing scholar.
So I gotta ask a question, bro.
Man, I hate when y'all start asking questions when we already got a question on the topic.
Okay, let me make a statement.
Go for it. Ask the question.
I ain't even gonna ask a question. I'm gonna make a statement.
There you go. Make the statements. I like that better. Go for it.
Bro, you said that what's his name tonight? Chris Colbert. He didn't need to go out on his shield. You know what I'm saying? Because
I said that.
No, not you, Mark.
Oh,
the boxing scholar said it. He said he did what he needed to do. He didn't not going out on the shit. That's fine. But then you just said that because Lomachenko, he's a coward. That's probably why he didn't go out on his shield against Teofimo Lopez. That's what you just said. That has nothing to do, and that's my problem with all of this. Lomachenko, this man is an individual, regardless of what and that's why I keep saying, y'all don't understand none of the politics going on in the Ukraine and Russia, just like I don't. So if this man who's coming from this country, yeah, you can say, oh, well, he need to go defend his land. What if he agrees with what's going on? I'm not saying he does or if he doesn't. I'm saying that I don't know the politics of it, just like you don't. So how can you sit here and call this man a coward for anything? Stop trying. Why are we calling people cowards when we don't know their situation? The same way we're not going to go out here and we don't want to call I'm not gonna sit here and say Chris Colbert was a coward tonight. I'm not gonna say that. But damn, bro, like I just don't understand how it's okay to call Lomachenko a coward because of whatever his mindset is as far as going in and fighting for Ukraine right now. I don't understand how you can call that man a coward when you don't understand his situation. You're not in his shoes, bro. Like I don't understand it.
Man, the situation is easy. He's a coward motherfucker. He shouldn't have posted shit, just like the box scholar said. He left this old bland ass statement. Then he shows a fucking photo of him with beachfront right behind him in the middle of a conflict. Like, what is so hard about that shit? This ain't whatever your belief is. Your country has been invaded, regardless of what his belief is. Handle the shit through a diplomatic process. You got a fucking country who has been threatening every fucking nation on this fucking planet. For what reason? Some trumped up bullshit he made up talking about Nazis over there. Like, if he don't get the fuck up out of here, Putin is on a conquest, dictatorship.
I'm not disagreeing, but you don't have a clue what's going on over there, bro. Okay, my bad.
What you mean don't know what's going on over there? A country's being invaded. People sending their fucking women and children to fucking evacuate their country. Bodies are laid on the streets. Homes are being bombed. Civilians being killed off. You do this shit through a democratic process if that's the way how fucked up it is. Have the people with a vote to fucking split. And that ain't what's going on. This dude coming in here saying I'm about to take this shit. And the Russians have had an iron fist on many of those former Soviet fucking countries. An ironclad fist on them. And that's what's going on. Ain't no fucking difficulty in understanding this shit. You follow the history of the shit. Loma ran away like a coward. You got many of the people who are in similar situations as him, who share the similar fates of family members, who ran the fuck back into that country to stand for it. And then Loma can be a voice of reason. And he'd rather be a voice of fucking church prayer rather than being diplomatic about that shit. There's other ways of fighting wars besides weapons. And Loma ain't doing none of that shit, chilling on a fucking beach. He should have hid that shit to himself. He a coward. You pussy for that.
I will say I didn't go as far as calling Loma a coward, but I do agree with Reggie in the fact that, okay, if you ain't in on the smoke and you saying you don't want nothing to do with this, especially if you gonna claim Jesus, if you're gonna do the Jesus exemption, then your post shouldn't have been this general whatever. You know, like, you know, if this is a religious
like, but I'm sorry to cut you off, but go ahead.
Yeah, I get it. But it's like, you're just paying for peace, and Lord, grant them your peace. Let them know that you're at peace and love and all like that. But really address, like, you are a public figure, and if you are not going to put skin in the game as far as for your countrymen, the least you can do is lend your voice to show solidarity with your people. And you don't even have to be like, yo, fuck Russia or whatever, because like we said, we never know. He might be from the Donetsk region, the Donetsk region or whatever, where they are still very loyal to Russia. You know, people forget that up until the mid-late 80s, the Ukraine was Russia. So anybody that's my age or close to it, you might have some serious political family and life real connections to Russia, so you might want to play Switzerland. But at the same time, being a public figure, if you know what I'm saying, if you don't want to pick sides, and if the side you want to pick is peace, then you need to get on the front lines and really preach that. You know, use your Christian belief or whatever to get out there and lobby for peace.
That's what this post is saying right here. Look
I
at
don't think I think it's just general. Reggie, I think it's general.
But look at
I'm with Reggie. I think it's general.
Look at the picture though. You look at the picture. What, this ain't peace?
Here's my thing. We live in this weird world. No, hold on. We live in this weird world where people think posting tweets is really getting active.
All right, well, I'm just telling you that people it's active, bro. It's
look, you know what this post is like, Mark? That's like some white guy going on some old racist rant and raging, and they're telling black people, including them, that we need to bring about a healing, as if you shift blame towards, I only did it because of the black folks. I've only had this rage of racism because of the black folks. And now we all need to work on this piece of my racist rage. Like, get the fuck out of
I
here.
fail to see the correlation, sir. The guy saying
It is a deep correlation because Ukraine should not
please,
be included into this thing of needing to bring peace. The aggressor is Russia, and the address should have been strictly to Russia. And you got people defending their damn country. That's strictly it. And that's all it is.
But once it's on, Reggie. People are dying on both sides, and saying I want to bring peace don't mean like.
Do you think so? Do you think if Ukraine get the upper hand, they're gonna run across the border and rush into Moscow? I doubt it.
I don't know what they'll do now after their family being killed. Who knows? After you being targeted, after your buildings and they bombing your shit out. Who knows? I know this when they catching the motherfuckers, they ain't just sending them back home. Say, all right, it's over. We caught you. We shot your helicopter down. It's over. You can go back home. You just gotta walk. No, man, they probably off with their head.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
honestly, Mark,
on both sides, bro. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm with you, but honestly, Mark, that tweet kind of strikes me like, oh, there's good people on both sides. Like we're not acting like there wasn't one aggressor, and that's kind of why I'm kind of like a little bit whatever. I don't like things like that. I don't like say if I'm wilding out, like I'm on your panel and I'm motherfucking Reggie and blah 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 blah, and Reggie's saying anything, he's just responding or whatever. You know, you as the moderator can't be, hey, Reggie and Mike, y'all two calm down. I would feel comfortable if you're like, nah, Mike, you're wilding. You know, you've got to identify when there is a conflict, yes, you need resolution, but the only way to truly resolve that conflict is to identify the aggressor. And then, you know, we could do it. It ain't about the blame game, but let's see, you know, I can understand if these two countries were chippy and at each other, you know, since the Ukraine got its independence. No. Ukraine been minding its business, okay? Putin sent in his private military. He had, because people forget, Putin has over 350,000 tanks, guns, full armament, a private military that is loyal to him and him alone, not the Russian government, that he uses for his dirty work. He sent them into the eastern region of Ukraine in the early 2010s, and he also sent them in the southern parts of Russia to go into Crimea, and that's when that invasion in 2014 happened. That's the conflict that's going on in Ukraine. So it's not like, oh, well, you guys have been going at it. Both of y'all need to calm down. No, Putin is being the aggressor. And so as much as you want to sue for peace, if you want to lobby for peace, you've also have to address the enemy of peace, the one who's choosing the violence. You can't say, well, all right, well, Reggie, Mike hit you and you hit him back, so you need to calm down. No, that's what Reggie's supposed to do.
So, can I ask a question? Eclipse.
Yes,
That guy Eclipse. So you're saying that the person who should identify the what was the word you said?
I said a lot of words. What, the aggressor? What?
Yeah, the aggressor. I'm sorry. Yes, late. So you're saying that should be Loma or the people who live in Russia, the Russians citizens, or what?
No, ma'am. Let me be very clear. In 99% of all armed conflict in modern history, it's never about the citizens. It's always about the governments. People are people. You think somebody in Eastern Russia, that part of Russia that almost touches Japan, really gives a fuck about the Ukrainian border? Like, you know what I'm saying? This is something that their government, or in this case, Putin, you know what I'm saying? He wants. People forget. I mean, and I like Putin on a lot of levels, but politically, I've always known that this dude was a problem because this dude's whole foray into politics was he left the military after he leveraged all the Russian mafia to basically swear fealty to him. Then he blackmailed all the Russian oligarchs. Those are all them businessmen, all them billionaires, and then people who still live in remote areas of Russia, like barons and counts and shit like that. And he basically blackmailed them into loyalty. That's how he got his private army. Once he had a standing private army of Northern Siberians, he retired from the military and bullied his way into politics under one platform: rebuilding the Russian Empire, which involves him taking Crimea. It involves him taking Moldavia. It involves him taking Ukraine, Estonia, and all them other Georgia and all them other countries that broke away from the Soviet bloc. So as far as just acting like this is just a conflict and they need to work that out, no, this man told you what his end game is. And so me personally, I will not fault Ukrainian people for pushing back and fighting for their independence. And I don't want to be like, oh, well, both of y'all need to chill down. No, Putin needs to calm down. And if Putin doesn't calm down, he needs to be calmed down, because if you know anything about this man's character, this is one of them guys who don't stop. He's going to have to be stopped. But I don't know. He's been able to do this shit since the late mid-90s. So you know what? I think it might be a little too late.
Right. And he's already made these threats of nuclear threats. That's dangerous as fuck. And then now you never know how reactionary he becomes, especially with all the sanctions being put up on him. Them sanctions are going to have a very hard effect on this Russian advance going on here. They starve out Russia financially. And now what does that lead this desperate ass old man to go about doing? Does he go about launching? A lot of people just can think that a nuclear launch can that somebody will be that crazed to launch off some powerful weapon like that. We don't know. We don't know how unstable some of these motherfuckers in the world is. We see the instability of people in this country, but we try to balance that shit out. We try to balance it with checks and balances and shit. We deal with legal systems to where we don't give too much power to a sole individual in this country. But over there, that motherfucker rules that shit with an iron fist. It's almost the wealthy can't say shit to this dude, and that becomes an issue for Russia. And this could be what Putin has launched could be not such of a positive effect behind it, because they end up arresting like 1,000 people over in Russia who protest that shit. And that was right in the heart of Moscow, who many of these people are opposed to that shit. And many people are opposed to Putin, but he's such a threatening guy that a lot of people feel they didn't have a voice. But it's like now people have fucking been fed up over in that country, and they have spoken about it. There's nothing righteous about the decision making of Putin. He could have done this through a democratic process. Same thing with what's that place over in the UK? Was it Scotland or Ireland, some shit where they vote to split?
Yeah, Northern Ireland.
Yeah, where they tried to leave the UK.
Right.
Oh, was it Southern Ireland or Northern?
Northern Ireland. Sure. You know, the Northern Irish never really liked the UK. They never really liked y'all.
Yeah, it's Braveheart.
Yeah, that shit go back. That shit go back before the Dark Ages. You know what I'm saying? Northern Ireland been fighting with the Welsh and the Normans, and back when them motherfuckers was Mercia and all like that. Northern Ireland never really fucked with Britain.
Hey, Cassidy, you still here? What up? Cassidy going once.
He's still mad that Lady Shan went off on him.
Man, you better stop that pouting shit, man. Yeah, man. That shit over with, bro. Cassidy, you still there or what, man? He'll be all right. Probably went to sleep anyway. We 6 hours behind him. It's all good. He'll be all right. Toughen up, man. Fuck that shit. Be mad at me. Go ahead, Boston Scholar. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I ain't got nothing to add, man.
Fair enough. And look, let me say this, man. I gotta take a bathroom break real quick. By no means, shape, form, or fashion am I advocating for Putin. I just think it's very first of all, still premature. We don't know everything that's gonna be whole for this guy right now. Will he go fight? Will he don't fight? But I think it's very, very cavalier of us and very insensitive to the situation. And it's very easy to just say you a coward. Fuck your wife and kids. Go over there and you could die right now. We was like, well, shit. I'm in a position where I don't have to put my family through that right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to put my wife through that. I don't have to put my daughter through it. This dude worked his whole life to become a multimillionaire, so he don't have to. Now, granted, some other people are doing it, but one guy, he's the mayor of the city. The other guy's his brother. I'm fight beside my brother. The other guy was like, Usyk's like, I'm gonna fight with him. Postol said, hey, I gotta come back because my kids is still over there. My wife and my kids. Maybe. And look, he's at a monastery. You don't know if maybe he's bringing his kids to safety. It's just very quick to, it's a very jump to judgment just because somebody ain't doing what you need to do or what you think they should be doing with life and death, making your kids orphans and your wife a widow, it's very easy behind a computer just to say you're a coward because you ain't doing what I think you should be doing right now. It's very surface and base level, man, without even knowing all the details of his situation. When is he gonna go? If he's not gonna go, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he's gonna wait. See if they get some more help over there. But right now, it's almost like walking in a certain depth. Like everybody ain't gonna go out like them dudes on Snake Island. Them dudes on Snake Island was like, "Fuck you, fuck you, Commander." And
yeah, you saw that with the boat when the Russian military boat was trying to threaten them. They got on the radio like, "Fuck you."
I just said it. Yeah,
that was dope.
Yeah. It's dope to you because you watch it on YouTube. It ain't dope to their kids. Ain't dope
hell
to
no.
listen,
Right. But look, it's situations we go to in this country. Even putting up the scales of war. Have there ever been situations to where you've been in that have been worth you putting your life at risk to fighting for? I have. It can be situations I could be locked away for the rest of my life in prison over. But that's just the way thing floats, because there's certain things that you don't let certain people get away with when they become of a threatening matter to you. And sometimes you got to showcase that. Otherwise, you tuck your tail, turn around, you let the motherfuckers invade you. And so it ain't got to be war. Certain situations people go through in life that you got to deal with that type of shit, where Putin-minded motherfucker come at you the wrong way.
So he had 300 amateur fights. The unspoken contract in boxing is that you might get hit with a shot and not make it out the ring. He had 300 amateur fights before he ever had a professional fight, and death was never concerning. He could have made his wife a widow and his kids orphan, but that never mattered because he was making money. He basically done the culture appropriated the Ukraine. That's why he looks like a coward. He ain't there for the struggle, but he there to make money and wave his flag and et cetera, et cetera. That's why I say he's a coward. I agree with Reggie.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that, what you just said as well. And he's a cultural appropriator of that damn country. Because it's like what do you fight for? That's even like with addressing racial shit in this country and doing it in certain shit. Like people approach this shit with my kids or seeing racial situations. And sometimes people be thinking I'll be extreme with that shit. And a lot of people be lost on whether or not I'm a racist or not. And I'm far from it. But the thing is, I do stand up and defend shit when it is really racist. And my kids see me approach and adjust that shit without having to go on camera, without having to highlight that shit of addressing white issues. Because I refuse to die off in the world when I'm no longer here, to where my kids are still fighting for some equality type shit, to not be given opportunities that the white kids get, as long as they're competitive and looking to put in the hard work. Because even in my own life, coming out of the motherfucking hood, I've always pushed myself to do shit that I say, if it's done in white society, it's a career that I like, that's the path I'm gonna go into. Like I pursued a career going towards aviation. The only thing that stopped a lot of my pursuits wasn't no white motherfucker, because I'm gonna kick down the door like black folks who have a mission and cause do in this world. A lot of black folks forget this shit. We have Tuskegee Airmen in this motherfucker who kick down the door. We have doctors who have built shit. We got that Tyson motherfucker who's a top motherfucker, astrophysicist, whatever the fuck he is. Because when you ready to kick a door down, you're going to kick it. We got Tyler Perry's in this motherfucker. When you ready to kick a door down, you're going to kick it. But we get so many of our people who would disrespect folks like that rather than hold them in high regards. But going back to this point of like when I say I kick down a door and I move to this point and pursuing shit that I wanted to where my kids don't have to be playing some of the discrimination shit. And if they ever come across somebody discriminating against them, they know how to kick down the door on these motherfuckers and not coward, turn around, pull out a camera and talk about it's 2040 or whatever year they living in, having to deal with some shit. The thing is to break away any of these exclusionary bullshits that take away from people and then they exclude you, just like Ali was saying. These motherfuckers exclude you for some shit, but then once your motherfucking participation in some shit to save their fucking lives. Even in the military during that September 11 shit, when all the white folks acting cowardice and like we being attacked, I used to tell them in the army, I don't give a fuck. That's your problem. Don't be kumbaya now. Y'all still ain't shit. And that's really what it is. So people got to learn to fucking really adapt love over a lot of this bullshit. And that's the ill shit with this war and why that dude should be over there fighting. And like I said, all fighting doesn't have to be done from the holding of a rifle. You can be a diplomat and try to curb shit. He got influence, but just like he does in his career and franchise his way out of difficult shit is what he did in this war. He franchised himself.
Nah, man. And look, you talking about throwing punches and dodging punches versus throwing bullets and dodging bullets, bro. It's not the same, Reggie. It's not
like I said. It don't gotta be the bullet, Mark. What you understand?
No, I'm just saying. But no, I get you. But what he's doing, he's at a monastery right now. So you don't like him saying the peace shit. You don't like him saying he prayed for peace, like being diplomatic, showing the Russian with the Ukraine at peace with the dove thing. Y'all said that wasn't. That it don't get no more diplomatic than this. Like all of us, let's have peace. Y'all like, nah, don't put us in it. Just say Russia, stop.
Pray, you know who you'll do that hand with? Bloods and Crips. That's who you'll put the double hands with because they both engage in some bullshit conflict. There's only one bullshitter. That's just like America and Vietnam. You don't put the Vietnamese hands up with that shit. You put American hands with that shit. You don't put Japanese after America bombs it, then you force Japan to apologize for us pushing a button to drop some old unconventional shit to radiate your fucking ass and all that.
Didn't they bomb Pearl Harbor first though?
Man, they was incited to bomb that shit. That shit wasn't the same shit. America America instigated that shit, trying to starve those people out.
The Pearl Harbor bombing was just like the Lusitania. What it was the deep fake where we put Americans. That's just like the American support troops that are in Poland and the NATO troops that are outside of Latonia and Moldova now. They're putting Americans in that position, and God forbid a convoy gets hit, or just like what happened to those brave Marines in the late 80s in Beirut. That's an old political tactic where you'll put your troops in a position right on near the front lines, and then when something happens, now that's your excuse to go into war. And honestly, stay tuned, people. It's coming. We're going to see something happening soon where it's going to still stay within Ukraine or just right outside the border, say Poland or something. Maybe we got some troops maybe trying to do something in Belarus, trying to convince the government of Belarus to stop supporting Putin. And you're going to see American troops or diplomats assaulted or whatever, and that's going to be the thing that riles us up. They've done this. This is the playbook.
I got you, man. But let me finish what I was saying. Now I forgot what I was saying. What did you say, Reggie, before you started talking? Because you said something.
Oh, you were talking about these prayer hands and how Loma got both hands of countries. I said that shit is positive. That shit will fall in line if you put it with Bloods and Crips, because they both engage in the bullshit evenly.
Damn, man, I still lost my point. But my whole point was this, though. Well, I forgot. But here's another thing, and we can, like I said, man, I can't express it enough. This shit is popping off in real time, and it's happening right before us. And I can't express enough. It's real easy to call somebody a coward from a laptop in America. You know what I'm saying? With your family right there, your kids are right there. You're asking a man to walk towards almost certain death. I mean, that's asking a lot. And then, like you say, he ain't got to go over there and fight then. Well, let him do it his way. When he do it, he got to do it when you say do it, the way you want him to do it. But calling him a coward and saying, well, that's the same way he did his boxing career. Man, that dude's 3-division champ, right? 2-time gold medalist. Come on, bro. That's boxing. That's something he's been doing his whole life. He ain't been shooting his gun, ducking bullets his whole life. It's not as easy. Like I'm just saying, it's not easy to see people die, right in front of you. Like the boxing scholar was like, yeah, and I agree with Reggie. Yeah, man, y'all niggas tripping, bro. It ain't no coming back from this shit, man. This shit will haunt you forever. Whether you duck the bullet, whether you seen what bullets do to human flesh, man, this shit keep you up many nights, man. I'm just telling you, I won't wish that on nobody. And if he has a exit plan, he has another option. You might not like it, but that's another option. I don't think motherfuckers are just. Some people joined the army right after 9/11. They wanted to be a part of it. It was like, you know what, that shit happened on U.S. soil, I'm joining. Some people was like, I'll never join the army and do that shit. You know what I'm saying? They got to be right here. That shit y'all was talking about, the shit popping off in New Jersey. who gonna go to New Jersey. Watch how many niggas go straight to Mexico though. On God, niggas in America gonna be on boats trying to get to Cuba, because it's not that easy to just say fuck it. I'm gonna walk in here, and whatever happen, however it goes, it goes. It's just not that easy, man. I think got to be a little more sensitive to these people's choices and their decision. We ain't gotta like it, we ain't gotta agree, but we ain't gotta walk in that path, bro. I just think it's a little egregious and a little insensitive. Like, you're a fucking coward, just like in your boxing career. Man, how many motherfuckers jump in the ring to box anyway? That's not no easy shit to do, homie. I'm just saying. But that's just me. That's my take. Reggie has his take. This show is not about changing anybody's opinion, just about allowing everybody opportunity to be heard. So I appreciate everybody chopping it up, man. Anybody got anything else, though?
No, but can we bow our heads in a Loma prayer?
What is a Loma prayer, Reggie? See, this ain't even funny. This man praying for his country, bro.
Yeah,
What's funny, bro?
He's not specifically praying for anything.
Can you put it on the screen so I can read this prayer for our humble?
I don't want you to mock this man, his faith, his religion, or the war that his people in. It's not funny, Reg. It's not funny. But this is the prayer. But this is the prayer, though.
Well, can I recite it for everybody?
Go ahead, Reggie Owens.
Can y'all please bow your heads in a humble word of prayer? Lord, grant your peace to your people.
I can't with this nigga, man. No.
Grant your servant, your Holy Spirit, that he may warm their hearts with your love, Lord.
I ain't playing with God, man. I ain't playing with God. Reggie, I can't play with you and God. Look, it's my birthday. I don't want. I had an aunt that died on her birthday, yo. My aunt Susie died on her birthday. Ain't that crazy? And she died like right after saying like it ain't no God.
Wow. Wow.
She said there ain't no God. If it was still a God, me and George would be together, talking about her ex-husband. My grandma was like, Susie, don't say that. And Susie walked out the door and she heard the sound. She walked outside, Aunt Susie head bleeding, she on the ground. She never woke up. And she was like, that's why I think my mom was like, that's why I think my grandma was so messed up about it, because she just said that and then she died. So I always think about it too. And ironically, she was born, her and my dad have the same birthday, and she died on their birthday. So
wow.
Yeah, that shit is weird, man. So I'm gonna leave Reggie alone. I grew up in the church. Reggie, you grew up in the church too. You know better. You used to go to Vacation Bible School.
Yeah, no, I did.
I'm up here playing with the Lord. Good Lord. On my birthday. And you know I got a baby on the way. My baby come out looking like your goofy ass. That'll be my punishment. I'll be all the way fucked up.
That means the baby gonna get a lot of love.
Man, that baby gonna sell a lot of barbecue sauce with his logo. That's what that means, goddamn. All right, that's it, man. Hell of a show, man. I love y'all, man. Anybody got anything else, man? I'm having a good time, but we ain't got to be here all day. I think that last show, man, we ended at almost 12:30 this afternoon.
Damn, y'all stayed on. Damn.
My nigga, I went and got breakfast from the IHOP, and it was Troy and Lady Shan up here. I came back home, and I was just, they were still cooking, yo.
Yeah, my last thing I want to say is, everybody has their opinions. People got their opinions strong, but let's remember that there are human lives being lost. There are children who are sleeping and living in terror, not just in the Ukraine, but around the world. And once again, where's the empathy? You feel what I'm saying? Where's the empathy? Me personally, I'll say it again. I've studied Vladimir Putin since I was a kid. I know a lot about this man. And actually, on a personal tip, I like his gangster. And let me finish. What I like about his gangster is the reason why I'm saying he's got to be stopped. Just like anybody, if you grew up in certain situations, you got that homeboy who you know is a wild boy. That's your boy, but you know when certain things go, if he's not stopped, he's not stopping. And that's what I'm saying, Putin is not stopping. I have watched Putin since the late 80s take methodical steps to complete his goal of rebuilding the empire. Ukraine is very essential to that, because if he can get Ukraine, even if he dies after Russia gets back Ukraine, it's very easy for Russia to take back the rest of the defected countries from the Soviet bloc. It's very easy. And that man can go He can go in peace and he can go in honor because he was a good Russian patriot who did what he said he did in his mind. A man with that military integrity and background like Vladimir Putin, that's all he wants.
I ain't giving Putin no credit, man. Fuck that shit. I don't respect his gangs, don't respect nothing about him, yo. I think what he's doing is sinister, is evil, but I do get what you're saying. Like, yeah, it ain't no stopping this dude right now, man. But he does got to be stopped. Like, that shit is crazy. I wonder how far it's gonna go. What's the end game here? Like, let's say you kill the president, you kill all them people, you capture the city, you plant your flag on top. What you do then? You just suspend Russia, or you gonna prop up a government there and tell people, hey, yeah, I mean, when is it gonna end? Like, are the people just gonna say, all right, we're gonna come back home now from wherever we at, and we got a new government here, that president's gone, and whatever the stuff this other president was doing, Putin, I mean, what's the end game? Do you go over to Poland after this?
Thank you so much, Mark.
Right.
That was what my point.
You can go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were finished. I paused. I thought you were finished.
Go for it.
No, but that's my whole point. Why everybody's sitting there, oh, you listening to mainstream media and all like this. No, I know this man. Okay. All right. For people who don't know me, ain't new to the show, my mom is military intelligence with a very high classification within the defense when she retired. My dad was Tier 1 Special Forces. Half my childhood during the Cold War, I sit around and watch her and her friends talk about Putin's he had a special division within the KGB that was the counterbalance to my mom's division within America. Half my childhood was spent having her and her friends sit around talking about how, yeah, these boys ain't fucking around. So much so I did book
reports. You ain't gotta argue with the chat, bro.
I'm not arguing with the chat. I'm saying to people, your point is my point. If you think he's just going into Ukraine to just go into Ukraine, you're tripping. This is part of a bigger play.
So what is the bigger play?
His personal is, I'm not going to read his mind. I'm just going to go off of what he has said on several times publicly. His personal life goal, his whole reason for leaving the military and getting into politics was he thought that Boris Yeltsin was a bitch for bowing to America, and he vowed with his very blood and soul, his exact quotes, with my blood and soul, I will spend my last days rebuilding this empire, end quote.
No, absolute.
Yeah, man, this shit is crazy, man. This shit is wild. Somebody said, but stop snitching, Eclipse. And shout out to Trap Buddha. What up, Trap? Good to see you over here. Shout out to my guy Trap, man. Got a dope channel too. Y'all check him out. Tell him Marq Nash sent you. He said, yeah, the United USSR. Jonathan Smith said, big deal. Let's go, Brandon. Lady Shannon's in the chat. She said, tell him no wonder you decided to be comical instead. Yeah, man. Look, man, this shit is still going on right now. This is truly unfortunate, man. Damn, man. I don't know what to say. Anybody got anything they want to add about anything we talked about from we was trying to put off Josh Taylor because we already did that, but some of you guys still want to was talking about it. But y'all want to talk about anything else before I let you go? The Josh Taylor fight, was he robbed? I mean, did he get a gift? Y'all want to got anything else y'all want to add on this Putin situation and the crisis that's going on in Ukraine? It's truly I think unfortunate is an understatement, right? To say it's unfortunate is an understatement. Man, y'all think eventually people gonna get involved and put some more troops on the ground? I think America, last time I checked, only sent 3,000 troops over there. Are y'all gonna but they're not involved in the fighting, they're more involved in the aid.
They supplying them.
Say that again, Reg?
No, they supplying them with weapons, Poland and a couple other countries.
I told Reggie, I told Clips, I said, yo, but it's only so long where I'm gonna let you keep handing this motherfucker a gun and bullets to shoot at me. We're gonna cut that supply off. And now one of y'all gonna have to get in the war. And that's what's gonna happen. Like, if they stop one of those American ships or one of those NATO allies from delivering that aid or those weapons, What you think gonna happen? Now we all in the mix.
I think
that's what they.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I agree a lot with what Eclipse say, bro. Like, I think it's a much bigger plan behind all this. I think not just Russia has some dealings in these things that's going on. I think there are multiple other countries who have certain dealings in things that's going on right now. So I think it's going to be very interesting. I think we need to be watching and paying attention to what's going on. And a lot of people, they don't think that this is going to affect us, but it is. And in the long run, it's going to affect us. So I just think we need to make sure we're paying attention, watching, and making the necessary decisions and moves for ourselves and our families to make sure we're in the most or in the best position when the shit end up on our front door. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna get too much into it. I will say one more time, I don't think that Loma should be called anything outside of his name because of the decision he made. I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to disagree with it. I think as a man, it's his right to make his own decision. So I ain't gonna call that man nothing else. But at the end of the day, I think we need to make sure when that shit hit our doorstep, we right where we need to be, and we done did the right things to make sure we can move forward in the best positive way.
Trap Buddha said, not to sound fucked up, but none of them Euros give a damn about black people. Some of them are black too, though.
Yeah, we got black people in Europe. Had black people in Europe since before the Dark Ages, baby.
My uncle in Germany right now. Why you bullshit? Got an uncle over there in Germany, still in Germany. He got stationed there when he was a soldier back in the late 70s, early 80s, and never came back to America. He said, "Fuck that." Got a German wife. I got two cousins over there, Philip, PJ, and Dominic. And he never came back. Uncle Dave never came back. Well, he came back to visit. You know, I think the last time he came to America though was my grandmother's funeral. And he ain't came back since. But I get it. Man. He had dialysis. He had to pay for the dialysis out of pocket. See, over there, that healthcare comes with your taxes. Over here, while he was here for the funeral, he was paying for dialysis out of pocket, bro. It's like almost $1,000 or some shit like that. Every time, and he needed that a lot, you know, to stay alive. So, yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, man, we are in our own crisis over here. I saw somebody say that in the chat. I couldn't agree more. Somebody said, Nick Rich said, y'all ready for the Great Reset? Man, we ain't gonna be here for this shit. Y'all let this keep going down. Well, not y'all, but hey, this motherfucker. That dude seems like the type, like, yo, he's a student of history, right? And he'll burn it all down before he give it up. And I'm talking about the world.
I think so. You see how Trump crying over election? Putin would definitely tear some shit up.
Yeah. Anybody got anything else though, man? If not, I can end this one, man, and bid you guys a farewell.
I wanted to add something.
Huh?
I wanted to add something. So back the boxing fight that happened that we originally was talking about, and people were talking about dog. For people who non-biased, go back and look at that fight and look at who was clinching who. And when Colbert was running, it's common knowledge in boxing to cut the ring off and try to stop him. He allowed him to run so he could rest and coast and win on the scorecards. So that right there.
Some people don't know. No, all fighters don't know how to cut off no ring, bro.
Man, he got 300 amateur fights. He need to go sell Italian ice.
Cutting off the ring, bro. Look, we seen some of the greats do it, and we be like, damn, why he following instead of cutting off the ring?
But they at least make an attempt. He was following them around. Trust me, I did it in sparring. When I get tired in sparring, I rest because I know the guys are going to run for me. I allow them to move around so I can get a breather. He didn't finish him off.
You ain't no this some pro level shit right here for a damn title. You did that?
He could have hurt him. He had him hurt, right? And he could have finished him, but he didn't. There's the reason for it. Go look who clinched who. Colbert didn't clinch him. He clinched Colbert.
What? Colbert was clinching all night. He got the
back. Let's bet and go back and look. Go look whose arms is wrapped around who.
let's take a poll. Let's ask everybody
No,
here.
don't bet, Boxing Scholar. Don't bet that one. Colbert was holding.
He was holding all night.
So the other guy didn't hold him at any point. So you said that that Colbert only won 2 rounds, right? So he didn't hold Colbert at no point. No, not you. Marq said he
on the official cards, he won round 3 on all 3 judges, and round 9 he won 2 out of the 3 judges.
So 2 rounds. If he's holding at any point in that fight where he's winning, does that not show weakness? What is he holding for? He's winning the fight. He knocked the guy down.
What are you talking about? You talking about Colbert or the other dude?
The other guy.
Look, holding happens in a fight. If you get out of position, you hold so you don't get hit.
Like you don't hold when you're winning the fight.
Bro, you hold if you need to take a break. You hold if you out of position. You hold if a guy caught you with a good shot. But the dude won the fight. He got hit with some good shots, but he won the fight.
If you got a dead man in front of you,
Chris Colbert was holding.
If you got a dead man in front of you and you holding, you're trying to go to you're trying to go to a decision. If you got to get a dead guy in front of you and you're holding, you're trying to win a decision. That's just the point I wanted to make about that. You can go look at the fight you want. I know what I saw, but to the coward situation, right? Like Reggie said, there's more than one way to help out in the war. He don't have to go fight. He's rich. He could send aid. He didn't do that. You know what he did? He posted a prayer that was not specific.
How you know all what he did? How you know all what he did, bro? Because he didn't post it.
Okay.
How do you know? I'm asking you, how do you know? That's an open, direct question. How do you know?
He wouldn't have did anything. He wouldn't have made a post about it if that's what he did. The reason why he made a post. The reason why okay, I'm gonna answer if you allow me. The reason why he made a post is because he didn't do shit. Because people that were doing shit didn't make posts. Does that answer your question?
That's not a direct answer. Okay. You don't, and people who are doing shit is making posts. The president made a damn post and he in the streets. Vitaly made a damn post saying, "Hey, America and where our allies are." Yes, bro, they made a post. Checkmate.
They made a post about what they was doing. Checkmate. So you just proved my point. You said everybody don't post stuff they do. They made a post about what they was doing.
You just said, bro, I'm checkmaking you all night.
Okay. Well, he made a post.
Direct questions.
Well, okay. Well, he made a post that was not specific.
How do you know he ain't deliver aid? How do you know that for a fact?
Okay. Well, we'll see. All we can do. Time is going to continue to go forward, right?
I want to know how you know.
I'm gonna answer with this. All we can do is see.
Hold up, slow down. Because your reply was because the people who doing shit ain't making posts. President made a post with his goons. Reggie, am I lying? You did a video about it. Check. Vitaly and his brother did a video. Yeah.
Okay, yes, okay, Mark. You the smartest. You the smartest nigga in the room. Listen.
No. I'm asking you an open, direct question. How do you know, sir? He did not deliver and ain't trying to do no aid.
Okay, you absolutely right. I don't know. You're the smartest nigga in the room since the doctor left. Now, can you hear? Can you listen to me?
We ain't got to do all of that. We ain't got to do all of that. I'm asking you an open, direct question. You can't give me no answer for it.
Okay, so our position, me and Reggie's position, is not popular, but history. The time is going to keep going forward, and this is going to be history, and we're going to see exactly if we either right or wrong. Ain't no middle ground, right? I'm pretty sure that we're both confident that we're right, and all we can do is wait around for the facts to come out because we don't know anything. What's the point of talking about anything? We don't know anything specifically. I don't know what's going on over there. The two most informed people on this topic is Reggie and Clips. They know about Putin's history and everything, but that's neither here nor there, man. I'm for to go to sleep, man. This was a good discussion. Always good to be in the neighborhood with Marq, and I'm out.
Peace, Scholar.
Be easy, brother. Be easy.
That nigga said the two most important people in this game.
I know.
You said but it's always cool to talk to Marq. Man, shit. Man.
You get shitted on even on your birthday, bro. I'm you the Rodney Dangerfield of this shit.
Hey, look. I just want to know, man, how you know he said, and I know for a fact he ain't deliver. Man, you don't know what he did and didn't do.
We
don't know. We know he did take a picture. We know he went to the monastery. We don't know what he did. Reggie, you don't even know if he did and deliver aid. Clips, you don't know that.
Exactly. Man, that's why I'm not calling him a coward.
I'm gonna say he ain't delivering no aid.
Okay, but Reggie, do you know that for a fact? You just assuming though, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a hard factual assumption.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, look, man, I love this shit, man. I know I be getting on people nerves. Sometimes they be like, man, I thought we was cool. He turning on me. Man, we gonna be cool, man. I'm just gonna, if I disagree with you, man, I'm gonna stand on that shit. And look, and if you're right, I'm gonna say, you know what, you're right. But some of that shit, man, I just disagree with, and it's all love on this side, man. I be pissed. He was like, man, you the smartest nigga in the room. He got me without. That was funny.
That's gonna be the new line. As soon as a nigga say something ridiculous, oh, you the smartest nigga on the panel.
Man, I wish I could take a drop of him, but his mic was so distorted, man. Yo, man, what was up with Dr. Marq, man? What was up with your boy, man?
Man, he was off that ooh weasel.
Wait, who is that?
What was up with Dr. Marq, man? That's your guy, right?
People be passionate about that Earl Spence shit. But I was saying on my show, man, I wouldn't mind seeing Usyk win that fight because he's already talking about with no other little additives or in-betweens that he immediately wants to fight Bud Crawford. And that's all I want to hear.
You said
I don't want to hear all that other shit.
Usyk.
Oh, wait, I said Usyk. I meant you guys.
Okay. You guys. Now, you guys said I also have an option of Keith Thurman. Did you see the video we did?
I on this fight tonight, I heard him say that he wanted the Crawford right after that.
Yeah, but he said I also let me see if is this the one. I also have an option of Keith Thurman. He did an interview with ESPN Deportes. You can look it up. Look at Ugas' interview on ESPN Deportes. You can turn on subtitles. But here we go. Oh no, that ain't it. Damn, man, where is it at? But I covered that, man. But yeah, he talking about he still got Keith Thurman as an option, bro. I ain't feeling that. Keith Thurman ain't no option. Yeah, man. But yeah,
Keith Thurman, Drake.
Right. That it's talking about I still got Keith Thurman as an option. Yo, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm losing faith in a lot of them good fights. Losing faith, homie. Losing faith, losing hope. But damn, man.
Yeah. And and like I said, it's back to boxing. Hey man, let's let's give it up for all these guys for getting in the ring and trying to give us a show and doing whatever they got to do. And some people could have did better, some people could have did worse. But I say that the boy ain't got no dog in him, but I'll never call him a hoe or a bitch because he walks in that ring every day.
Oh man, that's what I wanted to say to Boxing Scholar for you love.
I'm sorry, I made you forget.
Yo, no, you good. I forgot because he said what he said, then he said and went to somewhere else. But yo, that motherfucker Chris Colbert was holding all night, bro. And just because he can find a way to survive, don't mean like, oh yeah, well he got all this dog in him because he. Okay, well, why the other guy didn't knock him out? Sometimes you ain't gonna knock out everybody. Sometimes you can't cut the ring off as good as you want to. That guy just got better lateral movement, got better legs. You know what I'm saying? And you walking them down. Sometimes people get caught up in it where they're not cutting the ring off. And these are the best of the best. The best of the best that forget that, like, oh yeah, it's a lapse in judgment, especially when there's 2 rounds left. Okay, you've been kicking his ass all night. Man, I don't know, man. This shit was weird. This is a real weird conversation with the panel tonight between Cassidy and Boxing Scholar. Yeah, that shit was wild tonight. This shit was interesting.
I'm mad that you forgot your point when he was still on the panel because you brought up the perfect example of that could have also checkmated him when you brought up Ruslan Provodnikov and Tim Bradley. He beat Tim Bradley's ass for like 8 rounds straight. Tim Bradley, out of his own mouth, was knocked out for 5 of those last rounds, but he didn't go down. Was that Provodnikov's fault? Provodnikov did everything he could, and that ref should have been stopped the fight, and the corner should have threw in the towel. But it didn't happen, so it went to the decision.
He was like, well, why would he hold if he was winning the fight? Man, people hold all the time in boxing, bro. Win, lose, or draw. That's a part of, I don't know, man. That should be weird to me, man. That should be weird to me, but it's all love. It's all love and respect on this side. We just disagree about certain things, but man.
I feel you, though. I feel you.
I was like, nigga, we going in a circle. Y'all doing the do-si-do right now. Y'all spinning me around right here, yo.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I had to stop talking because like you said, that shit just started going in circles. I was like, bro, I'm gonna be arguing about nothing.
When I sparred, I'm like, nigga,
what they got to do
for a title, man? Did you ever box on this level? If so, I need your box rec.
Yeah. Show me them records.
I need to see your box record, bro.
But you know, when we get passionate about things, certain people, they get on this thing where, now it's not about right or wrong. Like we talk about feelings trump facts, to where you get a lot of people that once they get so invested into the argument, then next thing you know, it's like, oh, you said water's wet. No, nigga, it's moist. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, it is.
Come on. I don't. This is the problem, though. I don't think he was that passionate about it. I think it was just on some more contrarian, trying to be opposite of any opinion that's being given. Because, bro, you just said you didn't even know this man, and now you defending him like it's the great. I don't know, man. I give it up tonight, bro. Come on,
bro. He said he just learned about Chris Colbert.
Bro, he just said, never mind. I don't want to do this.
Hey, right side, man. You go email me, man. Hit me up, bro.
Hey, I checked it, bro. I got you. I got your information. Definitely want to kick it with you about some of the shit you talking about, bro. I love shit like that, so definitely want to kick it with you about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take the panel left, but like what me and Nick Rich are saying is true. These are things that they've been talking about long before I was born. These are things that I've watched in my lifetime, watching the people that I grew up around. They're talking about it, and I mean, as a kid, you're seeing these larger than life, badass, real deal, fucking American Jedis, and you can see the fear in their eyes when they talk about these things. And I've watched in my 42 years everything that was told, and this ain't deep like, oh, my grandmama told me in church or in the Bible. No, these are government officials that I had the pleasure of growing up around, warning about things that I've watched in my life take place.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna tell you real quick. This is why my aunt, one of my favorite aunt, actually. You know what I'm saying? She works in DC. Who knows what she does, right? I know she got the highest clearance in the government, right? And some of I know this shit is crazy. I don't know, but just some questions that I asked her, that shit it throws shit off, bro.
I'm sorry, bro. Man, it's my birthday, man. Y'all can't even let me have a win on my birthday,
my
man.
My bad, bro.
We all off, baby.
But y'all heard him say my aunt got the highest clearance in the country. Your aunt is Joe Biden.
No, I swear to God.
Is your auntie Kamala?
Kamala Harris.
Bro, so she used to work for the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Oh shit.
She was
that's deep. Yeah, my mom had a very high clearance in sitcom. And as I said, I'm not being.
Let them finish going, Mike. Don't do the Mr. Me Too right there. Let them finish, bro.
No. Yeah, she had, let me rephrase it. She had the highest civilian classification you can have in the country, and we went to visit the Pentagon.
I guess it was the Boston Scholar or either Cassidy. Oh, we lost one. Whatever. Oh shit, I lost two. It's probably both of them. Fuck it. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, bro, I done seen her do some wild shit, so I know some of the questions me and her done started talking about. She stopped shit at a certain point, you know what I'm saying? And I'd be like, bro, come on, now you gotta give some good information about this. Anyway, I say all that to say I know there's some fucked up shit going on right now, and I don't know everything, but I do know it's some different things going on. My bad, bro. I know I took that shit all the way off.
Nah, he didn't leave the panel. He stayed on the panel until he fell asleep. He didn't leave, but she did kind of give him some. But matter of fact, Mike, you brought up an example earlier, bro. It was like when people go at it, I didn't pick inside and say, okay, she started or he started. I just said, hey, it's over. I want us to move forward. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? I didn't say, well, you did this, Lady Shan, you are doing this, and you did kind of come at him. Hey, look, I don't give a fuck. She's entitled to say her opinion. He's entitled to react and respond. But at some point, we got to move forward. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't got to say, well, you did this, you do that. When it's over, once you get it out, let's vent, get it out, but then move forward. You feel me? Got to move forward. Especially, I know Cassidy, how he feels about women. Remember, he told us, Rich, he'll slap a bitch.
Yeah, he did say that. I forgot. Yeah, he did say he's savage with his.
He ain't fuck with no black women anyway. So I was like, man, he ain't fuck with you, Lady Shan. Say what you gotta say, move forward, man.
Hey, nigga, I was dying when Lady said, shut up. Nigga, I was dying.
Kappa, your Kappa. His name is Cassidy the Kappa. I was like, yo, she going in on this nigga, man. Like, damn, man. That was entertaining, but I knew. But he was being patient longer than I expected, yo. He was like, No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. Yeah, you dig me. You dig me. You're incorrect. But then he was like, no, the fuck this. Yo, man, I'm about to watch Billions, yo. Y'all ever heard of a show called Billions on Showtime?
Yeah.
I gotta watch this shit, man. I love Billions. Yeah, man, that shit was crazy, man. This been a wild show. So I made Cassidy mad at me. Boston Scholar, he ain't fuck with me. He unsubscribing. Who else I made mad? Reggie mad. Well, not Reggie cool. Reggie, he built for this shit. He do it all. He'll be all right. Anybody else I made mad? Anybody else unsubscribing today? Who else? Who else can we? In the words of Coach Malachi, hey, look, all of this started because I told him, I was like, yo, don't be using other people's talking points if you can't defend it.
Hey, hold up, man. Mark, when I first got on, man, you told me I was long-winded. I talk too much and I need to shut the fuck up. That's what you told me. So I'm unsubscribing.
All right, man. So we lost 3. We lost 3 new subscribers, man.
Oh, man, don't take your ball and go home right side.
Hey, I got you, bro.
You can get dunked on. If you're mad that you got dunked on, play defense next time.
Bro, you know what? Hey, Marq Nash threw so many assists, bro. He could dunk one time. I ain't mad at him. I'm not mad at him, so.
Let's do it. That's what I'm talking about, Black Warrior Spirit. I can't wait to do that episode. I love to do that episode with y'all. They killed the damn president in the middle of a parade in broad daylight in front of his wife, God, and country.
Mm-hmm.
Who did it? Hold on, who did it?
They.
Oh,
they.
Okay.
You heard me, the guy say they.
Them, nigga. You know who we mean.
Hey, look, but crazy part is like we still keep shit like that like secret and like we can't know all the information. Shit was redacted. It took decades to get some of that shit unredacted, and there's still stuff we don't know. Bro. But why doesn't the American public know? Yo, they got this shit on Showtime. It's called JFK Revisited. It's where Oliver Stone, who did the JFK movie, and they go through a lot of this shit and the evidence, man. Watch that documentary. It's on Showtime. And they go through some stuff like, wow, I didn't know that. And it's stuff that's just becoming public now. Bro. Just becoming public now. This shit happened in what? November the 22nd, what, 1963?
63, yeah. November 22nd, 63, Dallas, Texas.
My sister's birthday is the 23rd. That's why I always remember it was on the 22nd. I got a homeboy, his birthday was the 22nd. And but man, come on, bro. Broad daylight in front of everybody. And they keep it, the American people should know why. All the details, right? Why is it so much cloaks of secrecy?
Well,
real quick, they tell us that the United States of America government is ran by the people, right? But the people don't know what the hell is going on. So how is it ran by the people? How can you have redacted information from the people who supposedly run the country?
Because the people run the country, but the corporation called United States America, which runs the country, runs the economics of the country. See, the people run this country, but we participate in the economics as a worker force, but we don't control, we don't pull the levers and the buttons. That button's run by a corporation of the United States of America, which still has a lot of loyalty to the Queen of England. People forget how the War of 1812 ended. So technically this was a free nation for maybe 40, 50 years at best. And yeah, that's how it goes down, because there's the government and then there's the people in power. There's the two distinct differences.
So how is there redacted information then?
The redacted information
was redacting information.
The information's being redacted by the interest of the powers that be, who control the government, who will allow the government to operate as long as they color within the lines. If information gets disseminated that upsets the apple cart, fucks up their little algorithm of social manipulation, well then yeah, that government's told to chill the fuck out, shut up. And if that government does not comply with the powers that be, first they send the economic hitman, then they send the Jedis, and then next thing you know, there'll be the Jedis will do a false flag thing where, this nigga, President Bashir gassed all of his people or whatever like that, and all of a sudden now you're a rogue state, and then you will watch the 5 to 10 year buildup where they'll get you out of power or just take your country all together.
We watched him do it. Hold on, we watched him do it to Muammar Gaddafi.
I was just about to say, watch Gaddafi.
We watched him do it. We watched them do that. I got you on that point. Who are the powers that be though?
Man, I'm sorry. I'm listening. This is what I'm saying. This Candyland. Y'all reading the chat. Yo, the chat is crazy. But to answer that question though, it's the FBI, the CIA, and the congressional committees who are in charge of producing those reports.
That's are the powers that be?
No. I'm just telling you exactly. Like when you say who does the redactions.
Okay.
Directly is usually is a congressional committee in charge of producing a report. If you're not involved in that, you don't know it. Even if you are in Congress and Senate, like it's usually just for the people on that committee, and it's usually the FBI and the CIA and that committee who's in charge of producing that report. They decide what's redacted.
Right. No, I agree with that.
Very good answer, Mark. That's a specific answer.
Yeah, they have a adjudicator that they'll go to with the stuff. They say, okay, this you can't redact this, like, or this is, yeah, that need to be shown. This and that need to be shown. Damn, man, you was the ugliest nigga ever right there. Damn.
Yeah, right side, man. Keep that Georgia Bulldog logo up.
This nigga look like every ugly nigga in the world, all the combined right there, man. Look,
yeah, I know it's 5 in the morning, but goddamn it, listen.
My nigga look semi-homeless right there too. He look like he in front of the Quit Trip right now, asking somebody for change. T-shirt.
We love
like
you, right side.
Why your neck of your shirt all wrinkled like that? Like you blow your nose with your top of your shirt or something, right side? The hell is going on?
Hey man, I'm in my comfortable element right now.
Man, you better stop blowing your nose with your shirt right there. Like you take all your shirt. Never mind, I'll stop right there. I'm done. Do that. I'll leave it alone. Right side said, and I donated to you, nigga. This the things I get. Never again. You'll never get another $5 from me, bitch. Sorry, right side, but thank you, bro. I appreciate your jokes, man. It's all good.
Right side, like call me ugly. Fuck you too, then, Mark. Shit.
Nah, all of y'all niggas ugly to me, but I'm talking about that.
That's right.
I'm talking about that semi-homeless look he got going on. That nigga ain't had no cut since COVID happened.
Hey, bro, guess what's so crazy? Bro, guess what's so crazy? I just ordered. I'm about to start cutting my own hair.
Oh, dope.
Yeah, and so I literally ordered some clippers early today, bro. I swear to God.
I know they ain't came.
You order a bowl too? Some clippers in a bowl?
Nah, I'm going bald, bro.
Hey, look, did you get that little kit to come with it? It's like a little plastic protractor type shit you put on your head to line so you can outline it for your lineup.
I'm going bald. I don't need no lineup.
Where you going bald at? Cut the camera on, man. You going bald at the top, at the back? Let me see.
Show that alopecia.
Man, fuck y'all.
Where you going bald at?
No, I'm saying I'm cutting my shit bald. I'm going bald, nigga. I'm bald.
Oh, no, I ain't going to no bald barber, man.
He gonna turn his YouTube channel into the Montel Williams show.
Montel Williams.
Yo, my man said, I'm gonna be a barber, but I'm gonna start off with my hair and I'm gonna cut.
No, I ain't cutting nobody else hair, nigga. I'm cutting my shit.
Okay, you gonna start cutting your own hair, okay? Hey, look, man, everybody ain't built for that bald. Hey, look, you gotta phase yourself into that bald cut. Like you can't just do it straight like that with all that hair. That shit gonna be untanned. Like you're gonna have some dark spots. You're gonna have some dry skin up there.
And then you got to make sure you got the head shape for a baldy. Make sure you ain't got like.
I knew one of y'all was gonna say it. I knew.
Nah, I'm gonna say it. Fuck it. Don't make sure you ain't got all them rolls on the back of your head, all that extra neck meat on the back of your head.
I ain't got none of that.
You ain't got them dents and lumps like you never want to fight in high school.
Yeah, I got a couple. That's the problem right there. Them, bro. That's the problem right there.
You run around with speed knots.
I ain't got no knots. I got two knots on like the side, the top back corner. I got like 2 knots right there, bro. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Hey, don't have one of them hook heads. Remember when you're a kid, motherfucking big cousin smacked the shit out your big hook ass head.
Yeah.
Man.
Or don't have them Scottie Pippen finger them like somebody took their hands and just run them across the top of your head when you was a baby and it just left them damn marks. Please don't have all them crazy wrinkles on your head if you go bald because that shit look crazy. You look like a Klingon when you do that.
No, I ain't got
look right side. Let me ask you this. Now, What kind of clippers did you get? Are you gonna? You just got some trimmers, and you just gonna like what you got?
I got the dual set, bro. I don't know. I can't remember the name, bro. I can go look them bitches up real quick if I need to.
No, you good. I was just kidding.
I got the dual set. They was $79.99 on Amazon, and they come with the little cape and everything.
Oh, a cape. You know,
that's fancy.
But see, this the whole game plan. I'm gonna put some plastic trash bags down. You feel me?
Okay.
So when I cut that shit, it fall right into that. I just dust it off, get in the shower. I'm good to go. That's what I'm looking to do.
Okay.
$79 though.
I don't know if that shit gonna work or not.
I'm gonna lay the plastic down like Dexter playing a murder. Dexter Morgan with the murder game. I'm gonna lay the plastic down. Hey, look, man. I wish you nothing. Look, can you record that for your make that one of your episodes for your show documentary?
I meant to tell you. I told you, Mark, I'm coming out with the channel next week. I'm planning to post my first video next week. You know what I'm saying? So I hope I can get that shit. Bro, this YouTube shit ain't nearly as easy as niggas try to make it seem, bro. Y'all doing the big, bro. Having channels and posting videos and editing and thumbnails and all that shit, bro. It ain't as easy as niggas make it seem, but I like it. So next week I'm looking to put my first shit out, but just because you said what you said, I'm gonna actually document this shit and I'm gonna make this a part of
Hey, right side, can I give you some friendly advice?
What's that, bro?
Yeah, go on and get that haircut and that lineup before you get on camera.
No, that's exactly why I ordered this shit. Just because I was like, I'm not gonna get on camera looking like this. Hell no. Nah.
There you go, man. Yeah, man. Because I love you, black man.
Yeah. How long has it been since you had a haircut? Let me see.
Shit, it's been.
Cut the cam on, man. Don't be shy, man. It's just the neighbors here.
No, I'm good. For
the most part, everybody gone. For the most part.
You can say, no, I'm good, bro. I'm good. But now
I gotta rewind the video, and I'm gonna have to take a screenshot since you want to play like that.
Don't do that, bro. Don't need to do that, bro.
I ain't got no choice. No, you want to play, I'll play.
Come on, bro.
Come on, man. It's his birthday, man. He acts nicely.
Yeah, I asked.
Why you gotta act like that, bro? Come on now.
Nah, it's going right now. I'm finding the screenshot.
It is what it is, bro. It is.
What's up?
Say it again.
He got a Rastafarian fade.
I just have some shit on my head, bro.
Bro, it's okay, man. We having a conversation. I was getting somewhere. But since you want to take it from me, that's all right. Let me rewind. I'm going right to my live right there. I'm gonna rewind, and we're gonna put them on the screen.
Oh, they calling in.
Oh man, you say, oh, you lucky. 8:30. I was just about to do them dirty. What's up?
Bro, I forgot to tell you happy birthday, man. And the doctor was right, man. Y'all do think like colonizers, man. How y'all gonna accuse me of unsubscribing from you, bro? So somebody unsubscribe you automatically as soon as the black guy. Come on, man. Why y'all do me like that, man?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Did you say 2 people unsubscribe from your channel?
Man, that was jokes, man. It's comedy, man. I got new subscribers. What you talking about?
I'm clouded now too. Remember the doctor said y'all was colonizers? Y'all think like colonizers?
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying, man, somebody unsubscribed from your channel, and all of a sudden it's automatically the black guy, man.
I blamed it on you and Cassidy. But these are jokes. I didn't lose no subscribers, man.
I'm clouded. Nah,
I know. That's what you do.
I had to tell my baby.
That's what Chris Colbert said. You know, Chris Colbert said that too before he lost.
He said what?
I'm just clowning.
He said that, he was like, yeah, I'll be clowning, yo. I'll be clowning. That's what I do. I'm a clown.
That's my dad. Well, you need to get a t-shirt, man. I'll buy that motherfucker for you to say that. That's gonna be my excuse for everything.
Man, well, we got one right now you can buy. It's called Dreams Require Sleep, Goals Require Effort. It's a dope piece of merch. You should cop one. Check it out. Type in Marq Nash 27 and save 15%.
All right, bro. I'm about to do that right now for your birthday, bro.
I appreciate it, man. I'll see the order as soon as it comes through. And when you get the merch, pull up on the show wearing the shirt like Uncle Kenny and some of the other fellas do. Shout out to Clips. He got some merch. Shirt Senior, Derek Lincoln. Yeah, a couple of homies got some merch. I appreciate it.
All right, bro.
Right. God bless. God bless.
We gonna buy a whole bunch of t-shirts when Dr. Mark go on and cash out when Ugas beat Spence. Ain't that right, Reggie? You got that 10,000 already in your cash app? You ready?
Yo, that's why I need to get off the live with y'all. That's what I need to be doing. Cutting up some pieces of this show tonight. So with like when my boy said Chris Colbert won't hold him, and I'm gonna cut right to all. I'm gonna do a quick super cut about like all the holding offenses Chris Colbert was doing, and how many times the ref even gave him a hard warning, like he was about to take a point away, and that's Kenny Bayless. He used to hold him. Pause. I mean, like I'm just saying, like he did a lot of Mayweather fights. Damn, man.
Hey, Mark, you remember that old singer from the 80s, Simply Red? Colbert was Simply Blue. He just keep holding on.
Yeah, let me get this.
That was a dope white cat.
Yeah, Simply Red was that dude, boy.
Oh, I'm listening, y'all. I'm just getting this screenshot of right side together. Let's go.
Oh, you thought he was playing right side? Y'all must have forgot. This Marq Nash, and it's his birthday.
Nah, I'm gonna leave him alone. That's my guy, man. I don't want to put him on blast. I'll leave him alone because he's obviously insecure about it. I wish I could cut my camera on right now. I got to restart my computer, cut my camera on for some reason. If I try to cut my camera, like my shit been doing this lately. Like if I keep my camera off too long, when I try to cut it on, it does this. Just keep me off the show. Just keep me right off the show when I try to cut the camera on. Let me see. Camera, connect, advanced options. Yeah, it's just trying to keep me right off the show. It's like my camera ain't even connected.
Yeah, your camera might not like all that Beijing.
Get out of here. Get out of the classroom.
I love you, man.
It's not Beijing. It's spray. it's spray paint. The Beijing, man, it's the whole wash and this whole thing. Yo, that Beijing, man, that shit'll get all over your sheets, your pillows. I tried it before, man. I wasn't feeling that shit, yo. It looked good for the picture and for the moment, but that shit'll get all over it'll bleed through the do-rag. It's all over the pillows. And man, yeah. Hey, look, shower. The shower be looking like, yo, what the hell is this? Oh, it's the Beijing washing off. Nah, man. Especially once I saw Rudy Giuliani he had the drip. I was like, y'all don't never want to be Rudy Giuliani out here with the smeared tears and shit. So
is it me, Mark, or is the Beijing the new activator? You know in the 80s how cats was running around with Jerry curls disrespecting shit? Now niggas is disrespecting shit with the Beijing. Fucking up couches and pillow covers.
Right. Fucking up everybody's house. Fucking up your car, like to get in your car, messing up the headrest and shit.
You gotta have conversation.
Oh, real quick. Did anybody talk about that? But yo, shout out to the boxing scholar. I knew he was still listening. That's why I kept fucking with him earlier. I knew he was still listening. He was late though. Maybe he had paused it, had to go take a shit or something, and came back. It was like, oh, they was talking about me. Hey, look, over or under? Y'all think he gonna buy the shirt or a hoodie or not? Who think he was just capping?
I would say he gonna buy it. We gonna find out.
Man, that nigga ain't gonna buy that shit. He'll buy some socks, probably. Probably buy a pair of socks. Hey, look, we'll see. I doubt it. He probably gonna. He's still gonna unsubscribe. Hey, look, I'm looking, and the subscribe count went back up, so he did unsubscribe, then resub. Look at him. That shit went up again, man. So that was him.
Hey, Mark, man, what's the website to buy your merch, man?
Go to marqnash.com. It's right there. It's in the description block of all the videos, bro.
Facts.
Yeah, and it's a link for it. And just put in the promo code Nash27 when you check out. But we got some pretty cool pieces up there, man. I'm gonna switch to another company. I'm gonna load my designs there. It's they direct the garment type company, so I can show y'all how to do it too. I got a video about it. Basically, you just load your design up. The people buy it. They send it directly to the people, so you don't have to be pressing up the merch and doing all of that shit. You ain't gotta have no printer press. All you gotta do is have a design, print out upload your design, and I always tell people to load up a transparent, like a PNG file. So like if you got so it ain't just a big square on the front, you know. And yeah, man, there's a couple companies to use. I use Teespring because they give you a bigger cut of the money. I used to use what's another company, man? But I hated them, bro. I sell a shirt for $20. They send me $3. I was like, nah, I don't like that. I get the 17, you get the 3. You know what I'm saying?
You made your video for your website?
Yeah, I did all of that, man. I do all of that.
That shit dope. That shit dope as fuck.
Yeah, appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, Marq Nash do it all, man. I need to get with him.
No, I don't.
I mean, I don't mean like that, man. I meant like as far as this YouTube.
Sorry, I had to. I'm sorry.
See, I got slapped for trying to send my man love. God damn, this is a rough neighborhood.
Yeah, we play rough over here, man. This is a tough block over here, man. Hey, look, I was raised by a black mama, man. She'll whip my ass, then come in there and tell me, baby, it's gonna be all right. She'll feel bad afterwards. Yeah, I remember one time my mom got two. I got two back to back ass whips. My mom whooped my ass, and she was like, and if I want sick, I'll be in here still whipping on your ass. She walked out there. I was like, stay safe, bitch. Yo, I said that. My mom bust back in the door. I was like, yo, man, I wish I could cut my camera on right now, yo. Y'all was, man, my eyes got big as a 50-cent piece, man. Like, my eyes got huge, bro, when I saw her walk back in the room, bro. I was like, oh, shit, she stood outside the door? Like, how dare you? Let me cry in peace. You just whooped my ass. You know, I was like, I hope stay sick, nigga. Some shit like that. Then she
you thought you was scot-free. You thought you was getting ready to talk your shit.
Yo, then she walked down the road. She was like my mom used to have asthma, so she only could whip my ass for so long. So if I can work her out a little bit, do a little ducking and dodging, belt grabbing, you know what I'm saying, do some jukes. You know, man, I was Barry Sanders in the bedroom, nigga. I was ducking and juking, spinning off. Yeah, man. Till she ran out of breath. It's fucked up, but I won't try to get her ass whooped, nigga. But nah, she gonna run out of breath. She ain't got no. Hey, look, she ain't got no stamina. She ain't got no cardio. All right, man, that's enough, man. I'm talking.
He said, if I could just run for 3 minutes, I got 3 minutes.
Man,
you sound like Colbert.
Hey, look, my mom got asthma and she was had them big ass titties. She couldn't move them jugs like that. I knew I was gonna outlast Edith. Edith wasn't gonna catch me.
I feel you. Hey,
Felicia Rashad's daughter is so gorgeous, yo. Y'all ever seen her?
Who's that?
You saw her daughter. She got the daughter she had with Ahmad Rashad. Oh my God,
I didn't.
She'll star in this show Billions. Oh my God, she's just a piece of work. But go ahead, man. I'm gonna put a picture up on the screen.
Oh no, I was just clowning on your juke move science. I remember my mom caught me. I got away with it 5 times before she caught me. But you know, I get in trouble in school. She used to be like, yeah, when I get home from work, I'm gonna beat your ass. So I'd be like, okay. I throw on a whole bunch of underwear, shorts and shit like that, and everything, to throw on some sweatpants so she could, you know, hopefully wouldn't notice. That way I had all that padding on my ass. She go on and tear me up with that little military BDU belt and shit like that. And then the 5th time she noticed that I wasn't crying or nothing like that. She was like, wait a minute. She pulled up my shirt and saw all them layers of underwear shirts. I'm like, oh, fuck, she caught me.
All right. Hey, Reggie, tell us one of the stories you got a whooping, man. Story time, nigga.
Nigga, whooping? Damn, nigga, I stay getting the ass whooping. I can't think of no specific one. Damn. Oh no, nigga, I remember getting my brother ass whooping. No, I remember getting a whooping by my pops who never really whooped us. But he was always nice. He was always just super fucking nice. That's the way I thought it.
You had a dad? A nice
dad?
Nigga. A nice black daddy?
Hell yeah, man. Pops was good than a motherfucker. But one day we having this den built on our house. Remember I was talking about the other day how I used to take the homie used to take one of the homies' cousins next door to the backyard to go play with her pussy and shit, or make her show me her ass to come in my backyard. But so we got this den. So the people building this den onto our house, they had their kids when they used to come to do the construction work. So I used to tell them about how nice my dad is. Man, I got the nicest dad in the world. Man, you want to see this? And I'm over here tell these little kids, we young as shit. I'm like, man, you want to see how nice my dad is? Watch this. And some shit just popped in my mind. I'm like, Dad, can you get us something to drink? We thirsty. So he go in there, go get us something to drink. And he, like I said, my parents older. My parents adopted me. So I'm like, he like, yeah, baby, I got you.
You said your parents older, they what?
My parents who raised me, they older. They my adopted parents. So they older.
Yeah. Oh yeah, some people don't know that journey too.
Yeah, no. So I say that. So that's why I'm like, when they use the language like baby and all this shit. So I'm like, so he go in the house, he making us something to drink, and He said, "Here y'all go, baby." And I said, "No." When he getting the drinks, I'm like, watch this, because in my mind, this shit just popped in my head quick as shit. I don't know where the fuck I developed this shit to think of this. But I always had this witty shit about me. So when he come outside, give us the drinks, I said, "Thank you, Goofy." Nigga said, he immediately flipped on me. He said, "Man, what the fuck you say to me, boy? What the fuck you say to me?" He grabbed my ass up and beat the shit out of me in front of these kids. After I go from telling these kids how nice he is, them kids look terrified as fuck of my dad. He beat the shit out of me and left my ass outside. So some years later,
he left you outside for how many years? That sounds like abuse.
No, he left me outside, nigga, crying like because he knew what the hell I was doing. So he embarrassed me in front of these kids for pulling that shit and walked back in the house. Wasn't no bring your ass in the house and punish. He knew, you know how kids take a long time to stop crying. So he left me out there crying in front of them kids doing their little, you know how you do them uncontrollable sniffles and shit.
Yeah, nigga. Trying to get your breath because they don't beat the oxygen out your damn lungs.
Yeah, so I'm on that shit. So it was some years later. I get my brother with the same shit to go tell him this shit. And I was telling him how nice dad is. Because I said dad didn't whoop us. He was very patient and shit. So I said, "Man, dad, the nicest on the earth, man." I said, "Man, if you really want to be nice to you, go ask him to get you something to drink and call him Goofy." That nigga did that shit. That nigga did that shit to my dad. He beat the fuck out of my brother.
Hold on. So you set your brother up for the same ass whooping?
Yeah, like 2 years later. So he didn't know I did that shit.
Oh,
and it whooped my brother fucking ass.
Look, now whatever happened to the man? Is he still with us?
No, man. He passed away when I was like 12 and shit.
Cause y'all niggas been calling him Goofy for the last 8 years. That's depressing. He's like, "Man, I'm took these kids in. I'm trying to take care of them, and these niggas keep calling me Goofy." Y'all stressed him out.
Disrespectful.
Y'all stressed that man out, man.
Nah, man. Pasta's so damn cool, man. Reserved and just chill, man. That's why I was like, ooh. I was just because of my mind, I'm like, man, he don't get mad at shit. So I said that shit. Man, he beat
that
the fuck out.
Goofy. That was look. He like, I've been called this my whole life. No, I'm joking. Hey, look, but seriously though, why didn't you adopt, or do you still think about adoption? Knowing what's your background, like, do you support it or are you against it? What?
No, I support it, man, because you got fucked up people out here in this world. You got fucked up parents. I think if I could provide for more miles outside of my own kids, I would definitely do that shit. I would definitely do it. Because man, the worst thing to see is a kid suffering, or seeing a kid come from a family with a fucked up parent. You see, even if following the news, you see so many of these fucked up parents in the situation, mothers who leave a relationship and get with some guy like out here in Vegas. Matter of fact, a story I ran where the father of these kids ended up dying from pneumonia, like in January. By May, the motherfucking mom in there with a boyfriend. This dude kills the young kid and leaves this motherfucker in the freezer.
Oh,
so
yeah,
shit like that. Yeah. Or even that kid, that guy in Florida. You remember everybody thought the dude in court who was flipping out, acting all crazy and yelling in the court, where they think he crazy, but not knowing how he beat the motherfucking mother in the head with a shotgun, stabbed the daughter up with a tomahawk axe or some shit, and then went in there and stabbed his son up and burnt him, and he was the only survivor.
Set the house on fire, I thought.
Yeah, he stabbed the boy first and then set the house on fire. But that officer who adopted the kid, it's shit like that make a motherfucker, had to step in and take care of kids. Like, there's a lot of fucked up parents out here and a lot of kids who go through that shit. So you don't want them to have to go through that. And I'm glad I didn't have to stay with my biological side of my family. So it was a blessing for me.
Do you think that guy should have been committed to a hospital or a state prison?
A prison, man. I don't buy into that it's mental health, but giving people with mental health the easy way out is bullshit. Like, even using mental health as a reasoning behind why a person commits a crime. Yeah, his mind is fucked up, but he knows damn well to go about killing somebody to relieve him. So why would you put him in a hospital for one day he can get out? Like, no, they belong in a prison.
Some
maybe
a special, know, like their mind, it doesn't know it's the difference between fantasy and real. Do you believe in mental health? Do you think mental health is a real thing and people can have psychotic breaks?
Yeah, I believe in it. But do you want a person who will have a psychotic break to get a chance to come back into society?
No. I think they should be committed for the rest of their life. But might need to be in an institution for the rest of life. Maybe not prison though.
Yeah, no, a special facility. I agree with that. As long as they ain't getting no easy tap on the wrist. Well, he only did it
beside the Joker and Poison Ivy. But yeah, definitely they might not need to be beside one of my crazy cousins in prison, because my crazy cousin in prison ain't about to play with his goofy ass. You know what I'm saying? He got all the sense in the world, and he ain't never coming home. You know what I'm saying?
Right, absolutely.
And I heard cuz tell me, he was like, man, said, man, when the motherfucker got life, they can kill you whenever. Like, I'm gonna use a Patrice O'Neal reference because Patrice O'Neal talked about it, but my cousin told me the same. She was like, I was like, oh man, it's motherfucker disrespecting me. I'm gonna kill his ass. On 4th of July. Shit might be November right now, nigga. I'm gonna kill his ass on 4th of July next week. I'm gonna kill his ass on Valentine's. You know what I'm saying?
Hell
Just for saying hey to me, because you in prison for doing that. Don't even walk by and say what's up to me, nigga. We gonna kill your ass 4th of July.
Yeah. No, that's real talk, Mark. I know.
Time.
Yeah, there's a difference between somebody who needs help and probably shouldn't be in regular society. So yeah, put them in a mental institution, and a difference between somebody who's just a hardened criminal who needs to be in prison. And I do believe, like you said, you mix the two. Now you putting yourself in a real volatile situation, because I know that shit can go up.
No, I'm laughing at the Boston Scholar, man.
Oh man, that petty is so real. $30 petty. Shout out to
that nigga's petty, yo. He petty as fuck, yo, and I love it. That nigga said to the smartest nigga in the room. I'm sorry. Let me give him the 2 drops, man. Let me give him the $30 drop. Damn, man.
A 10. A fucking 10.
Add the dub to it. He said to the smartest nigga in the room. Yo, shout out to Dr. Marq. Reggie, where did you find Dr. Marq?
We call this here a little twin. Wow. Nigga.
Appreciate it, bro. You won, bro. You won. You officially did not subscribe. Unsubscribe. I'll leave you alone. He was like, nigga, that won't me. I keep telling you it won't me. But go ahead.
Oh no, I was just sitting here laughing like you said, like when you get certain people who you get somebody who's goofy because of a mental condition and they just weird, and you put them around a hardened criminal. Like I know when I was younger and I was still in trouble, I used to always warn cats, like, depending on what your charge is, you might be sitting in the county, but you might be in the wing where they got cats who are like, they're finishing up their time or whatever like that, or they're getting processed out to their prison, depending on, the severity of your offense. And so you a pretrial detainee still waiting your trial, running around this jail trying to be bad because you a little young motherfucker, not understanding that the nigga in your pod, he's just waiting for them to ship him off to a federal prison because he about to do 30 years. You think he give a fuck about doing something to you? His life already over, bro. It's all, you dig what I'm saying? Like, hurt people like hurting people. He gonna make you feel his pain.
Absolutely. Yeah, Red. So I agree with you, man. I ain't gonna lie. I always thought adoption was cool. I always wanted to adopt one day. And then I realized as I got older, a couple things. First and foremost, your own kids be turning on you, let alone somebody else's kids. Like, you'll take care of the kids their whole life just for them to say, you ain't my daddy. Did you ever get into those kind of arguments with your adoptive parents? Or,
fuck no. Hell no.
So you was a good one, Reggie.
No, it's a lot of people. What remind me of some shit? It's just when you got good people, man. That's all that matters. It don't matter if it's your parents or not. You remember the girl who was kidnapped from the hospital and shit? And that woman who took her as a newborn and raised her. And then when they find out that was her mother, they try to introduce her to the regular family. But she rejected her biological family. It's like it's no attachment. That's why bonding with a child is important.
Yeah, and they got to the point, they was like, I wish we never found this little heifer.
Exactly. Exactly.
Disrespectful. She was raised by a criminal, and now she out here looking at us like we the bad folks. Damn, man, they made a whole Lifetime movie about Shorty too.
Yeah, that's painful.
because as twisted as that was, they really did ruin the girl life, because it was like the mother out of her who know what the mental health, her wanting the baby, her snatching that baby, but raising that child and taking care of. She nurtured that child, took care of that child. And that shit was ripped from that young girl who was innocent, don't know the difference. It's hard to just be like, oh, this is my new mom. Like, even with me speaking on stories, because I know who my biological mom, and telling stories, she ain't my mom and shit, but I don't call her by her name. I'll call her mom, but that ain't who my mom. So that's why when telling stories, I always got to elaborate on a lot of my shit, but she ain't my mom. My mom and dad is who raised me. And I would never choose biological parents over my parents who are really my mom and dad. Would never.
And that's crazy that you touch on that, Reggie.
No, I didn't hear that last part. Before you do that, Clue, what you said you would never do what, Reggie?
Choose my biological parents over my mom and dad who are my mom and dad. Would never do that.
Now what age were you guys adopted?
Shit, me, I was at a young age, probably like a year and a half or two, because that's why I always bring the story up about when it comes to when talking stories on races. I was raised by a Mexican family when I first got taken away, and shit, could be one of the first ones in the LA County fucking system to probably be raised in a family like that.
It wasn't given away.
Huh?
You were taken by the state.
Yeah.
What happened? For the people who don't know, can you share?
I don't know that story. I don't ask that shit. My mom she was young. They was running the street. I'm a real 80s kid. I'm a real 80s kid. They caught up in the street. They said, I'm gonna give my biological mom on a story one day and let them tell their story, because they went through like some real harsh fucked up shit.
So they still with us, and you have a relationship with them.
Yeah, man. I'm like one of the easiest motherfuckers to get along with. Like, so just they story was a fucked up story. It was like,
but you never asked them. You never asked them, why did they take us from you?
No, because asking that shit, it ain't to guilt trip them like that. So I don't bring up their story. Plus, they like, I'm not attached to them like that. They my family, but when they come around, it's like it's all love. But my family is who my family is.
Reggie, you read tons of books. Like, you read fucking full encyclopedias on your channel. I'm shocked that you don't have the curiosity of your family's history and legacy and lineage to, if nothing else, just to know. You seem like one of those I just want to know type niggas. Like, why would you read a book on Ulysses S. Grant? Because it's knowing history and knowing where we at and where we can go. I'm just surprised that you, especially being a father yourself, I'm just shocked. You know what I'm saying? That you never.
But look, it's no history to that family. It's all fucked up. All their history is fucked up, and you got to think about what plagued a lot of families come out of south of Los Angeles. The families who became unfocused families, they got caught up in drugs. A lot of them got caught up in other shit. Their dynamic twisted with their mother. The mother having a bunch of kids, her losing her mind, which you had with a lot of women. You hear like even the Malcolm X story of how his mother lost her mind. That's what happened to their mother, and a bunch of them became split.
Then they end up. Sorry to cut you off. How many siblings you got, Reg?
Oh, the ones that I'm close with is just 4 of us. But the ones who are my family, shit, I got a bunch of older brothers and sisters. From my biological mother and them, shit, she had a bunch of kids with my father. Shit, I was meeting brothers when he got out of prison who we got the same name. It's like 3 brothers of mine. We all got the same name and shit.
Everybody Reggie Owens. They said Reggie Owens. 4 niggas looked up.
One nigga in Georgia, another nigga in Kansas. I come from real street parents. That's why I say I got so much story. I got so much history to shit.
What do you mean when you mean street parents? Like, as in like addicts?
Like young hustlers turned into addicts, criminals. I think my biological pops spent like 30-something years in prison. He didn't get out till a few years ago. Like real criminal-minded people.
Do they have a relationship with you, with your children?
No, man, I'm way in Vegas. Like, nah. My thing is, I always want to
be going out there to visit and spend a weekend or to spend a day or two, or no?
No, if I go to Long Beach, because that's what my biological side. But my thing ain't to when I go out there to connecting with them. My family is my family. My family who raised me. That's the dynamics of when you deal with that shit. It's like when you deal with why it's important if you're gonna have kids to be in their lives. Otherwise, you don't treat your child, you choose drugs, or you choose your own life, your own emotions over your child, and then you expect to come back into it. You ain't gonna get a lot of people who are like me. I don't hold that shit against her like that, but it ain't my thing to where I'm just super connected, like I gotta call her every week. I don't do that shit. With my mom, who was my mom, when I still was at the crib, I hugged my mom every fucking night. So I do that shit with my kids. So one thing I always done, make sure I went and hugged her every fucking night. And my kids do that with me. That's why when my kids wake up, they come right in here to me. The first thing they do. So always keep that bond. You got to keep that shit close with your kids. Otherwise, you reject that. And even with them, even when I explain to them, for them to be tight, even when they argue, because at some point, your mom is going to be dead and your dad is going to be dead. And it's just y'all two as y'all navigate this world. So you got to teach this shit. Like I say, that's why we saying motherfuckers can't tell me shit about life, because I got life stories, some cold fucking life stories. But with the biological thing you was asking, I know about their history. I know where they come from. But it ain't a family that I'm attached to like that. And a lot of them have gone, man, if I got into their stories, man, they like, it seemed like they cursed and shit, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I was waiting for you guys to finish because I was getting ready to touch on Reggie, like what you said about the mother who stole the daughter and everything. And then even what you said about your personal story. I think that's a very big thing that, you know, it's been going on, but starting with our generation as 80s babies, it really got so normalized and cool that, like, the breaking up of families and the things of, okay, well, the mom and dad ain't around, and it's not like mom's a piece of shit or dad's a piece of shit, but one's bitter, so they just keep the child away from the adult. And it's funny you said that, because it's like the child don't know better. And if you give it too much time, that child's like you just, and they don't have no connection with their actual parent. And that'd be very traumatic for that child to, nah, man, fuck that. That's not my real mom and blah, blah, blah. Like I always tell people, like I can only speak of the trauma that I still deal with by being 42 this year, to realize at 17 years old that no, my dad wasn't some piece of shit who just ran and didn't want to see me. My dad was actively trying to be in my life, but kept away from me just because my mom was bitter. And that fucked with me for 20 years, until by the time I was 37, I just no longer have a relationship with my biological mother at all. Because it made me, as I got older as a man, it made me look at so much shit that I went through as a child and say to myself, now, was that what I just really had to go through, or was that just something that I went through because of the choice you made? Especially when growing up in a single mother household, you know, especially black single mother households, you know, a lot of y'all can probably relate. You was hearing a lot about, oh, well, your dad didn't want you, or your dad didn't whatever. And so you put your mom up on this pedestal, like, damn, man, without my old girl, man, I'd just be out here fucked up. Man, she really just risking it all for me. And then to be a young adult male and grow up and realize that shit was some bullshit. That was just some fake ass fucking narrative that my mom cooked up so she could feel good about her poor life decisions. Like, that fucked me up, and that's always been something throughout my adult life. I've literally broke up with chicks because you know what I'm saying, like, she had a kid and I watched her do some real goofy shit. Like, I get it, you don't fuck with your baby dad no more, but you doing some real goofy shit. And I could have been stepdaddy. I could have been Russell Wilson and encouraged her, like, yeah, you with me now. But me being a child who grew up in those lies and under those conditions, that's something that I never could condone. And I just want to thank you for sharing your story. And you know what I'm saying, because that just, things like that, they really interest me, because people don't talk about it enough. The other side of it, we're so busy talking about how dad or mom felt, when it's all about what these kids are going to have to deal with.
But your mom did provide, though. Whether you say you didn't like her reasoning, she did provide and take care of you, though. Right?
Yeah, I mean, she was in the military. We lived in government houses. And
slow down. So because she was in the military, she had a high ranking position. So did your father. So that means you had an opportunity to go to some good schools, be around, like, you got good health care, you had dentistry, like, you had all of that shit, right? It was always something in the refrigerator.
Well, no. Granted, now hold on. Now,
right, what? Like they
no. Hold on now. Now, I've always made a point of saying I never faulted my mom for her job and everything and the time she wasn't around, because no, she was doing some real super spy shit, and I'm so proud of her for that, even still this day. You know what I'm saying? I'm even proud of my dad's service. I'm talking about
but you just said
I don't have no, because let me finish. Because that's one thing. That's one thing. I'm talking about the real deal nurturing and raising of a child, which my mom did not do. Half of it was because she's so busy being a super spy, and the other half of it was when she was home, all she's trying to do is live her life. I spent most of my life being raised by the streets, my homeboys, either my grandma. I say it openly. I was often molested by my mama's friends because she's just leaving me with whatever fucking drinking buddy or friend she has at that time. So me and my brother, and then but by the time I was before middle school, me and my brother was deep into the game. We was heavy doing shit, and we paid the bills. That was another thing I always credit my mom for. She only had 2 boyfriends she acted really brand new for, and everyone else, she would always have to tell them, you can't run around here acting like this is your house. This is these boys' house, because we paid all the bills. And I'm talking about I paid all my bills since I was like 12, 13. You know what I'm saying? To where it was one of them things where when she'd get mad at us, she'd throw us in juvie or whatever, all these dope dealing, gang banging motherfuckers. And I remember sitting in handcuffs, getting walked to a car, saying to myself, so you're throwing me in jail, but you're not going to tell the cops that I paid the rent the last 3 months from this dope money. You had no problem taking my dope money. You had no problem doing all. You had no problem when you saw that me and my brother was spilling out of control. You had no problem just saying, oh, well, fuck it, it's hard, and leaving me at the mercy of the white man in the system. When the whole time, like I mentioned to you on the phone once, me and my son was talking, and we was looking at pictures from when I was around 12 through 14, and you could see the change in my eyes. You could see this. I went from a little kid to a little fucking thug, and you could just see it in my face. And what hurt me when I thought about that was that same period of time, that last period of time when my dad was doing everything to try and be in our lives and getting blocked and getting pushed out. And it's not a what if, and it's not bitterness. It's like, no, it's like that was the time I needed my dad in my life. And for her own image, like she later admitted as we were adults, that's why I don't have a relationship with her, because I got grown and we started having real conversations. My mom was weird. She had these weird moments where she'd admit things and then get mad because it was like she realized what she said and realized that I got it. So she admitted she did a lot of shit that had nothing to do with me and my brother's best interest. She did a lot of shit just because, no, she was mad and she didn't want people to think like this. She had a good, like say she had a good boyfriend. She should have married him. But his problem was he didn't like the way that she was leaving us at the mercy of the streets. So he'd be like, hey, CJ, you can't be doing your kids like that. So on the proud black woman tip, you don't tell me what to do. Those are my kids. And she'd chase him out of, you know what I'm saying? She'd chase him out of her life. And here it is. Now we had this good man in our life who was actually being a man and a father to us for 4 years, who would just get ripped out because, oh, you don't tell me what to do about my kids. Because it was like she admitted, it's all about her image. She even admitted this to my son, her grandson, who I still let have a relationship with her. And I have to explain to my son all the time that, yeah, that's your grandma, love her, but you just got to understand she is how she is. My mom is one of those type of people.
Yeah, man, this family dynamic shit is deep, man. And that's the thing people have to understand as parents, man. You just providing material shit ain't good enough for a lot of kids, and it just ain't. And even sometimes it ain't even just about you being a parent to your child, because sometimes even how they speak about people being role model. And that's why it's essential for people in the community to become role models of people. You deal with a lot of kids who go through a lot of fucked up situations. But to fix a lot of that shit, sometimes you may deal with somebody in the community. Like we had homies with fathers, and I watch how that dynamic immediately shifted. Like even when our pops died, that shit was dramatic as fuck to me. Never understood. You know, I watched my neighbor get killed, but then when pops died, that shit was a different effect on me. So I'm dealing with the shit with my neighbor, watching the actual murder, then pops dying, feeling just left out in the motherfucking world, and then dealing with the homie pops who get killed, who was just like a father to the people in the community who kept us involved in shit. And when he died, was killed and was no longer essential to a lot of kids' path into, you know, we stayed involved at and it's a notorious park in LA, Jesse Owens Park. We stayed involved in activities up there. But when his father died, and even watching how that affected the homie changed up a lot. Matter of fact, the homie used to play at the school with Paul Pierce. Him and Paul Pierce grew up playing ball at Inglewood High School. It's his dad who kept Jesse Owens Park thriving with sports. When he was killed, picking his son up from a party, it changed all of my friends over, like almost immediately. Everybody began to change except me, because I had these other experiences and I knew what I was focused on in life. I knew what I wanted to be in life, and I wanted to do other shit outside of my homies. But it pushed other people to the streets, and a lot of people's come from these young families, single mothers who more worried about who's the next nigga that's gonna lay up under them, rather than focusing on their kids, because they don't want to spend another lonely night by themselves. They need somebody to take care of them, and those kids become secondary to them. The most they think about is buying them a fast food meal and keeping some clothes on them, and it's not the right thing to do. So these stories is deep. Like I say, my story is an open book. I'm an open book. I come from like a unique time period in life, and a unique ass area in life and where I was raised at. So it's like I be looking back on this shit like this shit is a dream, but a lot of people have these same. Huh?
I was just giving you your flowers. I said you made it. A lot of people made it, bro.
Yeah, a lot of people did it. And even with my brother, but even going back to my biological side, I got a sister fucked up off of drugs, fucked up bad.
On what drug though? What's going on?
Man, you name it. The girl probably got AIDS and all that shit, to be honest.
Sorry to hear that, bro. Sorry.
And yeah, then I got the other brother who in prison, and then my other sister who takes care of all her, my brother's son, and then she takes care of her sister's son. Like, I'm talking about the dynamics that affected them, not so much of me and my brother. Me and my brother was cool. My brother just got caught up in the gang shit. But even speaking with him, it ain't so much about, because we didn't deal about where we come from and having this. We had a cool ass life inside of living in an old hood ass area. What changed my brother, and I remember him telling me this shit, was when he was, because I kind of knew he was going down this path of street shit. Because when they started this clique up at the high school we come from,
I remember you told this story on your show.
it became like a notorious clique up at the school and shit.
And but it's just like, nah, nigga, it's only gonna be one clique out here, nigga.
Yeah, like one hood. But that's even back when we was kids, because we started, my neighbor started some shit what we call COTM, like criminals on the move. And that shit started to like spread, because a lot of that shit happens in LA, where you get a lot on top of the gangs that's there. You get a lot of kids that start cliques. And eventually those cliques start turning into where the gang, they absorb into the gang. So when they start the COTM, we young kids, I'm in elementary school when we own that shit. And so they end up diffusing that, because it became like the gang over in like the Hoover neighborhood. They start blowing up into a big clique. The gang in our neighborhood start blowing up in a big clique. And it became where cats fighting, but then it turned into gunplay. One of the homies' brothers start turning that shit into gunplay. We young ass kids and shit. So they absorb that shit into the game. But then as we get older, my brother and them get to high school, they start a little just regular clique, because a lot of these kids start up cliques trying to fashion themselves as the bigger hoods in their neighborhood, but not wanting to claim that they're Bloods or Crips. They just start their clique or their group. They fight with other cliques. But every time my brother used to be like, they want to be from the hood over there, he'd be like, nah, he'll fight. Because the nigga like to fight and shit. So he always fight whoever they want to line up, but he'd be like, I ain't from the hood. But it was just one incident over the summer. I'm in the Army when all this shit happened. When this incident happened, but when he was it was during the summer, and it's one of the homies we grew up with. My brother and them all known since elementary. And his uncle, who like an OG in our neighborhood, was always like a uncle to my brother, because his nephew was my brother's best friend. And while they hanging out, so imagine you going from childhood all the way up into your young adult, like 18 or 19 or some shit. And so this dude's always looked out for you. Gave you passes, like get you passes through the hood off his rep and name. You seeing him one night, not one night, but just one day during the summers, during the summer, everything popping over there. And while they out there talking, it's this girl used to live in our neighborhood who was like a hood hopping type chick. But this is a foul ass chick, what this chick used to be doing. She'd be fucking with guys from our neighborhood, telling them shit about folks in this other neighborhood, an enemy neighborhood, and then doing the same shit vice versa. And she getting people set up, getting shootouts, because it used to be odd. Anytime the homies would be at her house, because she lived at the corner of Normandy, they be sitting out there and somebody creep up and then they end up in shootouts and shit on multiple occasions. But so during the summers where these girls from the from across the other side of Normandy, who from Hoover, they come knocking on their door like these badass females. They fine as fuck. They go up to the girl door, banging on the door because they was gonna kill her. That's what they was gonna do. That's how vicious some of these motherfucking people are out there. So when they bang on her door, she don't answer it. She probably was in that house, but she knew not to answer it. So when they get back in their car, my brother and them seeing them like these, it's summertime, so you already know what they dress like. When they get back in their car and they driving by, the homie uncle trying to flag them down. He flagging them down because that's what we do out there. You see a badass chick, you flagging them down and all this shit. When they stop and they call him over there, he walk into the car. Oh, girl, blast him, bah bah, laid him down. They drove off, and then from there, that's what like changed my brother. Like he like, fuck it. It is what it is now. Like he been avoiding this shit, not trying to claim the hood over here, but he's like, it is what it is now. And from there, he just lost it. But he was always kind of on that path. But after seeing that shit, it was over with.
Yeah, man. That shit crazy,
right, bro. And we called you long-winded. Respectful.
Who, me?
Nah, I was fucking right side because I was like, damn, man, you be kind of long-winded a little bit sometimes.
Ain't he gonna lie to you, Mike? I mean, Mark. He cooking. Hey, I'm just listening and trying to learn right now, bro. I'm listening and learning.
I know right side probably was like, nigga, and you call me long-winded?
He said, where the wrap-up button on this nigga?
Nah. Hey, look, but that's a story, though. Like, stories are stories. Right side would be like, and we know what happened with, and then he was the franchise champ. I'm like, nigga, you going through the whole box wreck, bro. But nah. Hey, look, but shout out to Reggie, man, for that crazy yo, and you said your brother's still in jail now. This the brother you talking about right here that's still in prison, right? Now I don't call him long-winded. Now he don't want to talk. Damn. But nah, man. Shout out to Reggie, man, for telling that story. Go ahead, Clips or right side. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say.
No, I'm right here. I had to grab something. My bad.
Hey Reggie, I got a question for you. You say your family, your blood family from Long Beach, y'all related to any Stouts?
No. My blood family from Arkansas, and they lived in Sacramento. I lived in Long Beach before I moved to Las Vegas.
Okay, yeah, because some of the shit you was talking about remind me of some shit. My niggas, big ass family from Chicago and Long Beach, they called the Stouts, and they was wild. They was a wild family spread out like that. But like, I feel you. Like a lot of people don't know how it came to be. Some of us were on the path. Some of us were born into this life. Like I always tell people, another reason why I never talk bad about too much about gang culture or whatever is how I grew up. Sadly, those are some of my positive influences. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, my mom was busy doing a very complicated job. I'll never fault her for that. And her home, and it wasn't her fault as far as her mothering and nurturing skills, because my grandmama was mean as fuck. My grandmama's a mean old Seminole lady, beautiful as hell too. She's still alive. And she's probably gonna outlive all of us, because you know what I'm saying, evil never dies. God bless her.
So why you ain't got no relationship with your mom if you know she got it honest? It ain't her fault.
Well, because they got a bad history of my grandmama's mama grew up fucked up, did some fucked up things to my grandmama. My grandmama passed that pain on to her kids, and my mama did the same to us. And pretty much I became the black sheep of the family when at 15, I said, nah, I'm not doing this. At 17, I found out what I needed to find out. And I started getting the pushback because I wasn't going along with, oh, this is just how we do in the family. Because I'm like, no, this ain't right. And the reason why I started seeing it ain't right is like I tell people, I was in group homes. I was in the juvenile. I grew up around a lot of Spanish families. I grew up around a lot of other black families and white families. And I saw that these families was fucked up. And no matter how fucked up these families was, there was genuine love in those families. Like, see, my family, they don't really love like that. And that's anybody in my family will tell you. Like you've heard me say on several times, Mark, I didn't hear the words, I love you, period, until gangbanging.
I love you, bro.
Thank you. I love you too, Mark. You feel what I'm saying? That's how me and my niggas talk to each other, because we was dying. Meanwhile, in my family, it's always, oh, Reggie, I love you, but you know you get on my goddamn nerves. Right side, you know I love you. You just dumb as hell. Mark, you stupid motherfucker, but I still love you. Like, you know, all them backhanded compliments with it, because that's just, you know, my family's, you know what I'm saying, they grew up hard and they were mean. And so a lot of that meanness and nastiness got normalized. And like I said, in gang coach, like I get offended when people say I'm smart, because that was my mom and my auntie's excuse for never wanting to deal with me. Mike's smart, he'll figure it out. It was only the OGs in the hood who said, hey, Mike, you good with numbers. Here, get this damn geometry and this calculus book when I'm in elementary school. And that's why everybody was bugging why I was so good with math. But it was actually my OGs. Like my friends who knew me used to laugh at my middle school science teacher, because during chemistry and everything like that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was talking about do some measurements. I just grabbed the triple beam and started laying things out. And he was like, damn, Mike, how'd you do it? And the people who knew me was laughing their ass off. You know what I'm saying? This white dude couldn't understand how this fucking 11-year-old kid could break down milligrams and kilos and shit like that, like nothing. Like I'm just eyeballing the shit. You feel what I'm saying? And measuring up. And so it was it was this weird little dynamic. It was a weird little dynamic to where I'm not bitter about it. I thank God for all my pain and suffering, because that's the reason why I treat people the way I treat people now. That's the reason I spread love with my kids the way I do now. And not just my kids, any kid I encounter. Because like Reggie said, there is nothing more fucked up than seeing a kid who if you came up the way I came up, I could look at certain kids and tell, if somebody don't put their hands on this boy or girl, within the next 3 years, it is done. It is cooked. Like I said, like, you know, me and my son sat and looked at pictures of me, and you could see the progression of my yearbook pictures. And you see right when I turned 11 to 14, you see that I was no longer some sweet little kid. And you didn't have to know me. All you got to do is look in that picture. And then that's what I'm really getting at. Like, there's nothing against my mom. I chose peace. I chose peace of mind, and I chose to not normalize the bullshit. I got bad habits and I'm real fucked up. But you know what? I'm very unapologetically honest. I'll be the first to say, yeah, I'm on bullshit. See, the problem I've always felt with my family is people justify their bullshit. They'll do some fucked up shit to their kids and be like, oh, well, that's how I felt. I'm mama. And that fucked with us for generations.
No, you're absolutely right. That's like the Earth, Wind, and Fire song, man. People overlook, man. A child is born with a heart of gold. To the ways of the world, turn his heart cold. And that's real. I see a lot of people will transition to that, man. That's why I be like, man, I'm just blessed that I ain't turned into be one of these bitter, vicious ass motherfucking people. Because a lot of shit that has pushed me, like I got to where I know how to control my shit, learn how to control anger. Because just as vicious as many people are, I can be just as vicious as any one of these cats. But I know there's better shit out there. So I've always maintained some sort of sanity, because where we come from is insanity. And it teaches us vicious. Even the most calm, relaxed person. That's why I'm like, man, people can't test people. Because the person that ain't always rah-rah, people look at a square, and he's from that same environment. He has the same ill manners that you may have. He can take shit to these ill extremes. But you was bringing up with my brother in prison, and yeah, my brother I was talking about is the one who in prison, and watching him, how Clips is just talking about how you can see him he went through these transitional periods where you see him change. Me seeing that with my own brother, like us coming out the whole house, was like some shit that like really fucked me up. Like being that, you know, going to the military, watching him take this path in life and I go through this other path, and him in and out of jail, like from high school. Talking about my brother was terrorizing shit in LA and became known for a rep that was real fucked up.
Terrorizing shit in LA. Respect.
Terrorizing. And a lot of them other cats I grew up with, terrorizing shit. And even the younger kids, I'll be seeing them like negative hood reputations, known for the illest shit. Watching these kids making these all the wrong reasons for becoming known for some shit. But like my brother, like he institutionalized. And I don't know how he gonna change. And even his stories, man, I can put his stories in a book, put my stories in a book. But like even with him, he gonna be in jail for like 30 years of his fucking life. But it's like this, I knew he was gone when he ended up doing whatever he did to get that first sentence where he had like 8.5 years. The dude got like a week to get out. He ended up attacking jail staff and get like 2 years attached onto that shit.
He get how many years attached to it?
He got 2 years attached onto that 8.5 he did with a week left to get out. He attacked them staff and then ended up getting 2 more years to it. My brother couldn't even stay out for like a fucking, he kept violating his probation.
He wanted to go back in.
Yeah, definitely. He couldn't adapt to this shit.
I had a homeboy like that.
Yeah, he back in there now. He wasn't out, like I say, he wasn't out for a year, and he about to do 15 or 17 years.
Man, that's crazy you said that, Red. I bid with this dude named Sean Hightower in New Mexico, and he had got out after doing 15 years. This man told me with tears in his eyes right there while we're playing spades, he didn't give a fuck who seen him. He started bawling. He was like, Mike, I couldn't take it. He said, I came home and saw that my girl was on shit because he was moving that rock real heavy. His girl ended up being a junkie. His daughter was a crack baby. And everybody was keeping this from him because they didn't want him tripping while he's in prison and blah, blah, blah. Just do your time and come home, Sean. Just do your time, come home. And so when people meant well by keeping that from him, they don't understand how they fucked him up. Because when he got home from prison and saw what was going on with his girl and his daughter, he told me that because he was that nigga, you know, everybody's giving him little stimulus packages to get back on his feet, a little bit of money, a little bit of work, couple pistols, whatever like that. Right. Sean said he took all that money, took that work, bought a whole bunch of shit, got Superman high, and drove from Santa Fe to Albuquerque, New Mexico, just robbing random liquor stores, just driving in the same car, waiting to get pulled over.
Why though?
Because he could not deal with being out. He got institutionalized, and he's sitting there crying, like, Mike, I couldn't deal with it. He's like, you know what? I felt when I met him, he was on his way back to prison, and I was a pretrial detainee in the maximum security facility with, you know, people on their way to the whatever. Like I was saying, like I was alluding to earlier, and everything. And he was like, I couldn't deal with it, bro. He was like, as much as I wanted to get out of prison, I was happy to be. When I saw what the world had for me, and I realized how ill-equipped I was to deal with this, he said, you know what? It's just probably some coward shit. But yeah, nigga, I did that, and that's why I'm here. I'm just waiting for them to send me back so I can just go ahead and live my life with some sort of peace of mind, because that shit hurt my spirit. He was like, you saying I threw my life away? I'm like, bro, I threw my life away years ago. I'm just now realizing it. I'll never forget those words.
Man, we got this one nigga we grew up with who came on. Man, this nigga got this dude was like a serial killing, psychopathic. Matter of fact, I grew up with a lot of these type of motherfuckers.
Yeah,
who are real life serial killers, man. But this one dude just had it to where he just had to kill a motherfucker. Like that's how he was. And him and my brother run together. But this dude, and I remember when he first come out to LA, and that's the one thing I used to see with a lot of cats who come from other states, they come to LA and they intrigued with that gang shit. Like we had one cat, this first time we used to hear about Juvie. I don't know if he was really Juvie family or not, but he used to always say he had a cousin out in New Orleans who rapped. So we used to call him Young Juvie from our neighborhood. We used to call him Young Juvie because that's then like a year or so or a month come out. That's when that Juvie Hun shit came out. And then we like, oh shit, this nigga Young Juvie been talking about. But this kid ended up be coming from the gang we from. Not that I'm not from the gang, but the neighborhood.
Your neighborhood.
Yeah, from my neighborhood. And so he from the gang and shit, getting caught up in a bunch of shit. He take on one of these legendary cats in our neighborhood. He become his little homie. The homie from our neighborhood lived deep in the enemy neighborhood, like a vicious enemy neighborhood, who he know damn where he's supposed to live, but his name Looney. He living in their neighborhood with bang on him, all that type of shit. He get killed one day.
How the fuck you live in an enemy neighborhood?
It be like that sometimes.
You see that nigga who people think crazy, like that dude Crip Mac. It's a lot of niggas like that in LA.
Nah,
a lot of crazy ass.
Why they ain't got their own? Because that's where their people live. That's where they gotta live.
Man, some of these niggas don't give a fuck. Some niggas, when you on some super gangster shit, you think everybody fear you. And nigga, when you ready to take it to extremes and you'll knock somebody's head off, you don't give a fuck. And I think that's how he felt. And he lived in their neighborhood. And I think one day he driving with him and he get killed. So the young dude Juvie just out here by himself, but Juvie get killed in a vicious matter of fact. He the last person from my neighborhood I seen when I left off to the army. And then a few months later, I hear about him getting shot in his head, thrown in the trunk of a car and set on fire. So he's like one of the first cats come up out of the South who we seen get caught up in the gang banging shit out there. But this kid who I'm talking about, man, this motherfucker became this thing got like psychopathic motherfucking tendencies, straight up killer. But he come out there from like Arkansas, him and his family. But he was always a quiet dude when he used to come in our neighborhood. We'd be getting to see this transitional period of a person. That's all I always kind of look back on now that I'm older, is the path that you see happy kids begin to just turn cold. And this dude was like always in the neighborhood. You think he just, LA, a different environment. It seems vibrant, but when they start picking up on the real reality, shit takes place. This kid just started quickly picking up. And what started happening was a lot of people start liking the kid in the neighborhood. Then the bitches start liking him because this is back then, like the 2000. The nigga resembled Lil Wayne and shit. So now the bitches start flocking on him. Then he had a cool little squabble game. He could fight. Then when he started repping the neighborhood, he really started making a name for himself for beating up shit, smashing on cats, and shooting at cats. So then this reputation just started to supersede him. Like, it just became rapid. The allure behind that shit, the bitches up on him. So he had to maintain his rep, but he became infatuated with more probably, knocking off who people term as they enemies or they ops, which is, it's a kid from the South. He has no history of understanding what's the history behind why these gangs don't get along. A lot of people don't understand the history and like listening more to it. The one show I tell people to listen to is the Kev Max show. You get a lot of LA gang history from like original cats, like super original cats. But this this how this dude, he just jumped right into the flames of the way that the boundaries are set from the neighborhood we live in. And I remember one night, it's him and my brother out there going on a mission where this dude loses his eye. This is the first time he get where he gets shot back. This is why I used to work at the post office and shit. And I used to work late at night. And this shit like around New Year's. Like it had to be like the 28th of December, 28th, maybe the 29th of December. And I used to go to work at like midnight shift at the post office. And as I'm getting ready, it's storming. It's a big ass storm going on. It's raining. So we like, everything gotta be cool. Next thing I hear is fucking just boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, damn, did somebody get shot? Because now I'm like, damn, can I go out? But I'm like, no, I can go out to the car because the police gonna have whatever took place surrounded. I can get out. But I'm like, damn. I'm like, nah, ain't nobody out here shooting in the middle of a fucking storm. I'm like, can't nobody out. But then I'm like, damn, ain't nobody lighting fireworks. Then later I hear the banging on my den and shit. Banging on the den and a bunch of crying and shit. And motherfucking, I'm like, man, who the fuck? Because at this time, my brother ain't living there because all the fucking up he doing. I'm like, what the fuck going on? He come in there, and then that's why I hear the story. Tell me what happened. They walking through enemy neighborhood. And I'm thinking like, y'all stupid motherfuckers in the middle of a storm. This is the type of shit they on. But this is how vicious this dude become and how he had a need. He had a need to want to knock people off and fucking. So he ended up in this shootout I'm hearing. What happened is they rolling up on the car. They walking through this neighborhood. These dudes made the mistake of, not even a mistake, but they sitting in their car about to light a blunt. And when he seen the lighter go off in that car, he like, bam. He walk over to that car, open the door, just get the blasting the dude up in the car, not knowing there's somebody else in there. The other person get to going back and forth shooting. He lose his eye and shit. Shoot his eye out. Fucking this dude walk about a mile through the enemy neighborhood. He dropped. So my brother thinking he dead. My brother ended up running back. He thinking he dead, not knowing, oh boy, get up. And he shot up like 9 times. He's gonna get up and walk like about a half a mile or maybe even a mile deeper into this, what's supposed to be enemy neighborhood, shot up in the middle of rain with his eye hanging out and then collapsed. He survived that shit. I think the other dude may have survived too, or he probably was close to dying and they go through their shit. He ended up beating the shit. He get out, Go back to Arkansas. He missing an eye, young. He getting a shootout out there with somebody. Ain't nothing slow this dude down. This dude been shot with like bullets hitting him. This dude probably been hit by like 20 times. He getting a bad shootout out there after engaging some shit. He healed back up. He getting some other shit with some cats to where he paralyzed now, and I think he in prison for life. But he after he healed up, like I'm telling this dude crazy, man. He became crazy, man. But watching this young good kid, man, turn psychopathic. But he out there back in Arkansas, he kind of bring a little gang from our neighborhood out there. Somebody tell him about some people he got in a dispute with is out around or somewhere. He get up, go around there, they get in a major shootout. He get hit, the other guy get hit, and one of them get killed. I think both of them got killed. The other one get killed when they car crash or some shit. And that dude's sitting in prison for life now, fucked up, eye missing, think he paralyzed. The rest of his life gone when he made that decision to go down this wrong road. But the real gist of his story is where his parents didn't prep him. He wasn't given the right preparation for his parents. His parents leave the South looking for a better opportunity, what they assume is a better opportunity, not knowing where they put their kids. He didn't even live in our neighborhood. He come away over into our neighborhood because it was more of an active neighborhood and shit. And plus the kids he went to school with, that he hung with, lived over there. So he got himself engaged in some shit and nobody slowed him down. That kid was just full throttle. Even my brother the same way. A lot of them cats in my neighborhood just full throttle with that shit. Even you remember the 100 days, 100 nights shit? Y'all heard about that? That was from my neighborhood. Yeah, that was a kid from my neighborhood.
I'm already hip to the vibes, man. We had our conversation, Reggie. I'm hip. But but on the vibes you were saying, like on the other side of it, to take a positive note as far as respecting quiet people. When I was in Hawaii, I met this. What was he? No, he was Somalian. A Somalian kid. Black skin, dark skin kid, looked real goofy, seashell necklace, glasses, running around flip-flops all the time. His name was Osama. Everybody thought this boy was like gay and just soft as baby shit. He was good friends with my cousin Nick. And after about a week of hanging around Nick, when he was a cousin from my dad's side who I met in Hawaii just on, on some God shit. Like we both in Hawaii and we two niggas who go to a high school. We don't even look alike or nothing. But when we get to talking, I get to talking to his sister and everything. Like, oh shit, we're actually first cousins. This is crazy. And so me and Nick, we start hanging around each other because Nick's an artist. And so I'm having him draw shit for me. And he brought his best friend, this little African kid, Osama, around. And so now all my gangster friends are blah, 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 fucking with Osama because he, he looked light in the ass. He even talks like this with the African/French accent. And it was real crazy. But here's the thing about Osama. Osama was a child fucking soldier since he was 5 years old. And some French motherfuckers found him when he was 11, smuggled him out the country, and got him over in America. Now this nigga living in Hawaii. That's why he's quiet and peaceful and very docile and demure, is because, and very calm now, is because, he's living the life in his mind. Because just that long ago, he was a child soldier forced to go mow down villages. I bring him up because everybody was shitting on him for how he acted and his demeanor, and he's so soft-spoken. So there were a couple times where some of my so-called gangster friends, him and my cousin would be around, and I knew the story, but I didn't tell everybody. That's his business. So certain friends of mine who would try to test him, certain times I wouldn't even intervene. I would just sit back and wait till they poke the bear one too many times. It only took 2 times for all them gangsters, down to my brother, my older brother, and all of his older cats that was around. It only took 2 times for people to see Osama's bad side, for everyone to realize you let that little African kid mind his business. Because back to Reggie said, in our communities, we don't look at them as serial killers. We just look at them as gangsters or, oh, this nigga a thug. But I'm with Reggie. I grew up with too many niggas who by the textbook definition, like, the FBI and police manual textbook definition, this man's a serial killer with 5 to 10 bodies under his belt, certified and confirmed. And we come from these communities where niggas don't get that. And like you say, you get cats who, I see somebody talking about DC. Yeah, they came from a hood in the East Coast, like being a military brat, that always was something that was pressed in my mind. It ain't where you from, it's where you at. You could be the nigga over here in Ohio, but they move a little differently in Indiana. So you running around Indiana on your Ohio shit, whether you being the knucklehead or whether you just being you, not understanding that, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes that shit don't translate. You know what I'm saying? Certain stupid shit that a New York nigga might just do or say, and oh well, everyone's laughing and it's funny. Yeah, you say that shit in motherfucking you say that shit in Southern Cali, you're getting left where you found. And that always really interests me was that everyone talks about these sort of things. But like me and Reggie are getting at, some of these brothers are lost. Some of these brothers are like, they're lost causes because, you know, the damage is done. But if you grew up with some of these individuals, I got so many people I grew up with who know, yeah, this nigga probably, you know, I got friends I tell all the time, like I got best friends who I love to death. I'll fuck you up. You talk about them. But I know this man. If there's a God and if there's a God in heaven and there's a hell, that boy's in hell. I was there when he did the shit. You feel what I'm saying? But like Reggie was saying, I saw how he turned into that. Like, you know, everyone clowns on me when I talk about weird shit or like blah blah. Growing up in the group homes, I know some of these gangsters in Cali. I was in the group home with them. I know why they run around crazy right now. I know what happened to them.
Let's have a conversation real quick. I got to ask that question. I'd be remiss because you talked about your mother, super spy, your dad, and it basically you grew up in a family that was in the military intelligence. We would call you a brat, right? Military brat, right?
Damn right, military brat.
But most of us know who were in the military brats, y'all are like preachers' kids. Like y'all, some of y'all be the worst motherfuckers out here sometimes.
You ain't lying about that.
And I always never understood the disconnect. How do you go from mom is a super spy to ended up in group home?
Well, because like I said,
I'm asking respectfully, of course. Like
I'm with you. I didn't take no disrespect to your question.
Because you know we crack jokes on the show, but I'm being very sincere right here.
And I appreciate it. And I'll answer this as succinctly as possible. When you grow up a military brat, I thank God for all the things that I was exposed to and allowed to. But as you know, Reggie and the other brothers on as the two veterans on the panel, what is the military consisted of but a whole bunch of niggas from the hood and poor whites and poor Hispanics? You feel what I'm saying? So most times when you live on military bases and shit like that, what you are living in is a federal subsidized project, for lack of better words.
Facts.
So, and then also an aspect of military life is, so Mark, you're in the military, you don't have no kids, but your little brother's getting in trouble. So your mom says, you know what, baby, you go out there, your brother's stationed in Seattle, you go live with your brother because these niggas gonna kill you down here in North Carolina. And so now this nigga brings his North Carolina ass all the way to Seattle, still thugging. He's living with his older brother, Mark, but he's still thugging on his North Carolina shit, just now in Seattle. So I lived in a lot of neighborhoods where, like I always tell people, actually one of my first songs that I ever wrote was a nod to the Dick Gregory, the great, rest in peace, the great Dick Gregory's book, Not Poor, Just Broke. Talking about growing up, not poor, just broke, where as fucked up as it was, I could never cry for myself too much because all my friends are way more fucked up. You know, my house was the group home. See, my mom was always gone. She was always gone somewhere doing some black and gray ops bullshit. So like I said, I was left at the mercy of her friends, or I was just sent back to Ohio with my grandma, or if my mom wanted to be slick, for like a 7 and 6 month periods, me and my brother are taking care of the house ourselves because, mind you, we're in the game, we're making our own money, and so our house would become the group home. When my brother became a Crip in 1987, he went full on. He was a super Crip. My house was the gang headquarters for the state and the region for many years. Like, and that's not capping. These are all things that are federal knowledge because of my brother's bullshit and all the shit he got into. Like I say openly, the state of Arizona's drug enforcement task force was formed for my brother and his gang. You know, like I tell people, you never woke up Tuesday morning getting punched in the face by your older brother, getting told you're not allowed to go to school. You've got to help him count money and bag up dope. and there's nobody you can go to or say nothing about it because your mom is somewhere in some undisclosed location. God knows when the fuck she's going to be back. And whatever adult that she's got, whatever female friend of hers that she's got watching us, we're either selling her dope or my brother or somebody's fucking her. So she ain't saying shit. So my brother ran around in his whole super cryptum and all like that. He ran around like God with virtual impunity. So you'd get into that. I also, my mom, there was a brother named Stoney. Now you can feel me on this, Reggie. Stoney was a brim, one of the original blood sets. Stoney was a brim, but he was in the military. Mom should have married Stoney. Stoney was a good man. Stoney, when he first got around, he thought me and Dennis was playing with our gangsters. So he used to do little punk shit like take us out to Compton and throw us out in Piru Park or shit like that. You know what I'm saying? With all them bloods and do whatever, until he saw my brother beat up half his old neighborhood. And so he's like, damn, these boys is real. And so he used to always take us and try to guide us and show us shit. And so, yeah, I was, I was blessed with being exposed to things. And then God blessed me twice, because as things started going left, there were different people in my life who they were showing me the game, but showing me the full spectrum of the game, not just the glorifying shit. They're showing me the fucked up aspects of it, to where I was always somebody who was like, there's got to be a better way. This ain't what it is, but fuck it, we here now. That's what my gangster was always rooted in. And all my friends weren't like that. A lot of my friends were content with this lifestyle because this was all they knew for generations. You feel me, Reggie? You know what I'm saying? A lot of these niggas, you know what I'm saying? A lot of my cats I grew up with, they came from 5 and 6 generations of dope and murder. So this was normalized. And that's how you start transitioning when you grow up in the military households. And if both mom and dad aren't around, if you grow up and you're a military brat and you're just left on these bases, you're traveling around. So you already got the outsider's mentality. Every 2-3 years, I'm in another state. My brother became a Crip in 87. So now my brother started really campaigning, taking that shit from state to state. We stayed in contact with niggas to where my mom, like during Desert Storm, my mom was gone. Near the end of Desert Storm, they finally sent us back to Ohio because they realized me and Dennis wasn't going to school. Nigga, shit, we live in Arizona, but I'm in fucking Colorado. I'm in Nevada. I'm in Seattle. I'm in fucking Arkansas. I'm in Missouri. Out here on the campaign, spreading the set. Straight up child soldiers. And nobody was going to say nothing. And there wasn't no people like, because my mom wasn't some struggling single mother working at Wendy's. No, she's this high-ranking person in the military. And like I said, she was so worried about her image, doing damage control for her image, a lot of shit got swept under the rug, which allowed me and my brother to get worse. And the few men that we had in our lives that were trying to say, hey, CJ, you better pump the brakes now, okay? You got a boy that's 14 years old and a boy that's 12 years old that everyone in the city are saying are murderers, like known murderers. That's not good. And instead of saying, you know what, you right, and maybe I need to do something, my mom would get defensive and she would just go ahead and remove me and Dennis from anybody who was trying to help us. And just, you know what I'm saying, all of a sudden now we just stuck with her. And all she's going to do is sit around for maybe about 3 days, play mom. And then she's got to get back to work where she's going to be gone, saving this country. And so we were left to the streets.
Yeah, man, that's the dynamic, man. People don't peep that shit. And just like with Mark question about you being in the military, and right before you answered that, as soon as he asked that, my mind come to look at any military base around this country. It's poverty around that shit. It's nothing but poverty around any military base you can think of around this country.
Yep.
It's poverty. Even you come out here to Vegas, one of the most fucking deplorable places around here is out here near that Air Force base. Go around Killeen, around Fort Hood, right on the outskirts of Killeen. You're gonna see a lot of that deplorable shit, and it's because what the military is comprised of is people who come from these effed up backgrounds. Many of them join to get away, because back in the day they used to make people join the military if they were young and committed some crime. Either you don't go to military, you go into prison. And so you get that fucked up dynamic of people. Like I watched this. But let me say, when I first went in, I'm thinking all this shit because, you know, people proud, man, proud you going in. I get in there, man. We're seeing so much criminal shit from motherfuckers in the military and realizing, like, man, these things no different than what I'm seeing in the hood and shit.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. Like another sidebar to answer your question in a little more detail. My mom joined the military because she was wilding out. She's from Warren, young girl from Warren, Ohio, wilding out. And, you know, we had that fucked up family, and she didn't want to end up a hoe like her. My one aunt who was out here wilding out, and my grandma, she was so worried about her image. My grandma basically told her, bitch, you gonna figure this shit out, or I'm gonna throw you out on the streets to where you can go hoeing with your sister. So my mom said, fuck it, ran to the military. My dad was a Brooklyn hustler from Bed-Stuy, notorious Brooklyn hustler, actually. There's rappers named after him. I'm not gonna get into that. But my dad joined the military because he had caught a multiple murder charge in the 70s. And like Reggie said, that was still the time when, yeah, you had that option to where, like, I often joked. I tell this joke like this because this is how the people who knew my dad often said it to me since I was a kid. Uncle Sam went to the prisons and said, hey, nigger, I hear you like killing. I got a job for you. And my dad took to it like flies to shit. Made his way to Tier 1 Special Forces. He was batshit crazy. He was basically somebody who you want on the front lines, but you damn sure don't want back in the world. And so from that justification, that's why I gave my mom bail when, you know what I'm saying, oh, you don't, you know, when the truth came out about, yeah, my dad was trying to be in. So for 20 years, it was like, you don't understand, this nigga was crazy. I'm trying to tell you, blah, blah, blah. All right. He joined the military to stop selling dope and killing niggas. All he was doing was selling dope and killing niggas in the military. And Uncle Sam was loving him for it. So as he started getting rank and coming up, this nigga just became a bigger dope boy and a motherfucking hitman. I didn't want you around that. But as I got older, I found out because my dad was both a military and personal motherfucking hitman and drug dealer, it was very important to him that his boys weren't. That's why he was trying to be in me and my brother's life, was to stop us from becoming what we became. Because like I raised my son, I tell my son all the time, I'm so proud of you for being a nerd. I'm so proud of you for staying out the way, and don't ever be ashamed of that. Because you know what, boy, you come from a long line of gangsters. You ain't never got to prove that shit to nobody. It's in your blood. I know my son learned, I teach my son how to fight and everything, but I don't rough him up too much because I said, you know what, son, I've made a promise and vow to myself that I will never raise my children in violence because I was raised violently. I know what that did to me. Sometimes I let shit slide because I tell people all the time, I got a fucking switch in my mind that it's easy to turn on. It took me till damn near I was 30 years old to honestly be able to look in the mirror and say, I've turned that switch off. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like I see, you know, like what I'm trying to say is this is how people who grow up in certain environments, yeah, they be like preacher's kids and they go worse. Yeah, you go extra left. You know, sometimes that preacher is so busy doing God's work and ministering and trying to save souls, he didn't see the devil sneaking in his back door and running loose in his house.
Real shit.
And so that is that. For all that, I have no problem with my mom. Me and my mom are Gucci on that. My problem with my mom is on adult shit. When the damage was already done, at no point, and still my mom's alive right now. She lives in the same town and everything. Like I said, I let my son be around her and everything. I haven't talked to her since I was 37 years old. Because my mom will refuse to acknowledge it. My mom's one of them people who she won't acknowledge she did anything wrong. She'll just look at you like, oh yeah, well, and that's what I've wanted to do. And you know, says she digs herself. You know, some of them people when they dig a hole, they just keep digging. Like fuck it. That's her personality.
I've seen it on the show a million times.
Right. And so that's what I want you to understand, that when me saying I don't have a relationship with my mom, that's no bitterness from my childhood. That's growing up and realizing you're not going to change. You are who you are. And for me to be the man that I said I need to be for my kids, I can't allow that energy in my life. I don't give a damn if it's my mama. I don't give a damn if it's Jesus Christ. I can't let that energy in my life no more because my light switch is very hard to turn off. You talking to a nigga from before he was in middle school. Like, I'll never forget, I was in high school, and this is one of the things that really scared me. Me and my friends weren't bragging. We weren't nothing. We were literally just sitting around playing video games, talking. And in the midst of the conversation, we laughed because it was a room of 8 15-year-olds. 3 of them were girls, and everyone in the room at least shot 2 niggas. Everybody was laughing. I was the only one in the room that said something's wrong with that.
Yeah, no, man, man, the dynamics of where people come from is like crazy. Like, even looking back on it, even from my environment, I always trip off of this, and it'd be unfortunate, man. Like, looking at how fucked up the neighborhood has become, because I've never taken my kids up over there. I've taken them on drives of thinking back about, you know, like certain walks I take, and these how dangerous these walks were, based on the dynamics of hood territories and shit like this, of how vicious it is that we'll kill each other just based off of certain boundaries in neighborhood, which walking across one street puts you into another neighborhood. But the fact that I've never taken my kids over there, because my thing is, if I go to my neighborhood, my kids can't come. Because I always worry about, like, even when they were young infants, I took them over one time to go see the homie, mom, because what was I going out there? I think I happened to be out there, and I went to take my kids over to see the homie mom and shit, who was like a parent to us. And all I worried about was somebody rolling up as I'm taking them out the car. That's why it used to piss me off that car seats are so fucking hard, because this is when they at the age where we had to strap them in. And it used to bug me to have to spend so much fucking time to strapping those hooks into that car seat, to where I used to be like, in my mindset, like, man, I'm about to just drive them unstrapped, just barely buckled in, so I ain't got to spend too much time to worry about who lurking around here, looking to put in work and catch my ass strapping some kids in this car and trying to gun me the fuck down and striking my kids and shit. Because those are real scenarios that pop off out there. And it was like, yeah,
from that, real Southern Cali shit.
Huh?
I said that's a real Southern Cali. I know a nigga from East Los Angeles, and he lives in Ohio, and he still won't park on the street to this day. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, if he can't pull up in your driveway where he could get in and out the car with some sort of comfort without somebody being able to roll up and just get him, like, I'm telling you, this nigga will park on your grass. It's the funniest shit. He's like, man, I don't play that shit, cuz. Fuck that.
Man, I don't even like sitting in cars. I used to trip on a homie about that shit back when we used to be dipping back in. That's why this is one of the homies, me and him used to just run through a lot of chicks. But the nigga always used to have the tendency of acting like we in Beverly Hills or some shit. Like, nigga, we ain't in no motherfucking Hollywood. I used to always look at this fool like, nigga, where the fuck you think we at? I'm like, nigga, where the mansions at? Like, what the fuck you taking all alone to get from the car to get to the house? Like, nigga, somebody can be just driving up this block. We don't be knowing what cars is, especially at night, and just pull right up on us and knock our heads off. Like, nigga, this shit ain't cool. And I used to have to tell this fool, because it's back in LA, they had this shit going on. Because it's always some car culture with LA. Either
hey, Reggie, was you there for Lights Out? Was you there when they was doing Lights Out for about a couple years?
Wait, what's that?
Remember when the niggas drive around with their headlights out? Wait for a nigga to flash them?
I was hearing about that. I think I was hearing about that shit when I lived in Chicago. That's the first time I ever heard about that.
Yeah, that was the early mid-90s. Chicago, and there were certain parts on the West Coast. You know, my brother's a Crip, I'm a GD, so I always tell people that was the scariest shit when vice lords and shit would come to our neighborhood playing Lights Out. Till this day, I will not flash it. If I see you driving with your headlights out, nigga, you just a dumb motherfucker. I ain't saying shit to you.
Yeah, that's why I heard it when I was in Chicago. Cause I was in Chicago and during the OJ trial, matter of fact, I was out there. But so that had to be like 94 or something, 94, 95. And that's why I was hearing about that. But in LA, they just drive up on you, and gun your ass down. But that's like what I used to always worry about. So I never took them ever since that one time I went over there, because I'm always tripping about the fact I'm pulling my kids out and somebody just pull the fuck up, where you from and all this shit, just get the firing. Them young niggas got high power shit out there, and some of them niggas in LA be filming that shit as they rolling up trying to gun people down. But the shit I was saying with my boy who be taking all along, but this is the shit they used to do in LA with the car culture. They got low riding culture. At one point they had where people would put like these different brands. This is when the younger kids in their early 20s and shit will put like trying to do the NASCAR designs on cars and shit, putting Coca-Cola on their shit or putting M&Ms and all this other shit. And I used to be like telling this nigga, man, what y'all doing is some stupid ass shit, because you rolling all around these areas where everybody cruising and all you doing is giving off basically GPS to where you live at, because you park your car, if it ain't in the garage you got in the front yard, and the cat drive through your neighborhood, see your car, see you on the scene. Oh, this nigga from here, if I catch him here slipping. And I used to tell that fool, man, y'all niggas tripping, putting all this shit on your car. And it slowly started happening with some of these cats getting knocked off. So one day he driving through the neighborhood, because he was all over the place, all on Crenshaw, kind of moving with that movement and shit. And it was just like I was saying. So one day he driving out the neighborhood and shit, and he approached this one street, like before you hit Normandy and Western. I mean, Imperial and Western. Right before you hit Imperial and Western and shit. He driving towards this one street up through our neighborhood. And he making
on his way to the Snooty Fox?
No, that's we over there by this college called Southwest College and shit. Snooty Fox way down Normandy, like in the 40s or something. But so he pulling through the neighborhood, and as this fool going out through the neighborhood, he see these two dudes out there, and they flagging him down. So he thinking it's somebody from the neighborhood. And as he getting closer, he realized it ain't. These motherfuckers drawing down on him as they stand in the middle of the street and get the blowing away at him. He had to duck down and back out. Where the bullet go through the windshield was right where his head would have been. That nigga immediately got rid of that car. And I was like, I told you, you niggas identifying yourself. Even when I used to drive in I used to drive in a Fleetwood. I had two old ass Cadillacs. I had a Fleetwood and I had a Brougham and shit, like a 80 something.
No, nigga, you had a Broham.
Yeah, man. I had old player cars. I used to like them old motherfuckers. So I used to drive in that. But when I used to pick cats up in the neighborhood, like they'll ride by, need a ride. And these young niggas always got the tendency to want to throw the gang shit up out the window. I tell nigga, don't do that shit with me. No, you ain't doing that shit in my car, nigga. Man. You better cut that shit out. You better do a regular hello, because ain't no telling.
You said regular hello.
Hell yeah, because ain't no telling who in traffic. You throwing up some hood shit, and the nigga just identify your car. That's what I was telling him.
Reggie, that is so funny. Like, nigga, don't do that shit with me, nigga.
Hell yeah,
nigga, man, Reggie ain't bullshit, Mark.
Nigga, you stop at a light, nigga, you will get menaced to society in that motherfucker.
Hey, on some real shit,
y'all. Pulled up on you and blew your head off because a nigga. Wait, let me just say this. Because you didn't had a nigga a month ago throwing the neighborhoods you from up out of the car window towards somebody across the street, and that shit blank your mind. But somebody who could have been at a traffic light, who just driving through the neighborhood, but enemy of the neighborhood you live in, and they spot you one day. You wonder why you getting gunned down. It probably could have been from that nigga a month ago throwing some gang shit out your window. So I tell them, don't do that shit in my car. Like, hell no. And I already got a car that almost look like some hood shit. If they ain't think I'm on some player shit driving this big ass Cadillac.
He just saying what's up to one of his homies, or he banging on, or set tripping on.
It don't matter.
No. I know it don't matter. I'm just asking, bro. I'm just having.
Man. No, I just start saying.
Let me talk.
A lot of these niggas throw their hood up as a way to say hello, or some of these niggas will bang on the car. We had one motherfucker, I think he's still in prison, where he pick a motherfucker up, and as they driving somewhere, he sees somebody, asks his homie, "Hey man, hey, turn around real quick." This nigga busts a U-turn. This nigga kills somebody out of his car, and that nigga, they both sitting in prison for fucking life. And he's still fighting that case. That shit had to be over like shit, probably approaching 20 years ago. Over some shit because a motherfucker he let ride in his car that would do some shit. Now, I don't know if his story is a lie that he didn't know the dude was gonna do that. That's what happened. He get in his car, they drive by, he turn around like gonna talk to the dude and gun him down. It's crazy motherfuckers out here like that, man. Mm-hmm. But it comes from these cats, man. I'm telling you, when you see cats turn cold at some point, even with these girls, man, so many of these girls in my neighborhood turning straight up hoes. And I was shocked to see the way their lives turn out. But when you look into their households, you begin to see why things become that way. And then especially when they're young and wild, you begin to see them have children. Then they fall out with these young parents. And then these young girls create volatile situations. And these young kids become hurt once they start to realize things in life. And they become more vicious. And I watch these young kids from young mothers come of age to where they just gunning shit down. That's just like there's one kid in the neighborhood who get gunned down bad, man. They shot this dude all in his face and all that shit with high power shit. But he was a young kid I always worried about when I knew who his mother was, because his mother ended up being one of like an original gangster cat sons, dude named Mr. X, who notorious you hear in Tookie book.
Yeah, I know about him.
Yeah, I grew up across the street from him. But his son, when we were young, we used to look up to get killed. But his Mr. X son who got killed had his son, and his mother was the one who had this child. And so I knew her because she lived around the corner. She was related to the dude I used to take my bike when I was a kid. My mom would go to their house. They're a gangster family. Like I said, the nigga stole my bike. I'm thinking he'll come back. Nigga gave me a Mickey Mouse tape.
Yeah.
Mom go to bang on him and shit.
He said, swap it out.
Yeah, man, I got to come back for my tape. I don't even think nothing. Oh, yeah, you got to come back for this tape, man. And it get dark. I'm scared to go in the house knowing damn well my mom gonna ask for the bike. And when I look at the tape after this nigga been gone for a long time, like, he ain't coming back. It's some Mickey Mouse shit.
He said, little Chris, I ain't gonna tell him I got enough money to buy 100 balls. I ain't gonna take your ball.
Hey, that's how that nigga used to do me. There's a nigga named Papa, man. Papa got done dirty too. I'll tell a story about Papa. He got killed, and man, they did Papa dirty. But damn, I forgot what story I was telling. Matter of fact, I might as well tell the Papa story. Damn, I forgot what I was talking about. But that Papa story, Papa used to take my bike. That nigga later on, like when he go to juvenile facility and shit, he come back, but he ended up starting doing drugs and shit. Papa started getting on drugs bad. And he get to the point to where he was already wild. When he get on drugs, he just had a point where he don't give a fuck. And he used to walk down Normandy. On Normandy is like, nigga, what they call Norman die. Normandy is notorious in LA.
Man.
And it's all up and down there from the hundreds where I lived there all the way down into the 30s and shit.
Yeah, that's why I asked you about the Snooty Fox, because you said Normandy. I was like, nigga, but you was at the Snooty Fox?
Yeah, no, that's way down, like north, going down to the lower numbers. That's going down the lower numbers, but I know exactly where it's 30s. Yeah, but all up and down Normandy is just death. It's probably been so many bodies up and down Normandy just in that corridor. But so the dude Papa, he want to walk up. And matter of fact, his shit was around Christmas time too. This back in the late 80s, because I'm still a young kid. It's in the late 80s when Papa get killed. Or maybe it could have even been 1990, because like late 80s, early 90s, it was so many homicides. And that's when LA was doing like 1,000 homicides a year and shit around that time. Because of crack and all this shit out there. LA got vicious. But he walking down Normandy, ready to get dropped in front of his house. I don't know why he did that. And so he walking up the street. This is at late at night, because we in the house. And I remember hearing the gunshots. Da 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 da. But when the stories came out, it was like he walked up Normandy. Somebody saw him. He got out of a car, started walking up Normandy and shit. Somebody's creeping up on him, lurking up on him. And fucking they sneak up on him and he trying to run. His sister was coming out. Like, I don't know if she knew he was coming home or she was coming out. And she coming out on the porch. They chasing him up the driveway. He trying to run around cars, and that's when they gunning him down and shit. And his sister seen that, man. That girl ain't never been the same since that shit. She ended up turning to a dope fiend, prostituting and shit. She just was never the same. Always fucked up from seeing her brother get killed like that. But that was Papa. He used to steal my bike. Oh no, that's the story I was telling about the young kid who got killed. Yeah, because Papa was from that family. That's why I was bringing that up, because Papa was from the family. So it was Mr. X's son's baby mother, because Mr. X's son got killed. Later on, we started look up to Mr. X's son because, you know, he had a rep. And he ended up getting killed. To this day, I don't know how he got killed, but it was like a dramatic killing where the dude who was with him, he in his car dead, shot in the head and shit. And this dude driving around with him. Don't know what to do. They young and shit, probably like 16 or something. But so Carl, baby mom, ended up having another kid. And I used to see that kid. She was fucked up. She became fucked up. I don't know if it was from her losing little Carl when they were so young, because they were high school kids and shit. But she was never the same. And even when she had this young kid who I used to always worry about this kid, because he was like almost abandoned. Like the mother fucked up. She ended up going psychotic. She lose her brain. This kid kind of looking bitter. I remember this kid used to be 4, and I see him, and he'd be quick to tell you, "Fuck you, little chubby kid." As he get older, man, he got older. He get the gang all tatted on his face, all across his neck. His reputation building just for all the wrong shit, negative shit, and he ended up getting killed later. But it was for a lot of shit he did. Matter of fact, I was in Chicago when talking about young kids, when Yummy did that shit.
You was there for Yummy? You was there when they did when the BDs killed Yummy?
Yeah, I was out there when I remember when that shooting shit occurred, and they was talking about that shit. His name.
Yeah, Tupac almost got his ass shot for talking shit about that, man.
Yeah, I thought that was way out to see a young kid as a suspect that young for killing. They killed like 2 people and shit.
But it be like that. Like I always thought. Like I remember growing up. It just sounds so crazy, but one of my favorite songs back in the day. I love the song, but when the video dropped, you couldn't tell me nothing, because it was one of the first times I saw myself on a TV screen. Ice Cube's the young ass G, talking about them little boys sitting on the handlebars with the shotgun. You know the video, Reggie. You know what I'm saying? Talking about the little baby gangsters out there. And I used to always tell people, depending on where you grew up, this gang culture was way different. Some of y'all niggas just like wearing bandanas and y'all would fight and twist up y'all fingers. Some of us, like I always tell people, my brother was a rolling 60. I'm a gangster disciple. We grew up in militarized hoods. Our hoods were militarized. Like, if you want to claim this gang, not only did you have to get blessed to court it in, depending on what your set is and how they called it, but like we were taken out in the desert several times a week to have to remediate different things, different tactics. You know what I'm saying? You weren't allowed to hold guns unless you were certified by the OGs with the gun. Like, yeah, this man can handle his gun. He can shoot. He knows how to reload it, field strip it if need be, just in case your gun jam. Like, cause I always tell people I was blessed being a military brat, like you said, Mark. So I wasn't just growing up around gangsters, just some nigga from the hood. I was growing up around non-vets. And Panther kids and members of the Republic of New Africa. You feel what I'm saying? More scientists and real militant, real radicalized motherfuckers who, I don't give a fuck what we did. They wasn't going to let us kids run around and do that shit unless we were serious about what we were doing. And that's what made the thing escalate and get violent so quickly, is because while people was playing, some of us weren't. You know, so some of us really, and that's not even saying we were harder than this or no, we were fucked up. A lot of my friends came from fucked up shit. I came from fucked up shit. Like I always tell people when I mentor kids, I'd always tell people, when I tell you about my life, never once say that it's gangster. I was a young kid who was unsupervised with access to way too many resources in the forms of drugs and weapons. And when you really think about that, when you really think about a young kid that's unsupervised with access, with damn near unlimited access, especially by the time we was in Arizona, oh boy, you know, you'll be surprised who you meet when you live by the border. I'll leave it at that. And so when you're a kid when I was 9 years old, it was a reality that I could take a life and more than likely get away with it. Doesn't mean you jump on that and you say, oh yeah, I can go kill niggas. But that's a fucked up reality to have in the back of your head while you're dealing with your other shit. Because when you normalize this lifestyle, that reality becomes a very real option on your table. My homeboy, God rest his soul, man. God rest my loc, man. Man, my boy Ty, I always talk about him, man. My boy Tyrone, man, I love him to death. Tyrone was the calmest, coolest nigga you could ever see. And Reggie and Mark, I'm sure you and some of the people in the chat really understand what I'm talking about. Reggie, the most you're gonna get out of my nigga Ty, if he was pissed, was you would hear these words: "Ha ha, this nigga's tripping," and then a nigga was getting his ass whooped or a nigga was getting shot. because that's the mentality we had as kids. It wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna beat his ass. It became oh shit, nigga, I'm gonna kill this nigga. Middle school, high school shit. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing. Like, you know, like I said, like when I was 15 and we was sitting there playing, that shit bothered me how we wasn't even bragging. It was just niggas talking, and the conversation went that way. And it was 8 people in the room, 3 of them were girls, and all of us had at least shot 2 motherfuckers. About 15. And we sitting there laughing about it like it's normal. We saying, like, I remember being a kid laughing at that stupid nigga who's trying to brag, like, yeah, these niggas tried to rob me, so I shot them. We call you an accidental murderer. Like, nigga, that's what you supposed to do. Like, we didn't even honor shit like that. Like, you know, you want to get the title of killer, you want to get the title of murderer, nigga, you go out, go hunting, you go curb surfing, you go who riding, nigga. You feel what I'm saying? You jump in that motherfucking stolen car and you ride around the enemy territory till you gonna fucking put some stats on the board, nigga. And depending on what type of set you came from, if you was from a true military set, that was the only way you was allowed to be a member of that gang. They had a couple gangs on the East Coast like that too. That was the number 1 rule. If you don't eat food, you can't sit at the table. And so I'm not saying that to say niggas it's hard. I'm saying that people don't understand when you normalize violence. You know what I'm saying? When you normalize the violence like that, and then when you get into these situations where we don't honor the family no more, you leave these kids at the mercy of this cold, cruel world. And kids are smart. We figure shit out fast. And so if you're not going to point us in the right direction, we'll find a way. Don't get mad if the path we take is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be some collateral damage along the way. There's gonna be a lot of crazy shit. And I always talk about this because fuck me. It's you know what I'm saying? It's cool. I'm not bitter about mine, but I grew up with so many kids who really never had a chance. I had a white boy who was a member of my brother's gang by the name of Paulie. I'm getting teary-eyed just thinking about it. God rest Paulie's sweet soul. Paulie was a poor little white boy, grew up in one of them redneck biker families. And he had one of them bullshit redneck uncles who used to take him to the woodshed. You understand what I'm saying, Reggie?
I got you.
So he was fucked up like that. So one day he comes back around, my house was the headquarters for my brother's gang. So at any given time, you got anybody affiliated with the Rolling 60 gang from a certain time in the 90s, probably if you were a big leadership, especially if you was bigger than just some local shit, you probably walked through my house in Sierra Vista, Arizona, because it was a little meetup spot. That's where they would do that shit. That's why the DEA and everything started investigating my brother, because after a while they were like, who are these kids where all these motherfuckers are just going to their house in Arizona, spending 2 and 3 days at a time, then going spreading back across the country. So anyway, Paulie comes over to the house and he's all bruised and beat the fuck up. And he's already a member of the gang now, so you know the vibes about that. We see him beat up. We think it's some Mexicans or some ops or something like that. We like, yo, the fuck, Paul? What's good, man? Who fucked you up? And he don't want to say nothing. So finally, a couple of OGs really press him, make that OG call. Nah, little motherfucker, what happened? This man breaks down in tears. Tells us how his uncle beats and fucks on him whenever he gets drunk or bored. We said, okay. A couple of homies jumped in the car, went over to his house. His uncle wasn't there. We made him pack up all of his shit. He started living with the homie Droop. God rest Droop too. That was probably a bad thing because Droop wasn't wrapped too tight. So now Paulie's living with Droop. So his path is already fucked. We caught Paulie's uncle a couple days later in a grocery store. And the man was such a notorious piece of shit that when we did what we did, the cops had us all, you know what I'm saying, had us all on our knees, you know what I'm saying, and everything, get ready to handcuff us. And we, you know what I'm saying, one of my friends like, man, fuck that, you know, blah, 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 motherfucking blah, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck. And the cops knew he was a piece of shit. And so the cops was like, kids, get the fuck out of here. So when we did what we did, and Paulie saw us come home, not in jail, but come home after doing that and defending and getting rid of that monster that did that to him for all those years. Do you think you could have ever told that white boy anything about that Crip set? You feel me, Reggie? That man died for that set. And he was a full-blown soldier and killer, and you couldn't tell that boy nothing. He knew what he was doing was wrong. But if you understand where he come from, goddamn Crippen was you know what I'm saying? There was Crippen was an angel to Paulie, who removed him from a fucking nightmare, put him in a worse situation in the grand scheme of things, because he ended up dying gangbanging. But I always tell the story of Paulie because when some of these people you write off, oh, he's just a piece of shit, oh, he just blah, blah, blah. Trust me, Adolf Hitler, believe it or not, Adolf Hitler, there was a time when Adolf Hitler was a sweet little boy. Trust me. All people are born of pure light and innocent. I truly believe that. But I believe this world is pure toxic, it's cruelty and violence, and without true love and without that real whatever, yeah, man. Like, even like I talk about the love, how I had to understand love through gangbanging. And so I honored that love. I love that love so much. It took me until I was a grown man far removed from that life to realize the toxicity of that love. Because that was the only love that I knew. That's deep.
No, that's real deep. Like you said, man, some people, that gang shit is all their family, man. Some kids are raised to not know shit, to not know right from wrong. Everything wrong is right to them. They've never seen it any other way. And then they fall into a gang who seems to provide better shit for them. And there was a comment that Brandon wrote where he was saying, well, we killing people that look like us. Man, with me growing up as a kid, and I always think about like this unique point, because that's why I always say that my time period, like growing up, like being born the time I was born, being born on the street or raised on the street that I grew up on, was where we still had like elders there who were probably part of you know, kind of the Black Panther movements, because that's what kind of was, you know, the bridge between the Blood and Crip thing, because a lot of that stuff was formulated after the fall of the Panthers and all these other us organizations, but organizations that kind of spoke from a pride standpoint of being Black. So I used to always listen to the elder folks in the neighborhood, because I have the elders who I listen to if I'm just like the kid, because like I say, I'll be quiet as they work on cars and they tell all these old stories. That's why I know like so much of this LA history and shit and like old history, and just be intrigued listening to these older cats talk about shit and talk about shit from a pride of Blackness. And about, you know, I'll be intrigued when they talk about going to the movies and spend a quarter or some shit, watch a double feature. They go buy a hot dog and other shit for a nickel, and this was a penny, and I'll be sitting there quiet with my mouth dropped like, what? It used to cost that cheap, and just tripping off of this shit and hearing all these stories and about what wasn't here, about how this looked and what went down here. And it was just like to be immersed in all these conversations of Blackness from these older Black guys who will just let me sit there. I'm probably like 5-6 years old as I'll sit there and absorb that shit. But on one end, I look up at the gangster cats who are just like younger, cooler, fresher cats who I watch be sipping on a 40s, smoking a cigarette, playing cool ass old music out of their cars, hugging up on chicks, being real cool with the chicks, doing other shit, but if they were doing ill shit, they wouldn't let us come around it and shit. But I'm being influenced by this. But all I was seeing, because of the neighborhood I come from, was from my perspective as a young kid, was just thriving Blackness. All I was seeing is a thriving of Blackness. Then I go into where my mom and them had this complex. We had like a duplex property, rental properties down there, along with a barbecue spot down there. And it was like what was in the A Trade neighborhood, which is the enemy neighborhood from the neighborhood I live in. Going down there is an enemy neighborhood, straight down the other side of Normandy. But all I seen was blackness, because all through this section of LA is blackness, and I seen just it thriving. To me, it was just like black people was at peace and shit. Like we loved each other. And all I'm hearing from the older people about their stories of pride and blackness. So I always was so prideful in being black. But it would lead into the event that like forever changed me and like fucked me up when it comes to the fact that, and from that point like forward, it just spiraled and seeing that there was a different side to us. Like we were vicious killers to one another and shit. So as I'm like hearing all these stories for a number of years, and like I've always been a kid that just smiled, man. I'm still like that, I still smile. But back then, man, I just always had a permanent smile on my face. I'm just cheesing. It was always just, you know, being black was like the dopest shit to me, man. It was a walk to it. It was a talk to it. It was just, man, it was just the shit to be. That's why I stand up against racial shit all the time. But the moment when I watched my neighbor get killed, that one day like changed everything. And I didn't know we did each other like that. And then I would just start seeing, and it was just like from there going forward, it'll be so many fucking killings of young black people killing each other. Then LA used to do this other shit. LA used to do these shits as the gang violence start to heat up. And this is the ill shit with our news stations out there. And they'll go through the different neighborhoods and shit, and they'll interview different hoods, have the young kids out there, you know, really trying to put their sets up on the map, because LA like exploded in their gang violence because a lot of OGs start to be struck out, getting long fucking prison sentences for a lot of crimes they were committing and shit, and we're just washing away. But they'll do this, like they'll go into like A-Tray neighborhood. Fox News to take their camera to interview the LA gang neighborhoods, but it's all approach to show how the viciousness of these gangs, because it's always common for somebody to be on there flashing a gun on there, talking about how they put work in their enemies, how they ain't afraid to die. That was a common thing, how I ain't afraid to die. And then they'll get to some of these cats that they'll talk to, and it'll be a lot of them because I ain't got a father. That was always a common thing. But it drove up this level of fear, like this enemy neighborhood over here, they do these kind of killings. So you start being fearful of moving through neighborhoods and you hearing about the killings they do. And it just add this dynamic to where like you get to a point where it's like, damn if you do and damn if you don't, to where it's like a lot of people fell into that hood shit as protections and having to guard themselves. Like we're seeing so much ill shit, man, going on, and I didn't realize we did each other. I remember this one day, man, my homeboy almost got our whole fucking team smoked one night. It's around where Friday come out. We up there. I guess this nigga seeing bootleg copy of Friday and shit. Cause we in the back of one of our coach's trucks and we leaving from a practice. And we leaving from a practice at Manual Arts. And fucking damn, I can't remember what street we riding up. Wait, hold on, let me see the cross streets from there. We leaving practice and fucking as we driving, the whole time we like driving in the back of the coach's truck, because the coach had like we on Vermont. We going down Vermont. But the coach got like this fucking truck with the like the, you know, the little pickup trucks, and you put a little camper, a shell over the top of it. Right. He's taking every player. Yeah, the coach taking every player back home and shit. And we riding in the back of this we riding in the back of that truck. And the homie, the coach got bottles in the back. And as we driving, the homie would pull up, lift the little lid up, and throw bottles at people. Drive by here, do that shit. Like how on Friday when they did that shit, talking about drive by when they about. And so he doing this shit, talking about drive by. But to us it's funny, but we don't know this nigga to watch Friday already. And man, he got us in there dying as he throw those bottles and they bust on people. And they get to running and shit. And we just like, we having the time of our life laughing and shit. It's funny, but then it's not, because we like, damn, somebody gonna blast, fool. Like, can't be doing that shit. Talking about drive-by and then throwing bottles. So when we come into this one area, man, where we driving down, as we come, he driving people off and come from a practice. The homie throw a bottle at somebody, and he talking about drive-by, and we laughing our ass off. But as we driving, then all of a sudden we come up to a fucking stop. We like, man, why the fuck the coach stopping shit?
They didn't corner the car.
No, a train, nigga. We going across where a train going across the street. I think we somewhere like near Exposition, and I can't think the other cross street.
Yeah, that's where the train tracks are. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, a freight train going by, so it got traffic backed up. And now, nigga, we in a panic because the nigga he threw this bottle at is walking up. But we like, when we threw the bottle, it's like a cool little distance, and we driving a little bit, getting distance away. But not knowing, nigga, we ain't getting far enough away, and this fucking train got us stuck. And that train long as it moves slow through the little city street area. And we in there panicking, like, man, be quiet, because we keep peeping through the little shell thing. And this motherfucker right up there, and then he walked right up to the back of that camper shell. Like, nigga, which one of you bitch ass? And we know the little kids, we probably like, damn, whenever, I forget when Friday came out, we have to be like 12 or some shit. Which one of you bitch ass niggas tossed a little bottle at me, nigga? Woo woo. And we like, everybody like it wasn't us, nigga, knowing damn well it's us. That nigga said, nigga, I ain't gonna say again, which one of you bitch ass motherfuckers threw a bottle at me before I blow y'all head off. That nigga reached in the bag. He walking along the street with like bags, like he went shop. You know how you go to Macy's or Foot Locker, you get them big ass bags.
Yeah.
That nigga go in that bag, nigga pull out a big ass revolver on our ass. Nigga, which
that
one of
dirty
you
Harry
motherfuckers?
Shit?
Man, yeah. Nigga, man, everybody in this truck just jumped back and we screamed because at first we low key because we don't want the coach knowing what's going on, so nobody get in trouble. Nigga, we all screaming like, oh no! And then all the kids point at the homie. And I gotta stand up for the homie too, now. We both on this team together. It's like a traveling basketball team we on. And they like, he did it. Nigga, man, the coaches hear all the screaming. They finally get out the truck. They come around to the back and they see old dude. He point the gun at the coaches. They, whoa, what's going on? Whoa. And he hot, nigga. He going off like, nigga, these bitch ass little niggas throwing bottles. Ooh, now the coach find out nigga throwing bottles out of his trucks. So they get snitching because now everybody, for where it was laughter from the shit, everybody mad because they lives down there flashed before him and shit. As this nigga who angry than a motherfucker, he was ready. Any wrong thing said, he probably would have laid all of us down in the fucking back of that truck. It was nowhere we would have went. Then he would lay the coaches out, probably ran off somewhere. But it was like a lot of that ill shit. It was like niggas are so volatile. That's what you'll see like with the LA riots. Why niggas is just so vicious and volatile, burning shit down. There was so much fuck shit going on in LA. Even the enjoyment they got out of beating Reginald Denny. The enjoyment
he
they got
started crip walking after he hit him with the brick. You seen it?
Hell yeah. Man, that was the vicious, man. That was the pain people was feeling in LA. Because you start having this whole transition, like how I was saying with the blackness in LA. We didn't have Koreans like that. It was just out of nowhere. Them motherfuckers just, because we didn't even have Mexicans out there like that. How the Mexican population boomed, Mexican population wasn't that big out there. It was like during Reagan, because I was watching the 187 law. It was some shit that came out where Reagan began to start opening those borders. Mm-hmm. And them motherfuckers just kind of caught rushing through there. Like Reagan really opened the borders up. Mexicans population wasn't that big. That shit just grew like rapidly during his presidential because he opened some amnesty shit to making it easier for people to be granted citizenship. And they start flocking over here. But before, in my area, even in my area now, it's still a majority black area, but all Los Angeles kind of made a switch to where the Mexican population is a huge boom, but it was Reagan era doing that shit. Reagan did a lot to fuck LA up. So we didn't have the Korean issue out there. It was like, that's what I'm saying, the dynamics of LA when I lived there was like a cold twist. But then you start getting the Koreans coming in there. They coming up with they fucked up views. They immigrants in here. Trying to treat black people like fucking second-rate fucking citizens and shit, like we belong somewhere else. That's like I said, I learned what Africa was from some old Koreans when we used to walk in there and they stores and they following us. Like on that minister shit touched on everything that was real about that shit.
Oh yeah, that was some real shit. You still got that till this day.
Yeah. Man, LA was killing so many Korean store owners back then. That's why they became a target because of the ill shit. And plus when they killed, they killed Latasha Harless. Yeah, when her shit cracked off. But it was like, it was just overnight. LA made so many changes. That drug shit hit. LA went to some just down in the dirt shit. The Koreans start having massive amount of stores over there. That shit drastically changed. Then you go through some of like the grocery chains in LA. You didn't have black people working in a lot of those stores. Like you go to your grocery stores or you go to your Thrifty stores, ABC Boys. White folks was working in these stores, living way in Torrance and shit. So black folks wasn't getting the jobs in these neighborhoods until when they motherfucking white folks ran up out of there after the LA riots and shit. There was so much going on in that city, and that's what led to when you see these dudes beat the shit out of Reginald Denny, and it was laughter. It was laughter to everybody. Nobody felt sympathy for Reginald Denny getting beat. It was us taking that shit out.
I ain't gonna lie, Reggie. I ain't trying to cut you off, but let me keep it real. I didn't have no sympathy. I'm not trying to take it lighthearted. We're gonna stay on this serious shit. But I had no sympathy for Reginald Denny for one reason. If I'm in an 18-wheeler truck driving through a riot, I'm not stopping for shit. That 18-wheeler builds up a lot of momentum. There would have been so many goddamn rioters and cars and shit ran over. Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna stop at a red light in the middle of a goddamn riot, let 5 niggas walk up to my goddamn truck, pull me out my truck, whoop my whole monkey ass, bust me with a brick, and get the sea walking on my head. I'm gonna stay in this truck with the pedal to the metal and get where I gotta get, because I'm in an 18-wheeler. I'm just saying. But I agree with you 100%.
Real shit. Yeah, the motherfuckers out there, man, people was expressing that pain, man. A lot of people felt no sympathy for that nigga. And even the dudes who did that shit, I mean, they try to bring him on the talk show. They didn't feel no sympathy for Reginald Denny. Like, fuck him.
Remember when they did that 20, 30 years later? They interviewed the dude who did it, and he like what did he say? He was like, I know it was wrong, but I still don't feel bad about it. Fuck him. Right there to Reggie's face. Fuck him.
Absolutely. And Reginald Denny shouldn't have knew what it was. LA was doing a lot of shit. Just people talking about racism in the South, man. That racist bullshit to what we deal with in LA. In LA, white folks know to play their position properly, but they do it through systematic means and shit. Covert. Right. Racism in LA is so covert because the black folks in LA, if you awaken them, they become very volatile and they will fuck shit up. Very volatile.
That is part of the reason why, you know, I'm from Ohio and I love it. And I got a lot of East Coast ties, a lot of East Coast love, you know what I'm saying? But I always honored my time on the West Coast because I always tell people that West Coast breed was different. You got to understand the West Coast mentality. A lot of the black families who are on the West Coast, especially them families that been there for multiple generations, these were them black cowboys. These were niggas who were used to being free. Not trying to be funny about East Coast and black folks up north and down south, but all of us have had to tiptoe around white folks for generations. You got to understand, once you cross that Mississippi, you start dealing with a different breed of black folk who ain't tiptoed around white culture or white folks since the middle 1800s, if not earlier, depending on how long their family's been out there. They've been owning land. They've been had to defend that land from various forms of Klansmen and various lynch mobs who wanted to take their shit. And so there was a real like you was talking about with the gang culture. If you were older, if you were around our age, you remember, if you were fortunate enough, you remember how it started. On some 60s shit, I'm fortunate enough to honestly say that I was able to grow up around and have the history of the gangs explained to me by old gladiators. You feel me, Reggie? Before they became the 60s. And they told us how the gladiators were formed, how the Slaussons were formed. People forget that while you want to talk about, oh man, all this Crip blood shit, bullshit. It was a reason why these, man, like I always tell people, if you talk to the OG, if you was blessed enough to talk to some of these cats and grow up around them like I did, like being a GD, yes, but you know, most of my OGs they were actually supreme gangsters. That's how old these cats were. These were non-vets. These is niggas in their 30s and 40s, and we the little niggas around them. And so, yeah, we trying to claim our shit, and they be like, nah, nigga, nah. And they'd make us sit down like, nah, this is what this shit's about. Hell, like you was alluding to with the shit with the A-trays. A lot of people don't know. It was the murderer Chili Capone that started all that shit. When them A-trays killed Chili Capone from the 60s, it was all fucked up. And it's been fucked, and that happened in what, 80, 82, 86?
No, they killed the young kid named Tyrone over a fight.
I'm talking about the real, when the shit really escalated. I'm talking about even when Big U was young. Big U's big homeboy, Chili Capone.
Yeah, no, they that beef between them was over two of they friends in high school. It was a cat named Tyrone. They fought at a park. I think it was over a girl and shit. And
see, I was always told that it was the Chili Capone murder that really was the last straw between the rivalry between the 8-Trays and 60s. That's when it just got out of hand.
Yeah, no, they war exploded between that dude killing the Reputables younger brother, and they wouldn't turn him over because even Monster Cody was saying that in his last interview. A lot of those dudes, matter of fact, they did the anniversary of that conflict, like bringing on Kev Mack's show, and they were speaking about when that fight went down and how that fight could have been diffused if some older cats would have been. But most cats thought it was just gonna be a fight because that's what they did back then. You didn't have people with gunplay, you know, every now and then like an enemy neighborhood, but you know, people that hung together didn't do shit like that. You just thought they'd fight it out, they'd get over it. But some person who didn't know the dynamics of what was going on just got put on their neighborhood. He bring a gun and he shoot that dude. And he killed that dude, a reputable dude from 60s, younger brother and shit. And then you have friends. These dudes is like they tell their stories, they was friends. Even like in my neighborhood with the Hoovers. I be tripping when I seen how vicious and volatile they was. I always thought it been like that. But then to hear how tight they used to be, and the cats used to go over there, they hung with each other, they went to parties, they know each other. And then they reached this point to where they killing each other. I'm talking about, I used to hear and see vicious fucking murders, man. Vicious shit, man. That fuck with me. Like even like I be smiling and shit, try to be cool, but a lot of that shit be fucking with me. A lot of that shit, especially if I go in my neighborhood. Like in my neighborhood, man, I'm on some different status. Like my head gotta be on a swivel. I gotta watch cars. Who cars is. And I don't live over there, so I don't know no cars. So every car I gotta react to.
Right. It's funny you say that because I live in Youngstown, Ohio. I'm from Warren. Now, they two sister cities. They about a couple miles apart. You know what I'm saying? Like a 10-minute drive apart. Youngstown be on his bullshit and everything. But like anybody who knows me knows, like anytime I go back to my city, which I do at least 2 or 3 times a week, they like, nigga, as soon as you get off the highway, your whole body language change. I say, yeah, I'm home. Motherfucker.
Man, ain't that shit crazy?
See, you know what I'm saying? Like certain niggas who don't get it, they be like, damn, Eclipse, you tripping. I'm like, no, nigga, I'm home. To where it's a relax. I'm relaxed because I'm back in my city, but also I'm back in my city. What's happening?
And you know what's crazy? It was crazy, man, because even when I lived in Long Beach, I lived on the east side of Long Beach, so it was hood for like a lot of people from Long Beach. Even when I said, fuck with, if I crack a little chick from Long Beach and I tell her where I live at, chicks be scared as fuck to come on. You live on the east side? Oh, hell no. And we're especially where I lived at. But I should be like, man, this shit cool as fuck over here. Like, I ain't got to deal. They dynamics is different than what I deal with LA. Even when one of the homies came out there. Where I was
out there with them black and golds, huh?
Yeah. I think I was in the 20s, like borderline. So the 20s, and then you had like the Insanes had this young, they had these young Insanes used to call themselves the babies. And them niggas was like active, wild ass dudes. So it was like, and that's the weird thing about Long Beach. They share hoods. It was the Long Beach Longos who really don't fuck with the black gangs. They was in there, the Insanes in the 20s. Like they shared, to me, that's why I couldn't figure out, like, where's y'all hoods at? Like in certain areas, they got their own section, but then certain areas they intermixed and shit because there's a lot of apartments and shit around there. So they dynamic is weird, and they was different. They ain't as volatile how they is in LA. Because one of the homies came out there, and that nigga was tripping. He was like, man, then this is like the most shit where it showed me the psychology of motherfuckers is fucked up from LA. Where the homie was like, man, what's up with these niggas in Long Beach? He's like, man, I walked to the store, a bunch of niggas out there, and ain't nobody asked me where I was from. He said these niggas ain't even trip. He like, nigga. He said, man, that shit, the shit fucked him up. It was different to him. That the nigga, he was prepared to get banged on for walking in the store. Them niggas didn't say nothing. Red. I said, nigga, your mind fucked up. Yeah.
Reg, you know I know. It's funny you said that. Remember I told that story how me and my brother, we thought we was the hardest niggas moving. It took us years to actually realize them Bloods just gave us a pass. Remember I told you the story where we was in Inglewood?
Oh, Inglewood,
and all them niggas them niggas ran up on us and they said, Hey, you ain't from here. Where you from, dog? And my brother looks at him, blue from the head to the shoe, blue flag dripping out the left pocket. Hell nah, cuz I ain't from here. We trying to get to the Fox Hill Mall. Loke, you know where that's at? And them bloods just looked at us like, what the fuck is wrong with this? And so instead of banging on us, they give us a pass like, hey, man, this ain't your neighborhood. Hey, stay at this bus stop. We gonna stay right here. Stay at this bus stop. Bus gonna come in a few minutes, little nigga. And get on this bus and get to the mall and get the fuck out of here. And my brother, he got ready to say something. And I elbowed his ass like, nigga, shut up. We ain't got no strap on us. He like, all right. And we sat there. But yo, like I said, during the time we were waiting for the bus, and then when we got back to where we was at from the mall, we was actually running around like, man, these niggas hoes, man. Niggas didn't bang, motherfucker shit. We out there and they whole motherfucking set and they ain't even saying shit. Niggas trying to be our friends. Like our mentality was so fucked up that we didn't even understand how to receive black love.
Yeah, man, when a homie said that shit, I was like, man, I said, man, these motherfuckers is gone. Like, why you just didn't appreciate you got to walk in the store? And even when this nigga got out of prison, because the homie I interviewed, because I wanted to interview him, so have him tell his story about what led him to going into prison at like 16. But when he get out of prison, I remember going to Lancaster because his mom moved out to Lancaster. And we go to see him, and this nigga walk in the store. And Lancaster like way on the outskirts, so I don't expect to see people on that same blood and crip shit. But that shit is so widespread throughout all of California. As soon as we walk in the store, these niggas staring at each other, just looking at each other in the most vicious of ways. And I'm like, nigga, and my mind said, nigga, y'all ain't about to pull this shit around me. I'm like, listen, homie, he ain't on that shit, you ain't on that shit. Y'all keep pushing. Because I'm like, y'all ain't do that shit when any of these white motherfuckers walk by y'all. Y'all wait till y'all see each other and y'all get on this punk shit. Said, nigga, man. I said, that shit ain't popping around me. Said, nigga, you gonna do what you gonna do, we gonna do what we gonna do. And it's gonna be like that. But I'm like, we come way out here for y'all to get on that shit. And it bugged me that these niggas, you know, volatility between each other was more deeper than we worried about him blood and crip. That shit, the self-hate shit. There's a lot of white folks who walk by, you ain't had no, hey, sir, hey, how you? Like, nah, fuck that. Nah, fuck that. You go buy what you went into before we got here, he gonna buy what we came here for.
Nah, you hit the nail on the head right there, and that was part of my growth and process. Like I said, alhamdulillah, I was raised around Republic of New Africa brothers and you know what I'm saying, Panther kids and shit like that. So there was always that black love to where even though we was gangbanging, we understood that GDs, Vice Lords, Bloods, and Crips were supposed to be the black man's Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marines. You know, in its original design before COINTELPRO brought the dope into the equation. And so it used to always bug me out, like that little dynamic. Like I proudly will say that our bullshit was universal for the most part. And on the racial lines, I will also say that, like, to answer Mark's question, how do you come up like you came up being a military brat? As you know, Reggie, the military and then on the bases and shit like that, in them neighborhoods around the bases, they be motherfuckers from every hood possible. That's how, even though I was on the West Coast, I came up under old school Chicago supreme gangsters. And I always tell people, oh, you a GD, but your brother, you talk all this scripture. Yes, my brother was a super crip. I still got love for 60s. And, you know, there's certain, you know what I'm saying, there's a certain neighborhood in Arizona that, you know what I'm saying, hell no, I ain't no crip, but everyone knows I'm 67. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I used to climb when me and my brother used to fall out. I used to climb. I said, I put in work for more work for your hood than you did, nigga. And he would get mad because everybody in the room would just shut up and know that's true. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because you get cats from different gangs or whatever, and now we all live here. Okay? To where, like, that's why I knew about the 8-Tray-60 thing, because we'd be in certain places where, yeah, all these niggas is cool, allegedly, because they're all Crips. But no, this nigga 8-Tray. But we'd be in different, like in Hawaii, I'm very proud. In the years I was in Hawaii, me and my guys, we instituted this policy where you weren't allowed to set trip or gangbang in Hawaii. Like, it was on some prison shit. We tell you to check it in because these other races, they stuck together. And it became like prison. Like, I ain't got time for this shit. I ain't gonna be beefing with another black man. And so coming up from the group homes and always being in juvenile, I became that little nigga. That's why I started being around leadership. And then they was allowing me to handle like certain conversations because no, we can't send Reggie to go talk to these niggas because everybody know Reggie is 60, every blah, blah, blah. We gonna send Lil Mike. And plus Little Mike, he did about 4 months with one of them guys from that neighborhood. And yeah, like I always tell, like I had a homeboy who was a swan. That's a type of blood for all y'all who don't know. It's a type, it's a little blood, it's a blood set. And before he moved to the city I was in, me and him had actually did a couple months together in juvie. Where I ain't gonna lie, a lot of them niggas was hoes. They was letting them white boys and Mexicans have their way, beating their ass and worse to them. And it was only me, 2 gangster disciples. One was Spanish, you know what I'm saying? But he was a gangster disciple. And a couple Crips and this blood nigga. And we were the only ones who would sit there and go back to back in the mess hall and clean everything out. I'm talking everything. Fucking guards, everything. To where by the time this nigga moved to my neighborhood and niggas is ready to get at him, like, yo, who this motherfucking, this nigga all flamed up running around here like shit sweet, whoop-de-whoop, blah, blah, blah. And I'd be the main one like, nah, you leave him alone. That's my brother. Fuck you mean, nigga, when you, nigga, I'm pressing the line, nigga, you gotta go. I'd be like, nah, fuck that. Nigga, this nigga put in more work than, you know what I'm saying? I vouch for this man. And so, you know, as I grew up, even though I was still immersed in that, I always felt like I had a lot of that militancy in me where it was what it was in times of war. But honestly, I had a problem with them bitch ass niggas who were so quick to wild out on another black man. Like we used to always say when we was kids, y'all niggas is doing all this screaming and wilding out. As soon as them white boys come with their little gay ass car with lights on it, y'all want to be calm now. Like, nah, nigga, we gangsters all day. Like we used to clown on niggas like that. Like we gangsters all day, nigga, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? We out here ganging. You know what I'm saying? That was, you know, saying stupid shit like that. And so I feel you. That shit used to bother me as I got older. And it was because I was exposed to the origins of the gang culture and I was exposed to black consciousness. That was things that started snapping me out of that thinking. You feel what I'm saying? Where I didn't look at a Blood or a Vice Lord or somebody from whatever other gang as opposition. I just looked at it as, okay, you came up from that neighborhood. And I started, and then me being the businessman that I was, me and my brother got real, all right, I got to say this way, because Reggie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Me and my brother got real big on transformer business. Follow me? Well, you know,
I'm a little lost.
You know, the transformer business in the sense of, yeah, my brother was a rolling 60 Crip, big time rolling 60 Crip, but he had a plug that was too damn sweet. So at least twice a month, notorious Compton Bloods by the names of like Baby Butcher, Baby Satan might be at this Crip house to get they pack. To where on the surface level, yeah, nah, that's a rival gang, but when you got to the real leadership, nah, we know each other. We cool. And that's how a lot of things started getting mitigated, to where like with certain Mexican hoods that we lived in Arizona, we would fight in the summer. We'd pick our champions and we'd fight in the park. Whoever won, that gang had control of the park for that year. And next year we did it again. You feel what I'm saying? And that's how we tried to keep the territories and shit like that, and to try to avoid all the gunfire and all like that to getting out of control. And we tried to keep it to the fades. But of course, as you know, it didn't always stay like that, but that was the general rule. You know, and so, you know, because I was such a hustler, that's how I got stuck in that lifestyle, in the sense is because I was a hustler and I was more about my money. And then even though I ran with the Crips tough, everyone knew I'm a gangster disciple, and there was only about 30 of us in the town at that time, outside of the older niggas who were just chilling, minding their business. You know what I'm saying? Putting us in positions to win, just falling back. So a lot of us, we ran with different, but everyone knew that, yeah, because of my hustle act and my business acumen, I'm the type of nigga, I'd go talk to these motherfuckers. I was the type of, like I always told people, to where eventually I became the little messenger, to where when the OGs would send me to go tell somebody, like I tell people, you have no idea how fucking fucked up it'd be for my little ass when I'm 14, 15 to come up to the OG and the big man of this rival hood. Hey, your name's Reggie Owen, such and such. Yeah, look, blah, blah, blah. Told you, wants you to meet at such and such and such and such. You got to be there. And you know, who the fuck is this nigga? But after a while, people knew it ain't about me. It's about who sent me. To where, like I always told people, there was a couple years of my life where if I went back to my big homie with my eye fat, my lips swole up, and it happened quite a few times because I'm a little nigga. And you know what I'm saying? You know how niggas, there ain't nobody trying to let no little nigga, let alone a little nigga from a rival hood, come up and tell you what it is. The few times I had to go back to my OGs all swole up and raccoon's face because niggas didn't appreciate whatever I had to say, my OG would look at me, hand me some money, and say, yo, throw some ice on that. Look at his niggas and jump in the car. That was some very heartbreaking shit, like I always told people, because I knew that whoever had did what they did to me wasn't gonna be around no more. I tell people, it sucked being in high school with 3 pagers. And when I got a page from one of these pagers, I knew I better answer it. And if somebody said to me, hey, you know this guy named Marq Nash or Reggie Owens? I have to be very careful on what I say. Because if I say, I don't know that nigga, that's a nigga I had cool with or whatever, that meant you was gone. If I got that page on that one pager, that was somebody checking to see if is anybody gonna vouch for this man. Because if not, he getting snatched. God knows what he did and everything. You know how the politics work. But it was like, you know how it is when like the beef's cooking, like motherfuckers will be like, okay, he's from such and such neighborhood. I'm gonna reach out to 1 or 2 of them niggas to see if we can set it up another way. And if not, we just slide. I always told people there were many nights, like the nights when I couldn't sleep when I was still deep into it. It would be shit like that. It would be like, I felt bad sometimes, lightweight lying to my big homie. I don't even know you like that, Reggie. But it'd be like, you know Reggie Owens? Yeah, man, he cool, man. What's going on? What's going on with him? Because I know if I didn't say that. You follow me, Reggie? Like if I didn't say those words, like, he's cool. This black man died. This Mexican died. This little motherfucker died because these niggas ain't playing. And it ain't about niggas being hard. It's about this was a different game and these are different stakes that they're still playing right now. Meanwhile, you got a lot of people who don't still understand the severity and how quickly things can escalate in that certain lifestyle. 1 minute you just chilling, having a good time on the block, drinking and playing with girls, barbecuing. And like you said, next minute you hear tires screeching and the whole world changes.
Man, I remember I ran into this situation out there. Nigga, how real some niggas take it. I'm out there in the A trades. Like I had this little bad little freak I'm messing with. This one I had, like I say, I had one of them old Cadillacs that I had. And fucking, I go over to the chick house, but she had her aunties and shit. And like I don't like kicking in the car. I don't like none of that shit. But I thought it would be cool because the chicks from up over there, I'm gonna be low key up in the car, but knowing that's a no-no. Never been cool with just sitting in a car, especially in LA after my cousin gets shot. But fucking chilling with this chick and shit, talking with her. Cause I had seen and right where they live at, I knew it's the spot because I kept seeing this one dude just standing out there in front of his driveway, people walking by, and I already know what he's doing. And I'm starting to see people as they start coming down they block, they congregating there. And I'm thinking like, he see what kind of car I got. Like I said, the old Cadillac looked like a hood fucking car. But he see me walk over into up the driveway, go mess with the little young freak I messed with, that I came over there for. She hop in the car with me. So I go to the trunk of my car. But at this time, it's probably like 8 people up in this motherfucking driveway now. Where his spot like they little hangout. And I'm like, damn, but I ain't thinking nothing of it. Because that should be my mindset. Me chasing after a lot of these chicks, I used to put myself in some real fucked up situations because I was chicken hawking. I ain't give a fuck. My focus on these chicks. I'll be in every hood.
I'm a chicken hawk and I'm hunting chicken.
Hell yeah. I didn't give a fuck. I'll be in the projects. Nigga, I will walk through a crowd of them up. What's up? What's up happening? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Keep on pressing, man. Let me go get this freak. Like, y'all only were there to fuck y'all on. But this time, it's because I'm in an A-Trade. Like, the A-Trade's got some real gangster motherfuckers in it. And so when I go to the trunk for something. And while I'm in the trunk, the nigga walk up on me. Hey, cuz, where you from, nigga? And mind, this nigga just seen me for like the last 30 fucking minutes. He was in his car. So now I don't know if he jealous because of the girl I'm fucking with that I came over for, or he need the press to see where you from, because then it's like he mounting shit up, because a lot of these girls do fuck with dudes from outside neighborhoods. That's a common thing with a lot of girls, and why some niggas be tripping. Like, they don't know if I'm a blood, I'm from a rival Crip neighborhood. What you doing over here? Nigga, I ain't never seen you over here. What you got this car? So them niggas walk up on me. He like, nigga, where you from? Nigga, I'm woo-woo from. Usually I press on a cat for banging on me, but now I'm like, I'm in a bad situation. I better shut my fucking mouth.
Right.
So he looking, and my mind gotta go reacting quickly. Nigga, I immediately start acting like I'm from Texas. So nigga, because he spent that time in the army in Texas. Oh no, man.
And everything?
Man, I had a whole country accent. Oh man, because a lot of people thought I talked country when I came back anyway. Oh man, no, I'm just out here with this little shawty right here, man. Yeah, man, I just came out here, but I'm out here visiting my people out there in Linwood. So I got my cousins in them when we go to Linwood every week. I'm playing that shit.
Yeah, the good story. That was a good story though. I'd have gave you a pass.
Cause I can't be like, nigga, oh yeah, nigga, I'm from the hundreds. Like, hell, man, they would have, man, that nigga probably would have shot me in my trunk, dumped me in that motherfucker, drove that Cadillac somewhere and burnt that shit. So I'm like, I had to play that shit to get myself out of here. But back to where you was talking about how we got changed when we go back. I remember when I went back to LA for the homie's, his father's funeral and shit. And when I'm over there, my head on a swivel the whole fucking time. Even from me, because it went back to my childhood when I used to be a kid. After I reached a certain point in childhood, like more like a teen, I remember the one time the homie mom told us this shit. We start getting older as teens and shit. Cause we used to always walk to the store on Normandy. We used to always walk to the store on Normandy and Imperial called Snappies. And right on the other side of Normandy is where the Hoover's at. So we share like different sides of Normandy. And so as we get old, we used to stay going to Snappies, go buy candy and shit, because the ice cream trucks stopped coming on our street.
Wonder why, robbing ass niggas.
Yeah, they was robbing the ice cream trucks, so they just stopped coming over there. Them niggas would drive right to other streets. They would drive right by our street.
Nigga, there's no ice cream trucks in 330 no more, nigga. You got to go to white neighborhoods. You want to hear that shit? They been shut that down up here.
Man, them niggas stopped, man. They would dip to every other street but my street, man. So fucking, we used to walk the Snappies and shit. And a homie mom was like, one day, we used to play football in the middle of the street. Man, that used to always be our childhood. We played football in the middle of the street. And she was like, y'all know y'all can't be going to Snappies. Y'all getting a little bit older. Y'all gonna start getting recognized. She was like, y'all shouldn't even be playing out here in the street in the front like that. Y'all should need to be going taking shit to the backyard. And that kind of like set off a buzz, because matter of fact, we stopped walking to Snappies. We start going to stores like deeper into our neighborhood outside of Snappies. So it changed the dynamic. So even walking to like a homie up the street, like a few houses, nigga, we start putting together like strategic shit to walk, because, and on top of that, for me, I'm still battling from when I watched my neighbor get killed and seeing other people get killed, knowing other cats we looked up to being killed, seeing shootings, watching other people get killed, and fucking so we used to play this game too as kids, man. We used to play this game called Drive By, and we used to do that shit. Mind that story I was telling about the homie throwing the bottles and shit. Right. We used to turn this game where me and my brother, my neighbor, and a couple other friends would play, like where we see a car coming down the street towards when it's getting dark. Once the car get to a certain house, nigga, we break up the driveway, then get to the front of, like, our mom car if it's parked in the driveway, to get to the front of that car through the gate, through our second gate, to get into the actual backyard before the car like reach a house or two away from us, to work on our speed of braking, to get into the backyard. And so we kind of put in a mindset, if I want to walk to the homie house up the street, and this house 5 houses, 6 houses up the street, and I see a car coming, I would pace myself to where if I don't recognize this car as a car in the neighborhood, it's some unusual car, I pace myself to be right where I'm at the driveway, whatever house I'm in front of. I just slow down. Like all of us used to do this shit.
Yeah, time the cars to where, you got like a light pole or something blocking you, to where if they start shooting, you got something you could duck behind. Yeah.
No. We'll position ourselves where we are around a driveway with a house with a low enough gate, like a brick wall and shit.
Yeah, where you can hop in or get.
To get over that shit, yeah. And you gotta know what house you at, because some of these people had an extension on top of like they brick wall. They'll put some other shit higher to block up over. So you want to make sure you ain't in front of a house like that. How to break, or you want to make sure it's cars parked in front of a house and shit. So in case they trying to shoot at you, got to try to shoot past these cars, giving you time to break and try to run through somebody's backyard and shit. You want to make sure ain't no vicious dog in the backyard. This is the type of mindsets we was having. Then as we got older, my brother and the other homies, man, they would go walk into like a car coming up the street. Rather than doing this running shit, them niggas would walk right in the street. I watched my little brother and them always would do that shit. They'll walk on the driver's side, lift up their shirt, keep their hand up under their shirt, even be bluffing. And will walk, like not even just walk to the middle of the street to the other side where they right near where the driver got to pass right by him. This is why I knew my little brother was going crazy as fuck. And he'll be right up there near this car and acting like he's just about to pop this driver and shit. And I'd be like, man, like this shit really fucking with us. Like we really changing. So when I go over there for that funeral the years later, I'm realizing like how much I'm watching everything and how I go back to my childhood, how I got to move up the street. So I see the other homie, which is Mr. X nephew, who was like an older cat to me, who I look up to. I go to where he had to go say hi, finding out he recovering from being blasted. He a dude who been shot. He probably done been hit with about like 15 bullets and shit. One time he gets shot, or we think he dead. He used to be big on No Limit. He laying out in the middle of the street after getting shot like 9 times. And he's silent. We don't hear shit from him. He ain't moving till one of the homies out there, we're grabbing him and shit because he breaking down, thinking the homie dead. And he like, oh, cuz, nigga, stop, cuz. Telling him there's an old cat named Blue. And he's like, oh, cuz, nigga, you ain't dead, nigga. And you hear him saying, nigga, I'm a No Limit soldier, nigga. I thought I told you why he laying on the ground, shot the fuck up. But so it was him who I go down there and see. And he was telling me about he recovering from having his thigh bone broke. He was shot through the hip, shot through the back. And this nigga, I'm talking, he a soldier. When he came to that game bang shit, this nigga a soldier. He will move on from life like ain't shit happened. And he told me the story what happened about how these motherfuckers was around prime time. And this is the covert shit that some of these slick ass cats are doing in LA. Where it's prime time, so they see a limousine drive through the neighborhood. He think nothing of it. He on his phone and shit. And he out there talking as the limo go by. He think they stopping at a house to go pick up a prom date. Somebody get out in a suit. Young cat get out of suit, walk right up on him, get the gun in him down. He don't even know what's going down until the first round hit him. Then as he's trying to run, next bullet hit him, shatter his thigh bone. As he tried to run, he just collapsed because that bone broke. And then dude was shooting some more time. The dude walked over him to go finish him off. His gun jammed. And then he hears some people coming out screaming. He get back in the limo, take off. I'm talking, they used to send kids around that motherfucker. You see little young kids, and at some point people start realizing what they're doing and start gunning down at kids. These young kids that come over there with pistols or try to walk up on you and blast you. Like they really fucked the whole dynamics of being over there all the way up. That whole dynamics got fucked up. Young niggas is vicious, man. Oh shit, it's 5 a.m. I'm about to get ready to call it a night. I'm gonna stay about 10 more minutes on here. Damn, nigga, I didn't even realize the sun about to come up on this motherfucker.
Yeah, it's about to be 8 o'clock over here, man. But I'm up now, man. Like, you know, this conversation's been dope, and you know, I just love the panel and everything. But yeah, no, I can't agree, man. I know in the place I was at in Arizona, we had the whole city locked except for the one barrio. There was one little barrio of Sureños. It's 7th Street barrio. And it was a pretty big little barrio, but if we was on our bullshit, we'd be like, fuck it, we cutting through the barrio. And like I always told people, don't let them Mexicans get to whistling. That shit'll be like Alfred Hitchcock, The Birds. All of a sudden you hear a whole bunch of whistling, the next thing you know, you're surrounded by essays and you better figure it out. You know what I'm saying? So growing up, just to move around the town, sometimes we'd even walk around to like the outskirts of the town where now you're in the desert and shit like that. And I used to always tell people, it'd be funny because on the days we know everybody's like, man, look, we ain't trying to go through shit. We just trying to whatever. We had to make the conscious choice of walk through the barrio and bang with the essays or walk through the woods, get chased by javelinas, cut through a couple white boys' farm property, and they probably up there in their deer blinds shooting us with rock salt and shit like that. That shit sucked. That shit sucked getting shot with rock salt, boy. That shit sucked. But these are things we dealt with just going from moving around the town. It was either like, you have pick a choice. You either deal with these wild animals and these crazy ass little hillbilly white boys out here in the woods on the outskirts of town to walk, because how the town was, it was still it wasn't as developed as it is nowadays. So the town basically was built in a crazy like U as far as development. You know what I'm saying? To where it had its U of like houses and neighborhoods, and then in the middle of that U was still like open desert and farmland type shit. So you had to deal with that. And like I always tell people, it was like, when you normalize that as your everyday routine, where you just got to make it, make the peace in your mind, like, all right, I'm going over to homie Chuck's house. Which way am I going to take? Do I feel like fucking with the essays today? Nah, I'm gonna try my luck with these goddamn rattlesnakes, bears, cougars, and goddamn coyotes and crazy ass white boys. Take your pick. But after a while, like when I say it now, it's like, oh man. But back then, these were just, all right, which way am I gonna take? And you would just make that calculus about, okay, what do I feel like dealing with? Are we beefing with the Sereños right now? Is there some shit going on? All right, if there's some shit going on in the city, maybe I need to stay away from the barrio. I'll take my chance with the white boys. Or maybe there's some racial shit going on where, you know what I'm saying, there's been some shit with the blacks and the whites and everything. So I might not want to cut through these damn desert because, that's where the little skinheads and shit like that be out there drinking and partying. And it's very likely you could be walking through the damn desert, and after a while you trying to run from whatever animal's chasing you, goddamn, you stumble across 5 or 6 of these goddamn skinheads who are out there shooting guns and drinking beer. And this was childhood. Like this, I'm not even trying to make myself or anyone sound hard. This was childhood for some of us. Really having to understand the geography and the politics, the geopolitical landscape of your neighborhood. And so in 2022, when I see that some of us still live like that, it fucks with me. Like you were saying about sitting in cars. My one little cousin who be on here sometimes, I used to get on his ass because he had the bad habit of just sitting in his car on his street. Man, I'm just sitting in my car smoking, vibing to music. I used to tell him how, that's not, especially the way, you try to move out here, like, hey, say, hey, look, that ain't the way you need to do it. And it didn't dawn on him. You'll like this, Reggie. It didn't dawn on him how real it was when I said you can't move like that until the video of Indian Red Boy came out.
Man.
When that video dropped, my cousin came over with like a guy. He came over with when we were just sitting there smoking and talking. He was like, I see what you mean. And I'm like, bro, I get it. You up here in Youngstown and they move a little different in Ohio. To where we ain't got to worry about that all the time. Especially if you ain't into no shit. But nigga, you a little nigga that stay in the shit. You a little nigga that drives around in a very distinguishable car. Always parked outside your mama's house. Oh, I'm just vibing, smoking. You the type of little nigga who do shit like twist up your fingers at niggas or say something to a nigga just in traffic, not thinking about it, not understanding that there's certain type of niggas with that mentality where just because we didn't hit a U-turn and get to shooting at you right now, it might have been some shit. You was talking some shit to me and I had one of my babies in my car. So I just made a note of your car since you like to drive around in a little dope boy special with all the little distinguishing little bullshit on your car. It ain't hard for me to find that car. Niggas don't get it.
Yeah, no, that ain't it. That ain't the Red Boy shit with some real shit.
And you see, how did he get killed? He just sitting there, parked there on Hawthorne, just chilling on IG Live and shit, talking to his homeboy, chilling in his car. Shit, hell, look at my man, look at Slim 400. Sitting in the driveway, chilling in his car.
That shit was vicious too. Because people, and that's the other thing, man. You never know who watches you. And that's always the thing. I always switch up patterns too when I come home. Because you never know what scandalous ass motherfucker you got living in, especially in communities. Because like in my block, that was the one fortunate thing about about the neighborhood I come from. Everybody knew each other.
Right.
But in these other areas, you don't know who is who because neighbors don't talk to each other. What weird motherfucker you got in here who can plot on you? And people, and that's the thing when you're dealing in a world where you're dealing with some vicious minded ass people, to where they watch what you're doing, they watch your patterns. If you consistent with just doing everything in routine, and if a motherfucker watching, oh, he get there at this time, they enter out their car, they exit their car this way, they go up the blah blah blah. And that's how a lot of people, when you see these crimes taking place out here, people being followed home and shit, ran up on and shit, because people watching your patterns. You gotta change shit up sometimes. You gotta throw off a bluff.
I know when social media, I know when social media got real big, and that's why, you know, outside of like this podcast and a few other little formats, I really don't do it because just the way I grew up. And like I said, my mom was an intelligence analyst. I grew up knowing how the government already has files on all of us. And when I say all of us, every single one of us. All right? I grew up knowing about that mile or 2 miles of computer servers that are under Fort Meade that are just recording every bit of data possible, to where all they got to do is type in Reggie Owens, and they don't even need your birth date. All they need is your right middle initial. And whole folders and files of data come up. And so I never liked how, like, with social media, with the whole going live shit and everything, or how stupid motherfuckers posting everything they doing. I remember when Kim Kardashian and got robbed up in Paris. I was like, man, that's terrible. But wait a minute, wasn't she posting at that goddamn hotel showing off all of her jewelry?
That Pop Smoke shit was the worst one.
Yeah, wait. He trying to flash his money in his Birkin bag, nigga. You had your address on the motherfucking bag.
Yup, that was all bad. Because it's vicious, it's hungry people out here. Vicious people. That's why you don't express wealth on people who ain't got shit.
Right.
You just tend to not do that. And a lot of people flaunt and floss wealth. People can't even have shit. And I remember, and it shows. I remember these young niggas in my neighborhood came up on some shit. And immediately when they come up on some shit they done did, and the rumors coming out like they came up on some shit like $500,000. And man, when I talk about where you see how people act like roaches.
Oh yeah.
And I remember telling it because I knew the one dude who was involved. Well, I knew all of them. But one of the cats who was like he was one of my homies' brothers who got killed, younger brother. I say, man, you give whatever you got, you put that shit to your mother. Cause I'm like, the shit going on right here, right now, because hundreds of motherfuckers, all of a sudden because what they did could have got them killed and got other people killed. But they story just all throughout the neighborhood because other people jealous and shit. Everybody with their hands out. Oh, where these niggas out? I'm talking, man, y'all would have thought they motherfucking, if there was a famine going on and they giving out food somewhere, that's how these motherfuckers up there tracking with their hands out. Oh, I want this. Everybody needing $1,000, go buy me this. Somebody don't get something. They crying, they whining. I'm just hearing all the chatter amongst people. And I remember telling it because one motherfucker made a name up for me, called me the Grinch. Because I was like, man, if I came up on that shit, I wouldn't give you niggas shit. Like, fuck y'all. Because here you motherfuckers go, showing this behavior. Everybody running around here, making these dudes' names hot, fucking it up for them. And somehow they fucked up for themselves by that news getting out there like that. And it was just like ill to see how money changes the dynamic for people and how people just want it and they plot on you. It's even like shit of they own homies trying to plot on them and shit. And it was just like it was ill, but it's go back to when you flaunting shit, showcasing shit, how quick and easy it is for somebody to knock you off. Like that shit happened to Pop Smoke instantly. When people was right up at their house.
Oh man, you already know the vibes. It's like I always tell when I talk about like to these, when I'm talking to little younger cats and I'm trying to explain to them that this shit ain't a game, and since all these young people look at Tupac like such an iconic figure, I always remind them. Tupac jumped Orlando Anderson at around 12:30 a.m. By 2 o'clock a.m., that nigga was shot. There's a message in the bottle.
Yeah, some niggas you can't play with, man. Some niggas play that shit, and this is all across this country, man. It's
right. Some motherfuckers is in all. Yeah. You used to a nigga who, oh, I jumped this nigga, and maybe in a couple days he's gonna come back with his brothers and sit and trying to jump me, or he gonna try to catch me in a couple days. No. Like what we were talking about, and trust me, this ain't bragging or nothing. This is just giving perspective since we talking. But what me and Reggie are alluding to is some of us grew up in a lifestyle where murder was so normalized where, yeah, like as much as I love Tupac, rapping ass nigga get out this gang shit. Because while people who don't know the story want to be like, oh, Tupac got killed by these bum ass niggas and then blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no. Do you know who Baby Lane was? Do you know about them Southside Crips? These was money-getting ass niggas who weren't rappers. So if you know the dynamic of a real gangster and a rapper, that's always dicey. You feel me, Reggie? You know, that's always a dicey dynamic right there. Real gangsters and rappers. And so Pac interjected himself in some gangster shit, saying, oh, fuck these niggas. These niggas ain't shit. Baby Lane and them wasn't fucking around. That night, nigga. But you thought he was going, oh, just lay there and be fucked up or go to the hospital? No, he went, called his homeboys who just didn't happen to be around, jumped in the car and slid the block until they found that nigga.
Man, that's like you be hearing them Mob James and them stories and all that. And they talking about, man, they seen them niggas pulling up to the club looking for him. Them niggas had vengeance on their mind. And then you hear Keefe D tell a story about how they caught him. And it's a sad fucking story. And you look at these dudes and how taking a life didn't mean nothing to a lot of these cats. That's why sometimes your approach is on like who you fuck with. If you ain't one of the people that's willing to take it there with them motherfuckers, sometimes you need to watch the manner in which you approach some people and shit and certain statements, because in them stories, listening to them dudes, motherfuckers instantly looking for them. They ain't give a fuck what target. They ain't give a fuck about the police, how they put on the hit. They on a mission. And it's just crazy hearing these stories link up with these cats. And even me knowing like personal stories of motherfuckers who would knock you off without a care in the world, and nigga carry on with fucking life. Like, man, I'm telling about the viciousness of people. That's why I be like, when people talk these stories about the white man on us and this and that, man, it's a lot more shit that we got to clean up of ourselves that we out here doing. Mm-hmm. We doing some real ill shit. Just like me, even just from my own little square of the experience and stories, how I watch that community that I'm from just go dilapidated. It looked beautiful. It's dilapidated though. Motherfuckers can barely move through there. And it wasn't always like that. I was there during a time of peace, and watched this rapid descent, the descending of the mentalities over there. How vicious it is for people to kill each other. Then the age at which people killing each other is just dropped lower and lower. And the guns is more vicious and violent. Like, we got gun laws in fucking California, strict ones. But everything y'all got where y'all can walk in these motherfucking gun stores and buy guns is out there in LA.
Yep.
I just don't get it. But bro, that's all I got. I'm gonna hop back in the chat.
You all good, man. Hey, yeah, I'm about to get up out of here too. Hey, neighborhood, I love y'all. I hope we didn't bore y'all to death with story time and just sitting here relating about. I think we got to this subject just talking about when we start talking about Ukraine and violence and people not understanding how a culture of violence can be easily normalized. You know, we got there, we was talking about the way we grew up and everything, and some of our experiences and the similarities of our experiences, despite the fact we are people who don't really know each other, people who came up from different areas. Growing up, I used to always marvel at that. Like how it's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's not a Mexican or a Puerto Rican thing. It's a poverty thing, and it's this thing about this violent culture that we have. That no matter where you are in America, there is some corner, there's a place in Iowa that there's a culture where the poverty and the crime and the violence are normalized. Where you might, fuck these Iowa motherfuckers, a whole bunch of white hillbillies and blah, blah. You're going to get your issue. And I wish people, when they hear stuff like this, don't take the hardcore, that's gangster, and really understand. I ain't going to speak for Reg, but when I talk about this, I come from an aspect of trying to express that even in the most fucked up things, there was humanity in it, and things got out of control when we forgot that we are human beings because we got normalized to the violence. We got caught up in the drugs and the crime culture, you know. And so, don't think this is in no way glorifying street life, gang life, or violence in no way. These are two grown men who the Most High is blessed to survive a lot of fucked up things. And we're sharing our experiences because hopefully somebody within the sound of my voice can hear this and say, damn, I wasn't alone. Damn, I'm not tripping. I'm not on some weirdo shit because yes, I'm in this lifestyle, but I'm running around frantically looking for an exit strategy because I get it. This shit is fucked up. And I'm trying to tell you now, it only ends one way. Some of us, we're here. But just because we're here doesn't mean this ain't no misery loves company. I think Ice Cube was the nigga, Ice-T, it was the OG Ice-T who once said in an interview, I'm the nigga who walked that path. And now I'm running backwards, telling all y'all niggas who's walking that path, don't go that way. It's bullshit back here, man. Run the other direction. That's what I'm doing with my testimony, sharing my experience and perspectives, is I'm trying to tell people, let's run away from this insensitivity and this callousing of our ability to view another human being as a human being. Because the path of crime and violence only goes one way. And then in the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I have never met nobody who got into this shit because, oh yeah, nigga, I'm a gangster. No, these are just regular old kids living lives and put in fucked up situations who had to normalize certain things that if that is not nothing you can relate to, anyone in the sound of my voice, God bless you. God bless you, and I honor you. Don't ever think no one's shitting on you. I am proud of it. I had one artist one day come to me, one of my artists that used to be on my label, and he's talking to me about he feels weird because he's 19 some years old and he ain't never been in a fight. It took me 2 days of screaming on this boy before he finally realized that's nothing to be ashamed of. Be proud of that. Be proud that you've been able to live removed from violence. And those of us who come from violence, let's not celebrate the violence of our past. Let's celebrate and honor surviving it and spend the rest of our days working to make sure that less children and eventually no children grow up in those circumstances, not just in America, but around the world. And although that's a lofty goal, That is a very realistic goal to remedy the current human condition. I love y'all. I can't express my love for all of y'all, even the haters. I mean, you don't understand. There's no hate in my bone marrow. Ain't nothing but love pouring out of me. And I want y'all to be safe. I want to wish our host, Marq Nash, a beautiful birthday. It's Sunday. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And I'm going to let him go on a nap, and I'm going to end the show the way he always does. You know what I'm saying? You know, don't forget, dreams require sleep, and goals require effort. Go out there and get your goals. Happy birthday, Marq Nash. I love everybody in the neighborhood. Stay tuned for the next episode.